Hello and welcome to A Force for Good's second annual 10-hour Union Telethon, broadcasting today from just now 12:30 right through until 10:30 tonight, coming to you from our nerve centre here in the heart of the great British city of Glasgow, with me, your host, Alistair McConnachie. And during this programme, we're going to have 8 guests at the top of each hour. Our first guest will be coming in at 1 o'clock, and we'll be having guests right through until the close of play tonight at 10:30. Thank you very much to folk on TikTok. Great to see you guys. Dottermite, Andrew, Jubb. What do you want to tell about that? D Market, Abby, George, User55, Papa, Sandra. Great to see you all here. Now, also good to see folk coming in. Debbie, good to see you. How are you? Lovely. Now, and Ben, good to see you, Ben. Hope you're having a nice day. And Adam and Evelyn and Richard and Jennifer, and everybody's coming in this morning. Good to see you. Now, this is our second annual Union Telethon, and it's in aid of our annual Yule Britannia Christmas Crowdfunder, which we run every December. And it's at our Christmas crowdfunder that we achieve the funds that are necessary to take us through to 2022, the next year, to enable us and our AFFG team here to do what we possibly can to defend the Union, to stand up for the United Kingdom, to make the positive case for Scotland in the United Kingdom, and to make the positive case for the United Kingdom as an absolute unitary state and one nation that must be held together through time immemorial going forward. So that's our goal, and it's a lofty goal and it's a necessary goal. But we have lots of people here in our office who help us, so we need to raise funds in order to keep us going through the year. And just to ensure we've got the equipment and that we've got the money to publish things, such as our recent 40-page magazine, which we published, ran off hundreds of copies of these. That was the consequence of money that we were able to raise last year at the crowdfunder. So this is what we're doing. Now, let me just talk to you a little bit about who's coming up and when. And hey, hi John, good afternoon to you, and to Adam, who says Yule Britannia, Yule of the waves, Britons never ever shall be slaves. Well, isn't that such an important point to make? Absolutely. Somebody says, what is your position on something that I don't understand, I'm afraid? Good to see lots of folk though coming in on TikTok. The TikTok camera's there, so sometimes I'll be looking up at it. Now, I can tell you why it's necessary, okay? Why is it necessary for us to continue to do this? Well, the Scottish nationalists, and I'm talking largely here about the SNP and all the organisations that are around them, including things like the national newspaper, they never stop. They never stop campaigning deliberately to split us up. That's their whole reason to be in life, okay? Their whole reason to be, and they get taxpayer money, they get British taxpayer money to do it. So we don't have any of that. We rely upon our great supporters. Now, our crowdfunder link, which we'll just put up there for anybody who wants to donate during the course of the day, we'll have it scrolling along the bottom of the screen here. It's crowdfunder.co.uk/AFFG 2020. Now, how much is in there at the moment? We just started it 24 hours ago, and we've got £290 in there Okay, so let's hope that by the end of the day we've got a little bit more than that. We're looking to raise 15k, 15k, okay, which is what we are going to need if this is to keep going next year. And as I say, they never stop. The Scottish nationalists. They're possessed. They're absolutely possessed with what I would call a sort of misplaced fervour. Okay, a misplaced fervour. A revolutionary fervour. Okay, which makes them believe that they're going to create a heaven on earth. They're going to create a heaven on earth once they get their independence, and everything that's wrong with our lives and their lives at the moment will somehow be corrected. Well, that's not the way life or politics works, of course, but they really do have a big set of complaints that they have. They want to create heaven on earth here in Scotland, and they think that's going to come about simply by Scotland somehow separating from the rest of the United Kingdom. If only, if only it wasn't for the Union that causes all the problems. If only it wasn't for London or Westminster or the English Parliament or England or sometimes even the English. If it wasn't for, the Empire, if it wasn't for imperialism, if it wasn't for some Highland men being forced to wear trousers, back in the 18th century, if it wasn't for the Crown, if it wasn't for the Queen, if it wasn't for the sovereignty of Parliament, which apparently is a distinctly English thing that we don't have in Scotland, which is also nonsense, by the way, of course, but they like to always say that also. If it wasn't for, the British Broadcasting Corporation, if it wasn't for the alleged suppression of Scottish history when they were at primary school. When I was at primary school, we weren't taught Scottish history. That's rubbish. That's absolute rubbish. Every single person today got a grounding in Scottish history when they were at school. Don't tell me you didn't. Don't say that just as an excuse because you've never read a book or watched a programme on the History Channel. Don't tell me that somehow the system is to blame because you don't know about your Scottish history, okay? And Scottish history is well covered at school anyway. Certainly when I was growing up in the 1980s, that's basically all it was. Robert Burns, lots of stuff around that, Anyway, if it wasn't for that, apparently, if it wasn't for the fact that the Cross of St. George is on top of the saltire, that bugs a lot of people as well, apparently. That's part of the problems that we're facing today. If it wasn't for the lack of Scottish poets in the English higher exam, that was one that I noticed in a reader's letter in the National. I actually cut that out and filed it because I thought that's absolutely amazing. What a complaint to be bothered about. And that's not also true. Again, I mean, I can be certain that Scottish poets are falling out of the pages of the Scottish exam on that matter. If it wasn't for, what else, the poll tax, of course, if it wasn't for Thatcher, if it wasn't for the milk snatcher, if it wasn't for Tories, but also Labour, if it wasn't for them, if it wasn't for the Lib Dems, if it wasn't for the fact that the Tory government is doing absolutely nothing to stop the landslides on the Rest and Be Thankful road on the A83, that's another one that they like to complain about. That's the fault of the Union. The land, literally the mountain is slipping because of the Union onto the Rest and Be Thankful section of the A83. If it wasn't for Trident, if it wasn't for the fact that it's too near Glasgow, and if there was an accident and everybody in Glasgow is going to die, especially if there's a nuclear war, okay, Glasgow apparently will be the first to get evaporated. If it wasn't for the fact that 15 years ago I was unable to buy a fish supper with a £50 Clydesdale banknote when I holidayed in Hartlepool, okay, if it wasn't for that as well, that's also another gripe that you see many of them have got. If it wasn't for Edward I taking the Stone of Destiny, and if it wasn't for English vegetables in the supermarket, with a Union Jack on them, or even Scottish vegetables with a Union Jack on them. You know, if it wasn't for all of these things, our life apparently would be a lot better. And all of these things will be no more when Scotland is independent, according to them. That's all it's going to take for all of those problems to go away. And so we're very well versed in those sorts of things. They do believe that the soul of man will become perfected with Scottish separation. Well, we're here today over the next 10 hours to tell you that that's not actually going to happen. That the best way for us all to rub along is to stay part of our great United Kingdom. And that's what I'm going to be talking about with our guests who'll be coming up. Now, at 1 o'clock, our first guest is Calin Wynne from Dramatic Scotland Creations, and he produces these amazing wooden flags, one of which you can see in the background behind me, which he kindly produced for A Force for Good, and he can produce those sorts of things for you as well. Viewers on TikTok, let me just move that round so that you can see that amazing wooden flag, okay, that Calin produces. And he produces all sorts, and we've got many of them on offer. If you donate to our crowdfunder, then you can click certain buttons and you can actually get various wooden flags to put on your wall. Fantastic, whether you've got a gym, or whether you want something special in your living room, or whether you want something for an anniversary for somebody or something like that. These are just amazing things. Anyway, we'll be talking to him about it. At 2 o'clock, we've got a writer and philosopher who we're going to be talking to for half an hour about the pantomime that's going on in the country at the moment as far as these lockdown things are concerned. And we're going to be talking to him because he's got a unique view on it. At 3 o'clock, we have the author of this book here, Capability Britain, for a Country That Works, Will Podmore, who is a great Brexiteer, a great author. He is going to be coming on to talk about how to make Brexit work. Okay, that's a thing that many Scottish nationalists don't fully understand, and many of us don't understand, so he's going to show how to make Brexit work. Then at 4 o'clock, we have got the chairman of the Nelson Society coming on to talk about Lord Nelson and how Lord Nelson is being pulled through the dirt at the moment. Then at 5 o'clock, we've got an AFFG activist from the Highlands, Pauline, who's going to come on and speak to us about the importance of getting active. At 6 o'clock, we've got a co-director, Ronnie Kane, who's coming on. At 7 o'clock, we've got another AFFG supporter from the south of England who's going to be talking to us about his thoughts on what's happening in the world at the moment. And then at 8 o'clock, we've got Calin Wynne back on again. And then at 9 o'clock, we've got the legend who is Max Dunbar, who's known to many of us and loved by many of us. Now, I'm just going to write a quick message here. Yes, so that's where we are. Let me read some comments out here from folks. Ronald says Ronald will be on later, and he's saying hello all, have a great day. So Ronald, we'll see you this evening. See you this evening at 6 o'clock. And hello to Brian there. Good to see you, Brian. And to Jeff. Greetings from Cornwall. That's fantastic that we've got viewers from all over the United Kingdom. And good afternoon from Smiley Filey, says Lorraine. and Stephen. Without AFFG, the voice of the union is too silent. Keep up the good work. Thank you for that. Without AFFG, the voice of the union is too silent. Well, let's get all our voices raised. John says, Sturgeon's a thief. Carl Elsgood says, great work, sir. And Alan, hi to Alan, and to Duncan. Good afternoon to all our guests from the AFFG team, and Pauline from the Highlands, who will be on later. And she says, "What? Who would they blame if they did not have England?" Well, that's a good point. They will always have England to blame, though, won't they? Even if, God forbid, Scotland became separated, you can imagine the problems that would then politically arise. And if you think that the Scottish nationalists have a gripe with England at the moment, then I can assure you that it would be considerably worse if there was actually separation, because they would never be happy. There would be a divorce settlement which none of them would be able to agree with. I mean, they're still arguing and they're still complaining about the terms of the Union in 1707. So imagine how much they would argue and get upset about the terms of some kind of divorce settlement with England. Yeah, so let me just, messages coming in there that I'm checking. Absolutely. Now, I'm going to see if we can bring in our person here. No, not at the moment. Jack says, loving the background, Alistair, thanks. Well, down here are our prizes, okay? Because every hour I'm going to ask a question, and every half an hour after that I'm going to give the answer, and it's all going to be British themed questions as well. And let me tell you that these prizes, average worth 25 quid at least, and the top prize is 50 quid. Okay, so these are prizes that are not to be sneezed at, let me tell you that. Now, let me just bear with me here while I check the messages that are coming in. Yes, indeed. So I'm going to send a link to a colleague who's coming in, and I'll ask him to come into the studio just 5 minutes before we're ready to go, and that is, of course, our man Calin Wynne, who's going to be our first guest. Adam says, could you put the names and times of the guests on screen? Well, if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, you'll see that we have actually listed those below the write-up. In our write-up, we've actually listed those. Yeah, so we've done that. Now I'm just going to contact our admin here to see what's happening. Okay. Everything's fine behind the scenes, because this looks like I'm doing all this myself, but I'm not actually. We have an admin behind the scenes who's doing, well, we've got two admins behind the scenes, and we've got one admin who's specifically putting up links across the platforms via our StreamYard system here. So it's not just me here, it's like there's people behind the scenes. So yeah, as far as our background is concerned, I really like these flowers, by the way. I didn't know what they were, but my admin said to me this morning there's something called I'm going to say poinsettia, or poinsettia. I don't know if that's even how you say it, but that's apparently what they are. And if you like them, you can get them in Asda. They've got them all for sale at the moment. And that's where I got these yesterday. Yeah, poinsettia. So yeah, just a quick thing about A Force for Good. Next year is going to be our 10th birthday. The 21st of March 2012 was when we established, okay? When we established was the 21st of March 2012. That was when we started. So next year is going to be our 10th anniversary. Our 10th anniversary. And we're going to have a big party for that. And who knows what the state of play will be in the actual country by then, if partying will have been outlawed, whether alcohol might have been outlawed, or whether, you know, we'll even be allowed to party. Because it may be that we'll have to fight for a right to party, as somebody once said, but that's certainly the way things are going, you know. They really definitely want to upset us all. So anyway, if we can't get somewhere in town, we're looking for somebody that's got a big house or a big garden, and that's able to do all of this sort of thing to help us. So yeah, as I say, 21st of March 2012 was when we were established, and we've done an awful lot of things every single year, and we incorporated as a company in 2016. And in one of the sections this afternoon, I'll actually list off all the stuff that we've done this year. But what I want to do just now is just take you through one or two of the prizes. And the first prize, okay, and I'll ask you the question in a minute, but the first prize is for our little Lester the Lego Man. Okay, now this is a Lego toy which is exclusive to the Leicester Square Lego shop, and it's a little Lego man with a bowler hat, an umbrella even, and a Union Jack waistcoat. And he's called Lester. We've got a little one here. Here he is here. The flag's not included, by the way. We've just added the wee flag there to his hand, but there he is. Lester the Lego man with his umbrella. There you go. First prize is for him. Union Jack not included, I might add. So there he goes. We could sit him somewhere, couldn't we? Where do you want to go? Do you want to go back? Okay, he wants to go back. We'll put him back over here. He's got a friend. He's got a friend which I'll introduce to you in another segment. So Lester the Lego Man, but and this is, they're not cheap, by the way, these Lester the Lego Man people. In addition, everybody who wins a prize gets a free copy of our wee book worth a £5, gets a free copy of our Union Heart Do More Together 40-pager, full colour, and also gets a wee badge, a Union Heart, which says A Force for Good through the middle of it. There you go. A Force for Good Union Heart badge, also worth a £5, so that's like a 15 quid right there. Everybody who wins a prize gets those three things in addition. Brilliant. Now, I'm going to ask the first question here in a minute, but what you want to do is, if you've got the answer, please send your answer to contact@aforceforgood.uk. Okay, don't put it up in the thread. It's to the first person who sends in the answer to contact@aforceforgood.uk. And the question is, on what date was A Force for Good established? Almost 10 years ago. I gave you the answer earlier for those who were listening with open ears to it. On what date was A Force for Good established? Almost 10 years ago. If you've got the answer, fire that in to contact@aforceforgood.uk, and the first person on the buzzer will get the Leicester Lego Man. And you can enter these competitions as often as you want, by the way. We've got another 9 questions through the course of the day, and so please just feel free to keep asking them, answering them. Feel free to keep answering them. Now, I'm just about to bring in our man, Calin Wynne. Before I do, I just want to give some backstory about him. He is a craftsman of some renown, I have to say. He is responsible, and I'm going to bring up our crowdfunder page here just to show you the material that he's responsible for. I'm just going to share this page. This is the, you won't be able to see this on TikTok, I'm afraid, people. If you want to get a better, more optimal thing on TikTok, go to our YouTube page, youtube.com/UK A Force for Good. You'll be able to see the people that we're interviewing on that platform. Okay? So, what Calin is doing is he produces these amazing flags. I mean, look at these. I know he's got some to show us, but I mean, these are all rewards for people who donate and choose to claim a reward. These are all available for various donations. Really quite remarkable. That's a Kanzuk flag, which is Britain, Canada, Australia and New Zealand. These dual flags as well, which are nice. I really like that one. That's the Lion Rampant, jeweled with a Union Jack. These RAF ones are fantastic as well. I know somebody who's got one of those and they're loving it. As a Welsh Dragon and a Union Jack. And that's a special one, isn't it? That's a Grand Union flag from the USA when it was 13 colonies. With the Union Jack there. So that's the page, crowdfunder.co.uk/AFFG 2020. Let's get that figure up, folks. Now let's introduce our man Calin, and let's bring him into the streams. Please say a big hello to Calin from Dramatic Scotland. Here we go.
Hey.
Hi, Calin. Good to see you. How's things this morning?
Pretty good. Yeah, I've just been in the shed actually, so I've been working away, and I've got some more to do this afternoon as well. So it's been a good day so far.
Good. Do you find yourself, as a self-employed person, do you find yourself like just working 7 days a week sort of thing?
Yeah, it's one of these things where I mean, the freedom is great because you can take a day off whenever you want, but you don't have like anyone telling you to get up, if that makes sense. So you have to just go, and I really enjoy it, and I wouldn't have it any other way. But yeah, it does have its ups and downs.
What was it? I mean, what age are you? I'm guessing you're about 30.
So I'm 26 right now.
Right.
Yeah,
When did you start becoming interested in woodworking?
would work. Well, I always had a passion for it. At the start of high school, when I was about 12. Yeah, I think I was between 12 and 14. I used to do a lot of like craft stuff, and my dad was a joiner and a carpenter, so I would often shadow him at work. And I guess I took to it quite naturally, but I went down a completely different route. In late high school and university, I went down a media route, which is the complete opposite, but then it still had like the graphic in it as well. So I wanted to try and take the graphic that I'd learned in uni and implement it into woodwork, and that's exactly what I've kind of tried to do with this project of Dramatic Scotland Creations, which, as you can see, it's just big signs and stuff that I do. So yeah, that's one of my favorite ones so far, and that one's in the crowdfunder itself as well. And I have to say they look better not on my web camera. They look better in person. So
oh yeah, well they're fantastic. I mean, and you did this lovely one for us behind that, and really do thank you for that, because it really sets off the office and the studio here, especially when it's got like a nice light shining on it, which it's got at the moment. It really is good, and so you can basically do any of these things, and what's the most unusual one that you've been asked to do? Because I want to be clear, people ask you to do something, and if you can do it, you do it. So if any viewers out there have an idea for a flag, then please do contact Calin at. We'll put up the link in a minute of how to contact him. But yeah, what's the most unusual one that you've been asked to do?
So probably the most unusual ones are the ones that are dual designs, but I've had some really strange countries. I've sold a few Cyprus and Scotland ones, so you can imagine like Cyprus flag, Scotland flag, and I've also done one for Basque County at the top of Spain, and a Scotland one. You can see them on my Facebook page, but some of the designs are really bizarre. But I think it's good because it means that each one's different and it's personal as well. Mm-hmm. And the idea of doing them in wood as opposed to just like a fabric flag is the wood kind of gives the piece more permanence, so it will last over time. Oh, yeah. Which is kind of what we're trying to do with the Union Jack. We're trying to immortalize it, and I think a good way to do that is to have solid stuff that will last hundreds of years and it'll represent it, and people can't just throw it away. So I think as a medium, it's quite a good form to represent national pride, which, as we know, the SNP have been trying to shun that when it comes to any form of unionism or pride in the UK. So I think now is an important time to express it in that form.
Yes, absolutely, exactly. And in British heritage, we've got so many amazing flags. I mean, Scotland especially, but throughout the United Kingdom, there's all this, the coats of arms, and there's a huge well of heritage that can be plumbed, for it. In fact, there's an idea. I mean, there'll be people who want coat of arms done in wood. Maybe that's not something that I haven't seen you really doing that yet. Maybe that's something for you to break into in the future.
It's funny you say that because I've just started on a new design. I've got it right beside me right now, and I haven't actually put it online yet. But I'm going to start making. Do you mind if I show it off? Or?
Oh, please do.
Yeah.
Please do. Yeah.
And it does have like a kind of coat of arms on it. So basically, this one here, it's a full map of the UK.
Oh wow.
And obviously it's got the flag engraved. And I do want to start putting more like coat of arms on the emblems at the bottom and stuff. So it's definitely something that I want to start getting into as well.
That looks brilliant. Pauline asks, do you get any negative comments?
Yeah, I get quite a lot. And it's strange because we live in a sort of time where people don't like to see people succeed, if that makes sense. So even some of my friends they think I've lost my mind because I spend so much time in the shed. But this is it. They're probably right. I do spend way too much time in there. It seems to be some days I'm in there like 14 hours.
There's nothing wrong with spending time in a shed. It's a man's priority. It's a man's duty to spend time in a shed piddling about.
But as a far
It's a
to
lost
negative
art.
comments, yeah, I mean, this is it. Like we've replaced the shed for the office cubicle. So the shed is my office cubicle, if that makes sense. It's
It's best of both
yeah,
worlds.
that's. I mean, the only downside is it's absolutely freezing in winter, but it's
Oh
good in
yeah.
summer. Like I really enjoy it.
Does it have
Yes, as
Wi-Fi?
it does, it's got Wi-Fi.
Oh,
I've even got a disco ball in it. It's all fully kitted out as
right.
well. So but yeah, as for negative comments, it's mainly the Scottish nationalists. They will see my flags up and then they will have a go. And I've actually got my own hate group as well on Facebook. There's a hate group called, I think it's called something like Objects with Racist Auras, and it's just all my flags. So they equate the UK with being like
Yeah,
the peak of racism. So
of course they do. Yeah, yeah.
yes, but usually the comments are really nice, and it's actually funny because this one here, it was actually requested by a Scottish man who lives in Australia. So this one here is probably going to go to the other side of the world. So
Oh,
you do
I
get people
really
all
like
over
that.
who
What are the
are
dimensions
looking
of
to.
that?
This one's a large one. So yeah, hold it up again. So basically, this one's about 98 centimeters. So it's basically 1 meter tall. But it's been fully laser engraved, carefully stained, and it's all coated. So it should be good.
What does it
Good
say
to go.
along the bottom?
Oh yeah, so the bottom it basically just says the standard United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and it's got two lions out facing as well.
Ah, yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes, yes. Well, folks, that just shows what Calin can do. So if you've got an idea that you want, if you think your clubhouse would look good, or
If you like fish, anything, it can be
your fish,
your fish.
club,
Yeah,
um,
planes.
there you go.
This
Hurricane.
one is actually this one is in the crowdfunder as well. So
Yes.
the Hawker Hurricane. So anything's possible.
Yeah, 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 absolutely. So, and very often it might set off your meeting hall or your group, whatever. And so if you're a golf club, I'm sure you could do something with golf clubs or anything like that. Rugby clubs, get a rugby ball, that kind of carry on.
Yeah.
So you basically anything you could do. So please, folk, do check out Calin. Now, what we'll do? Let me just. Stephen, by the way, says we love the flag that you did for us with the Welsh dragon in the middle.
Debbie, yeah, that was Debbie and Stephen's one. Yeah, that's actually one of my favourites to date. I really liked just.
Yeah, just
I just think it sets it off.
Yeah, so
well, yeah, basically in the Union Jack, obviously Wales is represented by England to some extent, but we made one that was a full-size Union Jack, and it had laser engraved Welsh dragon, red dragon in the centre, which was quite a nice finishing touch to it as well. But that's actually I've seen that one shared in some other like pro-Welsh Union groups as well. So I mean, it's cool to see the photos of them popping up in other places. So even if you own one, you don't know if the photo of the exact flag you've got is all over. Like lots of people see it even if they don't see it in the flesh.
Yes, exactly. That's the things, and it gets the pro UK message out. Because I was talking to somebody, James from down south, who's actually going to be our guest at 7:00, and he was saying that you don't see, like on the media, you don't really see any people in the news media really pushing the United Kingdom in a sort of cultural and historical and colourful way. You'll hear them talking about Britain's interests in Europe or the economic value or whatever, but really pushing something with that cultural, social connection and element, and those designs do that. These designs do that, and I was here at A Force for Good. We're always trying to look into history to find any really good, what we would call British symbolism, which we would say is symbolism which involves all parts of what is now the United Kingdom. One that we really like, and is great British symbolism, was designed by James VI, and I'm not talking about his Union Jack flag. It was his coat of arms, which has got an English lion, and it's a Scottish unicorn, and it's all emblazoned with like the connection, the idea of Scotland and England coming together at the union of the crowns in 1603. He had these new coat of arms done, and they're really, really good, and that's an angle that we like. But it's finding those connections, that symbols that connect all of the British Isles together, and you often find they're out there. You just need to find them and push them more.
Yeah, so as regards to the coat of arms, I think it's the Duemondois one, and that's actually in the crowdfunder itself. I've got that on the Scottish. I think it's the Scottish Royal Union Shield. I've got the Scottish Saltire Shield. It's got the actual the crest in the middle.
Yes.
So I'm pretty sure, if my memory's right, it's that. But I was actually want to mention. It's funny you say this about learning about history, because I'm actually just I'm not long back up from a trip from London, and I actually got to meet and interview a guy called David Curtin, who's the leader of the Heritage Party.
Oh yeah.
And a really nice chap. I think he's got he's like half British. I think he's half African. I'm not entirely sure, but he's dual nationality, or he has dual heritage. But I got an interview of him, and I'll have to link it. But he sums it up brilliantly about the history of the UK and the naysayers, as in the people who want to do us down. And it was brilliant, because at the very start of his interview, he says that obviously, like, every nation has got some stains on its history, but the UK, we were the first country to stop slavery. We stopped the French trading in slavery. Well, we put a lot of effort into stopping the French, the Portuguese, the Dutch. So, and it was just so good to see him talking about that as well. So I think a lot of people need to actually learn from history that it's not something to be ashamed of. And I find it quite cringy when people just berate the UK. So yeah, I just wanted to say it's really good to see lots more people. And it seems to be in the last year, a lot of people are just coming out and confidently saying we're not ashamed anymore. You can try and lie about our history, but we're gonna always hold it up high.
That's right, and that's in fact one of the good things to come out of all that nonsense with the BLM stuff and so on, is that while that might be a rallying call for some disaffected people or some people who are trying to be fashionable or whatever, it also helps the rest of us to say, well, what's going on here, and what was the actual story? And when you look into history objectively, it's always a learning experience, and everybody benefits. As we always say, if you're coming at it from a position of good faith, and if you're coming at it from a position of bad faith, then you can misrepresent things for your own particular agenda, which is a lot of what's happening at the moment. And in fact, at 4 o'clock, we're going to be speaking with a great guest, which I'm very proud to have on, the Vice Chairman of the Nelson Society. And he's going to be talking about these things as well, because, Lord Nelson, one of Britain's greatest sons, even he is not immune to a load of nonsense being written and said about him. And so we're going to have that conversation, that whole issue, later this afternoon, which I'm really looking forward to. But you make a good point, and David Cotton's David Cotton's a fantastic chap. I mean, everything, he's very sensible, very switched on, and
what I'll do is at the end of the interview, at the end of it today, I'll send you the link. But he's brilliant. I mean, and it wasn't just the UK he was talking about. He was talking about the whole COVID scamdemic and all that as well. It's a long, full piece that he's in. But he's a really, really nice chap. Yeah.
Yes, good. Well, I'm glad that you met him. Richard Tallis says, I would like you to do a Mackenzie shield, blue with a gold yellow stag, since Tallis is a small set of the Mackenzies.
Yeah, I would wait, a stag shield. Ooh, obviously that'd be a problem, but this is just on the off note. I do start doing like stag designs as well, but I can definitely do like a proper stag saltire and incorporate that into it as well.
Right. So, well, there you go.
I'd love to do that for Richard. Yeah.
Yes. Well, as Richard says in response, you must be expanding business greatly, because the only limit is your imagination.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, well, it's limited to the imagination, and if I you need to be motivated, if that makes sense, because obviously, like, going into winter, I'm a lot more motivated in spring. But yeah, it's your imagination and your motivation, and then the sky's the limit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. That's true. Just looking at the comments here. Yes. So, do you could what flags have you got around you? Because what I'd like to do is I'm just gonna check the stream here.
I think I've shown all the ones that I've actually all the ones that are in the crowdfunder. I've kind of just that's the only one that I've got.
Right.
Other than that, I've just have my laser designs and this big old the big
Yeah, that's cool.
That one there.
That's
yeah.
cool.
So, but what I'll do is when I come on later on, I'll have a different selection of flags to show off.
Yes, folks. Calin is going to be on at 8 o'clock, where we'll have more of a political discussion about things. No doubt harking back to the other discussions that we'll be having through the day as well. So Calin will be on for at least half an hour at 8 o'clock, and maybe even have you on for longer, actually. I'm just looking to see if folks go to the crowdfunder link, crowdfunder.co.uk/AFFG 2022, you'll see the rewards down the right hand side. And if you're going to donate 500 quid, for example, and some people do, and we're very grateful for that, you can also claim a flag. You can claim one of his flags within that, and you'll get that free of charge. And in fact, if you donate 500 or if you donate 1,000, you'll actually get a choice of any of the flags there that have not already been claimed. All you need to do is just send us an email, and we'll reserve it for you.
I would also like to add that if one piece is sold out, if you give me 4 or 5 days, I'll be able to redo that. So basically, every single piece is available multiple times as well. And if anyone wants a custom piece through the crowdfunder, if they just get in touch, I'm sure I'll be able to arrange that as well. But it may just take a week or so to actually create.
Yes. And Stephen there's talking from experience. He says that Calin is so easy to talk to and works with you to get your design right. That's right. Absolutely.
Thank you, Stephen. That was kind.
Yeah, absolutely. Good. Well, that's good to know that you can actually pull another one out there if it's already been sold. So I might adjust the notice there in the crowdfunder, just so that people know. I'll do that later tomorrow, just so people know that they can actually get anything on there. And I really like these wee Union Jack shields. They look amazing.
I'll bring a couple of them up tonight. Yeah.
Right. Good. And what's the thing with the USA flags? Are you getting lots of people asking for that? Because I see both of the USA flags are the original Grand Union flags.
Yeah. So I've only sold 2 USA Union ones, but I more wanted to create them as a symbol of like Anglo friendship, if that makes sense, because obviously there was a bit of a messy divorce from the States and the UK, but at the end of the day, we have a lot in common. So I think it represents a good friendship between the nations as well. And you've got guys like Trump and Farage. They're good. You can like them or hate them, but they kind of have this good symbol of like a friendship between the nations, because a lot of Americans, not all obviously, but they have a somewhat illiterate view of their history, and some of them are ashamed to even admit that they're part English or part British. So I think we have to, it's a good reminder that one was kind of born from the other. So seeing the UK and the USA flag together, I think it's a very strong symbol of just Western achievement and pride.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, absolutely. I mean, America is rooted in Britain, and then they had the fallout, of course, which has been hugely. And this is where sometimes some of the BLM people have a little bit of a point when they point out that, you know, some of the American history has been a wee bit sort of manufactured, really, in the sense that, you know, most Americans didn't know that some Americans were having a conflict with King George, you know. So it's only a small group of people at the time who were like making a fuss about it. And the great mass of people at that time were just trying to get along with their normal lives. And at the end of the day, like everybody, they go along with whoever wins the fight at the end of the day. And a lot, and we've covered this before as well. A lot of the stuff there, Britain was wrongly accused of a lot of the things that it got accused of, but you couldn't. And there's a really good book called Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky, and I read it many years ago. Yeah, and it's really helped me to think about revolutionary politics and how it works. And he pointed out just what I'm saying, but he points out that at the time the so-called revolutionaries, they couldn't take a nuanced view of things. They couldn't say, well, King George has done this, that, and that, but against him is this, this, and this. And if you balance it up, there's maybe a 60% chance that 60% reason that we should be breaking away, and maybe a 40%, 45% reason that we should stay. But as he points out, you can't create a revolution around that. What you have to do to create a revolution, and this is what's happening at the moment with the BLM people, is you have to portray everybody on your other side as completely negative, as completely wrong, and you've got to show yourself as completely right. As he says, there's no shades of grey in a revolution. It's either black or white.
Binary, and their ability to create a straw man of the other is incredible. And there's a lot of emotioneering on people as well. It's trendy to think Britain is bad, but it's crazy to think it as a good thing, and they're really trying to push these divisive narratives in, which are not good for society collectively at all. They just create like a fractured and fragmented civilization, which is really unhealthy.
Yeah. And Ian there says, American independence was in origin all about the subsidiarity of the colonies in relation to Britain, not a rejection of the British model in itself.
Absolutely,
That's true. And Richard says the fallout was in the 18th century, and we've made a great team, especially since 1917 when the Americans joined us in World War I, and also especially since 1941 when they joined us in World War II. And Ian there, he goes, although it was conflated with the monarchy versus republic question, but that's only because the crown is how British rule made its presence felt in the colonies.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it's one like you couldn't have one without the other. You couldn't have the predecessor of the republic without the monarchy, and a lot of Americans don't understand that. Basically, one good, one bad.
Yes, and I'm all for the Americans of today having their founding myths. I mean, that's all understandable. Without founding myths, the country wouldn't have got as far as it's got today. So I'm certainly not critical of their founding myths, but it's important to put them into their correct perspective, as it were.
Absolutely.
Yeah, let me just bring up your contact there, facebook.com Dramatic Scotland. Okay, so if people want to contact Calin in order to get something done or to purchase one of his flags, then please do so. And you can purchase one of his flags without doing it through our crowdfunder. Our crowdfunder is simply there that if you're going to donate money anyway, you can get one of Calin's flags with your money. But if you'd prefer just to buy it directly from Calin, then of course you can do that too. And that's how you contact him, via that Facebook page, facebook.com/Dramatic Scotland. Yeah, no, that's excellent, Calin. Thanks very much for that. We'll speak to you again at 8 o'clock this evening.
Yeah.
And we'll have more of a political discussion, I think, tonight, this evening. Today we were just talking about the flags because they're central to our crowdfunder. But this evening we'll just talk about whatever we want as regards what's happening in the world, and particularly in this country today.
Yeah, the ongoing tyranny that we seem to be subjecting ourselves to. Yeah.
Oh man, the ongoing tyranny, absolutely, and that's so true. That's so true. And who would have thought? And I'm going to be talking about this now for our next guest, who's coming up at 2 o'clock. And it is absolutely a big concern for us all, but we will get through it. There is a
Yep.
light at the end of the tunnel, and we are right and we're correct, and truth will prevail. But at the moment, we've got a lot of these people, these politicians of all parties, who don't seem to have a best interests at heart as far as the traditional themes of British liberty, personal freedom, rights and responsibilities are concerned.
It's
Anyway,
all been hijacked under the guise of compassion, which is really, really interesting, isn't it?
that's a good phrase, hijacked under the guise of compassion. And what it appears to me is that if you say it's for a compassionate reason, you can literally do anything.
Get away with anything.
I mean,
Yeah, it's the greater good. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, Nicola Sturgeon yesterday, 2 days ago, she justified. She actually went along and she pressed the button to blow up the last remaining structure in Longannet Power Station. Okay, this was a power
Really?
station that on its own could fire and support the electricity for 2 million homes in Scotland. Okay, that power station could do more than thousands and thousands and thousands of acres of wind farms. One power station, 2 million. Anyway, it's a long story with Longannet for various reasons, and they decided not to build a new coal-fired power station. But of course, what that also means is that we all have to freeze to death. I'm going to talk about this later. But she justified it. She justified this by saying it was for the sake of the planet. Literally, she put out a tweet saying it's for the sake of the planet. And I thought to myself, you could absolutely say anything's for the sake of the planet. You know, oh, yeah, we just, dropped a nuclear bomb on somewhere. It was for the sake of the planet. Oh, then it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. So you can justify anything with just rhetoric, apparently, these days.
That's what we saw at COP26, the climate conference. That was just pure climate alarming. I can't say the word. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, it's just mental. You can get away with anything, and they tend to be really good at that. But with Nicola, I do find it really interesting that about like 10 years ago, the whole SNP, they were going on about how proud they were of the North Sea oil being Scottish. But then, because oil is now apparently bad, all that oil up there is Westminster's. It's nothing to do with Scotland, apparently. Like they're so ready to like double back on themselves. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we'll talk about that more at 8 o'clock.
Yep.
For the moment, Calin, I'm going to say goodbye.
Yeah, thanks for having me on,
Thank you very
Alistair,
much.
and I'll see you later. And I hope it all goes well and keep up the good work.
Cheers, then.
Okay, I'll see you later.
Bye. Wonderful. That was Calin Wynne of Dramatic Scotland Creations. If you're watching on TikTok, when we're interviewing people, you won't be able to see it on TikTok. So we do suggest that you go to our youtube.com/UK A Force for Good. Now, we're going to announce the winner of the first competition, and that will be just in a couple of minutes. We'll announce who won the first competition that we mentioned earlier. Now, at the top of the hour, at 2 o'clock, our guest is going to be a chap called Ben Irvine, and he is a remarkable fellow. He's a writer and philosopher. He's written several books, and we're going to talk to him about what he calls the panic of the present circumstances regarding the you-know-what. They're words that I'm always very careful to not say here, because he speaks truth about it, and he's looking into what's behind the actual situation at the moment and what's keeping it going. And he's going to give us his opinions on that. He believes. Well, I'll let him explain what he believes, but he examines essentially the power of the public sector unions in maintaining the lockdown throughout the United Kingdom, and he's building building information and building a document, a record of how it's being done. And it would be really good to speak with him about that, because we have to speak about these things, because these are things that are happening right now to our country, and they're affecting every single one of us. So he'll be coming up at 2 o'clock. Hey, good afternoon to Tommy. Hope that you're well. Now, I need to check in with one of my admins here. Just bear with me. We're looking to see who won the competition. We're going to announce that. Oh, fantastic. We've got a winner. And if our admin can just put up that person who has won. Debbie, congratulations to Debbie. Well done, Debbie. A little Leicester man will be winging his way to you for your mantelpiece. And as I say, these are original. These are original things, and you don't get these in normal Lego shops. You only get them in Leicester Square Lego shop, and he's called Leicester. Congratulations to Debbie Beer. And you'll also be getting, as I say, WeBook and Do More Together and a badge. And for people who have already, say, got one of these, or they've already got a WeBook, then do you know what the best thing you can do with it is? Send it to your local MP. Providing your local MP is a Scottish Unionist, because that will really help them. And so let's. Debbie says, "Woohoo!" Fantastic, Debbie. Glad that you got there. And as I say, everybody can keep answering all the questions as well throughout the course of the day, and who knows, you might even win again. Pauline says there's a Christmas present for your hubby, Debbie. Good. Now, what I'm going to do a first time on here is I'm just going to go for a quick break. I need to fill up my cup with Red Bull, or canned anxiety as it's called, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. But in the meantime, I'm going to just play a video of us. Now, what video should I play here? I've had the list up, and I will put it up again. Videos. Here we go. What would be a good video to play? Well, here's one. It's a Force for Good's Thin Red Line in action on the 4th of May in 2019. And I hadn't seen this video before. I only found it this morning. And it's on YouTube. And I'll just play a segment of it. But it was the day. It was the day that we were in Glasgow on the 4th of May 2019, when the All Under One banner people were there. And they said that they counted. They said that they had 100,000 there, but they didn't have 100,000 there. They had 8,796 of them, and I don't think this has got any sound on it. I'm going to try to see if it will play sound, but it didn't play sound this morning, so it could actually just be silent, but you get the entire idea. A Force for Good's Thin Red Line is up there. and let me add it to the stream, and let me play it. And I'm going to disappear, and I'll be back in 3 or 4 minutes with a new t-shirt on, by the way. Oh, hang on. Okay, that's enough. That's enough of that. Good. That was George Square on the 4th of May 2019, when A Force for Good was out there just holding the British end up, as we like to say. When the Scottish nationalists were marching by, they didn't take too long to march by. They thought there was 100,000 of them because they don't seem to be able to count, but there was, of course, 8,796, which we've detailed we've detailed it there. The AFFG stands up for the truth. The marches, which were mainly in 2019, although there was a big one in January 2020, AUOB and SNP said 80,000, but the actual was 10,156, which we counted. And this year they've had various events, and we've had our people at them all to count them. And as we always say, the numbers which they got this year doesn't make it. It's not worth getting out of bed for, quite frankly, as far as we're concerned. One of the marches, they had 30 people on it. We'll show you a good video of that later on today. So just as far as things are concerned in the run up to 2 o'clock, we're going to talk about the present crisis as far as the medical thing that's going on in society at the moment is concerned. We're going to be talking with Ben Irvine about that, and goodness me, there's a concern about what's happening at the moment, because many of you will have heard about the furore that happened yesterday when Andrew Neil, who's an otherwise well-respected journalist, actually went full on. Well, what would you call it? I don't know. It's time to punish Britain's 5 million refuseniks. And that was in the Daily Mail of the 10th of December. And I mean, sometimes, you know what happens when you know somebody that you really like, and then suddenly they reveal themselves to be a complete bampot. You know, I'm still in shock from reading this, because he's not pretending to even be objective about this. Okay, he's basically coming out, and I'll read one or two things. He talks about under Plan B, vaccine passports will be required for entry to nightclubs and at major gatherings at large venues. It would not be difficult to extend them, French style, because he lives in France, I believe, to other public places. Extend the passports to other public places, including restaurants, pubs and bars, and non-essential shops. And then, in brackets, because even the unvaxxed need food. Oh, really, do we need food? That's very gracious of you, Andrew, for extending our ability to shop for food. Thank you so much. You know, that's so beneficent, so gracious that you're going to allow the unvaxxed to shop for food. Goodness me, I mean, if you had had, that's the sort of thing that Pol Pot might say, or, Stalin or something like that. Oh, just seems mad. And then he goes on, he also makes some false equivalencies here. Because this is the new thing, it's like, oh, he's got a right not to sit beside somebody who's not vaccinated. And then he switches it around. He goes, my right to visit certain African countries is balanced by my responsibility to be inoculated for yellow fever. Well, that's not actually the right way of looking at it. You get inoculated for yellow fever so that you don't catch it. You don't get inoculated for it because you're likely to spread it to an African. But he's making it look here as if he's getting inoculated against yellow fever so that when he goes to Africa, he's not going to spread yellow fever to an African. That's not the way vaccinations work, okay? If you're going to Africa, you get vaccinated so that you don't catch yellow fever that's out there, okay? So he's switching that around in a style that's just not even scientific. And then he says, that, you know, you have a right not to be vaccinated, but I have a right not to sit near you. Well, and then he says that it's only right that everybody in social care should be vaccinated. Well, that's very much a matter of opinion, Andrew. But the point is, you've got people like him who are writing this, getting published now as well. So we have to think, where's that leading? Where's that going? Where's that going in our society now? That full-on position where people are not even pretending anymore. They're not even pretending to be objective. They're basically saying, you will be punished unless you take this. Where's that going to lead us at the end of the day? That's the question. Stephen says the only way out of this present crisis is to stop these restrictions. Otherwise, we will be in a perpetual circle of depression. Scotland needs to get back to work and normality. That's absolutely so. Somebody pointed out on Twitter the other day that, you know, let me just bring up the point that he made, but he was saying that every year people are getting some kind and have caught some kind of coronavirus, because the coronavirus is just the general catch-all name for the viruses that cause the common cold. They all get put under this name coronavirus. Now, it just so happened that prior to 2020, none of us had really ever heard about it, but it's simply the catch-all term for the viruses that cause the common cold, which is where we are at the moment with this. And what is happening now is that every time you get the common cold, every time a little new virus for the common cold comes out, and the latest one is called Omicron, then suddenly people start to panic about it. Well, in the past we never knew that such things were around, and we never cared about it, and we got through it. And the great mass of people had colds, as this chap that mentioned it, he goes, cases, cases, cases. All they talk of is cases. Everyone in this country used to be a coronavirus case about 4 times a year on average. For some children up to 12 times, and for the parents of such children 2 to 4 times. It's called the common cold, and that's what we're looking at with the Omicron thing as well. It's just another variation of a virus of the common cold that you don't die from. Now, if you have got underlying circumstances, for example, if you're elderly and frail, okay, you have to be frail, not just elderly and frail, then if you catch a bad cold, it can develop into a bad state, and you can catch pneumonia, and because of the complications of your body and your age, you can die. And people who have got other younger people as well, they can, if they're obese, for example, or if they've got underlying conditions, then they can also be at risk of a very bad cold, which turns into a serious flu, which turns into pneumonia, and then you die. You know, that's always been the case. We've just never recorded these cases, and we've never panicked about them, and we've never feared that we're going to catch it and die ever before. And the only reason we're afraid of it and that we're going to die about it is just simply the mass media programming. And you know what? I just noticed there. I held up this Andrew Neil article. I'm just looking at the back page of it. Back page of it says, COVID-19 gathers in the air, open windows to disperse the particles. And they've got 3 jolly looking guys surrounded by some kind of toxic waste in the atmosphere. Now, if you didn't know any better, images like that would scare the bejesus out of you. You'd be like, there's all this invisible toxic thing in the atmosphere. We've got to open the windows to let it out. Well, my question to you is, what if the virus is outside, you open the window, and it blows in? So what good does opening the window do? You open the window and somebody passes your window and coughs. There you go. Straight away. Was pointless. So that's just absolute nonsense. Absolute nonsense. And we always just big up. We always big up this book, A State of Fear, by Laura Dodsworth. And this was published almost a year ago now. And it examines how fear was being pushed and is being pushed by various government agencies. And it's always worth getting if you're interested in this sort of stuff. And she points out the average age of death with COVID is 82.3 years, 1 year more than the average life expectancy in Britain. So, as we say, this is one of these diseases that if you catch it, you're likely to live a year longer. Now, let's send the link to Ben here. So that he can come in. Yeah, so the whole thing is ridiculous, and it's been maintained for 2 years now, and there's no sense that it's going to go away. And the question is, how has it been maintained? Because this time last year, people were saying, well, they're not going to do it again because they can't get away with it because people won't put up with it. And so it's finding out how are they doing this, and this is where Ben is going to come in with his ideas, and he's going to help us to understand what's going on in a very level-headed, very intelligent, a very comprehensive way. And I look forward to talking with Ben about this. And please do folks, share this video if you can, and if you're on YouTube, please do subscribe to us. If you're on TikTok, now what I suggest on TikTok, if you want to see our guests, please go to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/UK A Force for Good. Please go there and you'll be able to see the guests. Jonathan said he used to like Andrew Neil. He was one of the best interviewers. I know what you mean. Over Brexit, yes. Yes, he's certainly a good interviewer, but I don't know what's got into him here. Don't know what's got into him at all. And as Jonathan says there, yeah, he started to sound like the state premier in Australia, where they've gone full mad with power. Power crazy as well. So looking forward to just getting Ben in the studio any minute now. And Stephen says, the more you test, the more cases you find. If you're testing high numbers, it plays into the agenda of control and submission. That's absolutely right. And remember last year, they were saying that they changed the definition of what a case was. They basically came out and said that you would have a case of it if you were asymptomatic. Now, hitherto, that's never been done in history. Normally, a case is when you're manifesting the actual symptoms of the disease. When you're manifesting it, then you can potentially spread it to others. And you could be claimed to be infected by it, whereas what they're doing now with a case is you can be perfectly healthy, perfectly normal, going about your life, but suddenly you've got a case and you could spread it. Well, that's highly questionable. That idea has never been around in medical history before, the idea that a perfectly healthy person could spread a disease without knowing it. Hitherto, you've always had to be infected with it and be manifesting the symptoms of it. So I wonder if Ben. I'm just going to ask Ben if he's got his camera, because he's trying again here. So we do have significant state overreach there. Excellent. I can see Ben is in the studio, loud and clear, and we'll just bring him in a couple of minutes. So the sense of state overreach which we're facing in the Western world is of great concern. The idea of missed appointments in the NHS, with the NHS prioritising COVID instead of things like cancer testing. There's going to be huge collateral damage down the road. And there is, of course, the danger of constant vaccination actually replacing natural immunity. And so we're of the opinion at A Force for Good that the people who are promoting the vaccine passports, the people who are promoting the NHS focusing on COVID at the expense of all the other dangers, and also the dangers of big pharma and vaccines eventually being seen to replace the natural immunity of the human being. All of these things are very concerning. And so the people who are promoting those things, they really do have to answer to us and explain why on earth and what on earth they are doing. And they I'm going to use the word culpable. They could be considered to be culpable down the route. And at the end of the day, I do believe it is people like ourselves, our viewers, and people like Ben who will absolutely stand tall at the end of the day and will be vindicated for having been correct from the very start. Now, let me just bring in Ben, and I'm going to say hello and explain how I met Ben. This is how I know about Ben. So I'm just bringing Ben in right now. Hey.
Hi. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Do you have your earphones there?
Yeah. Good points. Apart from that,
there's a bit of an echo. It seems like.
Yeah, no worries. Let me get these on.
Yeah. Well, Tommy says, imagine putting Hamza in charge.
How's that?
Hey there.
Oh, hang on. Just sort this connection out. Yeah, we're good.
Good. Yeah, that's perfect now. Well, let me just introduce you, Ben, to the viewers. Now, Ben is one of these rare voices of common sense on Twitter. I mean, Twitter is... You could spend all night on Twitter and not learn anything or come out of it any wiser. But whenever you read a tweet from Ben, you actually come out an older and wiser person, having finished reading the tweet. So that's how and often when you think, oh, I need a voice of common sense on this whole thing, I'll go and look and see what has Ben been tweeting out today. And usually that will be enough to help me to understand what is going on. And so that's why we brought you on, Ben, is just to help our viewers understand what's going on with all of this. And you're a writer, you've written several books, and you are a kind of jobbing philosopher. Would that be a way of describing you? I mean, many of your books are based on kind of philosophical ideas.
Yeah, I think that's a good description. I suppose I'm an academic philosopher who would probably be more suited to an academic situation, but in the current situation in academia, it's not going to happen. So I forged out, wanted to sort of reach an audience, wrote a few books, in a kind of popular style, and I've had to fund myself for the last 10 years. So I've done delivery driving. People sort of screw their faces up at that and think it's a bit strange, but from my point of view, I can work hard on the intellectual side of things in the daytime and then go driving around at night, and it's quite low responsibility, easy work, and I think while I'm driving, you know, I think about all my ideas, and it's quite a creative time for me driving. So it works, you know, it's worked for me for 10 years, so that's how I do it.
I totally understand that, because whenever I've done any sort of physical activity or labour or whatever, you find your brain actually switches into a kind of different mode, and you actually start to get more creative thoughts. I don't know if it's because your body's moving and you're like concentrating on other things, but it sort of switches your brain up a gear. So I totally understand what you mean. That's exactly what you do, and I think it's absolutely fantastic that you're doing this. And what was it that made you initially think, I need to find out what's going on here? I mean, you would be like many of us, I suppose, almost 2 years ago now, in shock when all of this began. I mean, what was it that made you think, I need to really get to the bottom of this?
To be honest, I was primed for this, really. People have said that to me, you know, Ben, you were primed for this, you were ready for this, and I think I was. I was writing about the hypochondria of intellectuals. You know, this has been something I've been thinking and writing about for 10 years, and it was partly what my PhD was on. And I've also written a book about socialists and how they sort of gang up on people and make completely unreasonable demands and accusations, and almost like a sort of extortion racket, really, getting other people to run around doing things for them whilst enriching themselves in the process. This is my theory, if you like, of what socialism is, and I connected it with hypochondria because that's kind of what a hypochondriac does. They sit around saying that they've got some sort of special insight into things, but they can't possibly contribute themselves, so they get everybody else running around on their behalf. So I've been writing and thinking about this stuff for 10 years, and then suddenly at the start of March, this virus suddenly emerged. And the government obviously tried to do the right thing, pursued herd immunity, tried to calm things down, keep the country open. There was no indication that we needed to panic. But the socialists just went nuts, you know, especially the public sector. And I was always getting aggravation on Twitter, you know, especially over Brexit. And to me, it just felt like the continuation of the same thing. I just thought, oh, here we go again. They're going nuts about something else now. So I immediately just thought, this is wrong. You know, this outcry is going to lead to bad things unless we nip it in the bud. So I sort of waded in immediately, was arguing with people and putting, you know, like you say, putting my little aphorisms out there, trying to educate people on this. Unfortunately, it snowballed. You know, the hysteria snowballed, and before you knew it, the government had caved in and locked down. And as you know, the rest is history. But that's how I came into it to start with.
Yes, absolutely. Let me just put your name up here for everybody to see. Ben Irvine, of benirvine.co.uk. We'll just keep that up there because that's your website.
Pronounced like a Scotsman. That's the correct way to pronounce it. I think. Well, actually, I was born in Australia, so the Aussies would say Irvine.
Oh, right.
So yeah, technically it's Irvine, but I'll give you Irvine, given that Irvine's a town in Scotland. That's where the name obviously originates from.
Yeah. Well, Irvine is actually a new town that was built in the 60s, I believe. 5 new towns were built in Scotland. Prior to devolution, somehow we managed to actually build new towns in Scotland, entire towns, without a Scottish Parliament. I mean, how we managed that, goodness only knows. I mean, today, as I always say, the Scottish Parliament would have trouble building one house properly, let alone building entire towns. Anyway, so, so what did your studies lead you to conclude as this situation started to rumble on during the spring and summer of last year?
Well, immediately I blamed the socialists. You know, that was my working hypothesis to start with. I just thought they've gone nuts. And I knew that Steve Hilton, you know, a former advisor to David Cameron, had said that when they were in power, they were frustrated because initiatives would be just unilaterally launched by the bureaucracy, by the public sector. Hilton said that he and Cameron would wake up in the morning, read the papers and find out that the government was doing things that they didn't even know about, let alone that they actually agreed with. So I kind of sensed that dynamic was probably going to be in play here, and I thought that the outcry is so extreme from the public sector and the socialists that the government are likely to cave in on this, especially when Italy locked down. So after the government caved in, I was not immediately, because I was as shocked and, you know, sort of freaked out as everybody was really, but I just thought, what on earth is going on? We're suddenly living in a tyranny overnight. But gradually I started to think, hang on a minute, instead of just vilifying the government, perhaps we ought to look more closely at the actual dynamics of this and how the government were crowbarred into this in the first place. So that quite soon became the line that I took on this, which people said, oh, you're defending Boris. And I was always, you know, adamant that what I was trying to do was provide an objective analysis on this. You know, you can sort of have a moral conversation afterwards, but the fact is, if Boris was pressured into this, and if he would have potentially have been unseated by all this if he hadn't gone along with it, and if a Remainer had taken his place, then this massive democratic exercise, Brexit, and the 3 years during which we fought so hard to keep Brexit, it was all under threat. You know, it was all in jeopardy at that point. And so I've used the phrase that Boris maybe bent like a blade of grass in a hurricane. You know, rather than being blown down like an oak tree, he sort of lived to fight another day. And just to add to that, unfortunately, they prepared I think it was a 2-week lockdown, but the teachers who had forced the initial lockdown by threatening unilateral schools closures, the National Education Union then refused to go back to work again. And along with, I think, 1.9 new teaching unions were writing open letters to the government saying that we're not going to go back to school unless certain safety measures are in place, including social distancing, which basically meant that normal classes couldn't resume. So the first lockdown went on for so long because the teachers refused to go back to work again. And I've been watching this unfold with a sense of just increasing dismay, thinking like, this is the dynamic of this disaster, and until we break into that dynamic of a capitulating government and basically a revolutionary public sector, we're not going to be able to end this.
Totally. And what I like about your particular analysis of these things is many people, and some of their ideas may have certain truth in them, but they tend to look at a much bigger picture, such as Bill Gates and Klaus Schwab and others like that. And I've no doubt these people have their interests and have their money, and they will be doing what they can to take advantage for their own particular interests. But like here in the nitty gritty, you know, in a school in Glasgow, for example, who's stopping teachers going back? It's not Klaus Schwab, it's not Bill Gates, it's the people on the ground in the local area who, in Scotland, we have this atrocious teaching union, which is just like, you know, everything that is wrong they'll be for, and everything that's right they'll be against, basically. And they're teaching little children, and some of the stuff that's coming out in schools, I'll get to that later on in the programme this evening, but I mean, it's frightsome stuff up here. Anyway, it doesn't surprise me at all that they're telling the teachers, you know, you're in actual danger of catching this disease. And indeed, I know somebody that's got an infant at school, and every day, you know, the teachers just phone up the parents and say, take away little Johnny because he's got a runny nose, you know, which is what little children that age have 24/7 anyway. You know, yeah. And little children have sniffles and that sort of thing because it's building their natural immunity anyway, and they need to catch these things, deal with them, and get stronger. But what's happening is it's just like the teachers are being encouraged to live in absolute fear. And some teachers seem silly enough to actually believe all this, you know, that they can catch something from a child. Well, they might catch a wee cold, but that's just what they do. So, I mean, the teachers' unions are bad. What about like things like the transport?
Yeah, well, yeah, you're right to point that out. I mean, yeah, as you say, what's happening in the schools is an abomination. There's no other word for it. It's a gigantic crime, and yeah, you're right on the Klaus Schwab stuff. I mean, maybe there's something in that. Maybe it was opportunistic, but at the end of the day, you've got to deal with the situation in front of you in your own country. And these colossal crimes are taking place against children. To me, it feels evasive to be fighting this kind of abstract online battle against a hypothetical conspiracy that doesn't really make sense anyway, because Boris did something completely different for the first 2 weeks of March. So I don't want to go on that tangent while children are suffering. That's always been my attitude. And at the end of the day, communism was an international phenomenon, but countries freed themselves from the yoke of communism by dealing with their tyrannical governments on a domestic level. So we have to do that. We have to work out what's driving this in Britain and sort it out. So I completely agree on the schools and I share the scepticism about the global aspect of it. But in terms of the RMT, well, they were after the schools had shut for the summer, the economy opened at around the same time. I think it was on the 17th of July. No surprises there. Boris didn't want to get into a confrontation with the teachers. We all thought life might start to go back to normal. Boris seemed to think it would. And then suddenly the RMT, the Rail Workers Union, 80,000 members, started demanding masks on trains.
Yeah.
And I think another union, I think it was Unite, also demanded masks on public transport. The leader of the RMT, I think Mick Cash is his name, actually went on radio and said, we're going to strike if the government doesn't mandate the masks. And having advised against these masks, or certainly advised against mandation, the government just caved in, and these masks were mandated on public transport in May, and it was shocking, And at the end of the day, it wouldn't have happened if it hadn't been for the RMT.
Yes. Why do you think the government caved in?
Feel free. I know what I think, but I'm interested to hear what you think on that.
My thoughts are that let's just presume that Boris thought it's all a load of nonsense, this anyway, and I don't believe in masks, and I don't believe that people are in danger, and these people should just go back to work. And if he just stood up and said that, I think the mainstream media, who I also see as a player here, would have screamed to high heaven, he's murdering people. He's literally allowing people to go onto trains where they will die. And this would be 24/7 everywhere. Boris, I mean, I've seen stickers around the area where I live, like, Boris the murderer, and he's like dripping with blood and everything. And it's because of this. These were stickers were getting put out last summer. And the idea was that he wasn't doing enough to protect people, and so he was essentially murdering them. And in the kind of degraded political debate that we have these days, people seize on that and they go along with it and they believe it. And I think he may just have been afraid that he was absolutely going to get trounced by the mainstream media, who were not his friend, who he knew would not support him. And I think that's still part of it.
Absolutely. I mean, it's this kind of scapegoating mentality. It's quite medieval, really. Everybody's just looking for somebody to blame because there's some pestilence around. That's what's going on, and the media have stoked it. The left have stoked it, and a lot of Tories have gone along with it as well. And I think with Boris, I mean, you can be cynical about it and say, look, his electoral survival was at stake. So, like any politician, he probably wanted to survive electorally. But I don't think that cynicism is wholly justified, in the sense that he has been pushing back against this stuff, from the start and ever since the start. So there's probably something else in play here, whereby he thought, if I am ousted by this, a lockdown hawk will take over, and then there is no hope of pushing back against any of this. He may have concluded that a genuine leader would try and stay at the helm while all this madness was happening around him and try to steer it as best as he could. But like you say, he couldn't really tell the full truth, or perhaps he daren't tell the full truth, because the outcry would have been so immense that it probably wouldn't have cleared the air and wiped the slate clean. We probably wouldn't have gone back to herd immunity. If he said, I don't believe in any of this, I don't want to do any of this, I never did want to do any of it, he probably would have been ousted by the left. And we know that Jeremy Hunt has been advocating for schools closures all the way through. And we know that the National Education Union, by threatening these schools closures, has basically forced all 3 lockdowns. So if Boris had said, I don't believe in any of this, I don't want to do any of this, the likelihood is that the shrieking outcry from the media and the left would have been so immense that he would have been replaced by somebody like Hunt, possibly even by way of a coronation among his own party. So if you look at it from Boris's perspective, he may have concluded that I just have to survive. I have to get through this and keep trying to push back as best I can. Otherwise, I'm out, and this is it. This is going to go on forever with no hope of ever confronting it properly. I might be wrong about that, but it has the ring of truth.
It totally has the ring of truth. And it's important to explain these things as well, because sometimes people who are maybe not politically conscious, they think that a politician or a leader is making all the decisions. But when you're in a position, and I'm not making an excuse for Boris at all, but when you're in a position and you want to stay in that position, you have to look at all the sides that are up against you, and virtually like, how do I stay here? How do I keep my agenda going in some way? And there's all these forces that you've got to balance in some way. Just a shame if what you're saying is correct, and I think it does have the ring of truth. Then it's a great, it's a very bad reflection upon the nature of the British politics at the moment, and the extent to which the media and some of the public sector unions are basically keeping all of this going, and the way in which our elected politicians find themselves almost helpless in some ways against all of this. I do think, though, that there are politicians who are loving this, who actually think this is great, and I really believe in it. And Nicola Sturgeon, for example, is one of these people, and the entire Scottish executive as well. They all really believe that they're all going to die of Omicron unless they shut down all the nightclubs and pubs and everything else. And they're all going to die of a common cold. They all literally, I know that they believe that. They're not trying to like balance anything. They're true believers, you know. And the Scottish media, which inverted commas Scottish media is a joke at the best of times, and they'll just go along with whatever Nicola Sturgeon says. And the Scottish executives paying lots of money to the Scottish media as well to run these stupid adverts about how we're all, you know, gonna, you know, die if we don't wear a mask and walk backwards down the street or whatever. So there are politicians who are 100% committed to this because they believe it, and they're loving the power as well that it gives them, the stage that it gives them. But there are politicians that you would think would know better, and you have to question why are they doing it, and also the medical unions as well. You know, and how much do you know about them?
Yeah, I'll come to that. Just on the point about the different types of leader, you know, Sturgeon's like a cheerleader, isn't she? The ancient Greek philosophers knew that democracy might lead to mob rule, and that's essentially what's happened over the last couple of years. And what politicians like Sturgeon have done is sort of get out front with their pom-poms and start cheerleading the whole thing because they think they can get a bit of glory out of it. And I think that's been the norm really among politicians around the world. There's been a few tyrants who said we're not doing this and just refused to lock down. I think the Belarusian, is it Belarus is their president, they just refused to go along with it. In Sweden we had an interesting situation because Anders Tegnell basically had complete authority to make a decision, and so he was kind of impervious really, and just was able to make that decision without the political pressures that other leaders were subjected to. But Boris was an interesting case because I think he's the only leader worldwide who clearly never wanted to do this from the start but ended up doing it anyway. And it actually gives us an opportunity in this country to talk about the real dynamics of this, because everybody says, oh, it's fascism, it's global fascism, it's being driven by this conspiracy of leaders and they're all imposing a tyranny on people. But in England, that obviously wasn't the case. We can kind of break into it by showing that actually the drivers of this weren't necessarily governmental. It was distributed across the system, across the bureaucracy. And to come to your point about the medical unions, I don't know of any medical union at the start of March that kicked off publicly, although I can't believe they didn't kick off behind the scenes. I do know the TUC, which is a federation of unions in this country, on March the 16th, the afternoon of March the 16th, held a kind of webinar where they started asking the government to assemble a task force of unions to try to deal with this problem. And already at that point, they were asking for income supplementation from the government, the likes of which Rishi Sunak subsequently wheeled out. So, you know, bearing in mind that on the 16th, the government suddenly brought Ferguson into the picture out of the blue and said, oh, this is going to be there might be 500,000 deaths. It does seem a reasonable assumption that maybe this federation of unions really spooked the government badly into taking this drastic approach, which had gone against everything they'd advised us for the previous 2 weeks. So yeah, to conclude on that point, I mean the NHS is a behemoth. You know, 1.2 or 3 million workers, I think. I've hardly heard a single voice come out of the NHS opposing this madness. And at the end of the day, they're sort of holding the government, the country hostage because they provide our healthcare. And if they're going to refuse to provide healthcare unless certain deranged conditions are in place, what are we supposed to do about it? We can't reason with these people. We can't force them to do something that they collectively don't want to do. And then certainly one man, Boris Johnson, with almost zero support, wasn't in a position to be able to do that. So yeah, I mean, it's another indication really of just the unstoppable momentum of this public sector lunacy that's just kind of squashed everything before it.
Yes, exactly. Exactly, completely. Ian here, he says that he'd be interested in seeing Ben's opinion on something. Ian, what's that? Come to think of it, I'd be interested in Ben's opinion on the above. What was the above, Ian? Could you send us another message? Admin, could you look out for that as well if you see Ian coming back in on that? Tommy says you're speaking a lot of sense, Ben. Which is absolutely correct. That's we only have sensible people on our show, because there's too many words in the world. That's one of my phrases that I came up with. Too many words in the world. So if you're going to listen to words, they have to be sensible, clear, and concise. Otherwise, your brain just gets totally fried. Debbie says lots of sports people have died in the last few months. A good few reports said from short illness. Makes you wonder what caused them. Indeed, I've been noticing that as well, Debbie. And indeed. So, you know, often we look at this, and the question is, how is this going to end? How are we going to stop this? Because you know, they came up with this Omicron thing, right, which is, as far as most people can understand, is simply just another coronavirus, another virus normally known as the common cold that we would never give a special name to. But they've, like, you would literally think it was malaria or, you know, leprosy was sweeping the land. And so how are we going to... and this is going to happen every winter, because every winter, let's say November, December, January, February, there's cold. People, that's the period of time when all of us catch colds. And some of us catch, like, maybe, speaking personally, like, I have sniffles every winter for a week or two, and maybe every 4 or 5 years I'm like really hit badly. Maybe every 4 years I'm hit badly, where I'm like in bed for 3 or 4 days, like, and it's just horrible. You know, and I'm presuming, and I'm relatively fit, I'm presuming that's what it's like for most people. And that's always going to happen. For as long as mankind is on Earth, we're going to catch the common cold. But if we're going to lock down society for the common cold, I mean, I have this idea of this. What's really happened is that for some reason, intentionally or just the way that it has come about now, they've essentially weaponized the common cold. They've weaponized the common cold, and they're able, as a consequence of having weaponized it, to be able to create mass panic among people who don't seem to know any better, create crazy regulations, and as a consequence of these regulations, again, by accident or by design, they've now built a system of mass control. And so how is this going to end? It requires... I think it could end if enough public figures stood up and simply called bullshit on the whole thing, excuse my language. You know, prominent football players, pop stars, celebrities, for crying out loud, you know, and who had enough money to weather the storm that would undoubtedly come down upon them. And just start the conversation in society that, you know what, let's this is ridiculous. And I think there are a lot of people out there who think like you and I, but we've got no power to actually change the law. So and just another thing that occurs to me as well. Well, yeah, you go ahead and and tell me how you could imagine this coming to a conclusion, a positive one.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. You caught my attention with this remark about the celebrities, and I think it's not just the celebrities. I think it's a national conversation really, because what we've got to remember is that most people either wanted to be locked down or kept their heads down. Most people panicked, and what we really need to do is wind the clock right back to the beginning, even to Ferguson's mad prediction of 500,000 deaths, and say, just because the NHS is going to be overwhelmed, ought we to lock everybody in their houses for an indefinite period? And the answer to that question for me at the time was no, and it's still no. The NHS always has to ration healthcare. Like anyone running anything has to ration their time and energy to produce an outcome. That's just life.
Yeah.
So, when we have this concept of triage in the NHS, so even if there had been an absolutely devastating pandemic, I still think it would have been more wiser to have kept the economy open and allow people to take responsibility for sorting things out to some extent themselves in all of this. Of course, there's going to be a government role during a massive pandemic, but just locking everybody up and hoping that it'll sort the problem out was madness at the time, and it would be madness if it happened again. So I think we need to, the conversation, it needs to be led by celebrities, but it almost needs to be confessional in tone on the part of everybody in the country. People need to be able to say, we shouldn't go down this road again. We made a mistake. We sacrificed something extremely important, which was our rights, our freedoms, our capacity to take action, to deal with the situation, to look after each other, to look after our loved ones, to keep things going, to keep creating wealth. And throughout this crisis, we sacrificed all of that on a whim. And that's the confessional type of conversation I think we're going to need to have to get us out of this.
Yeah. A confessional. Yeah. What was the phrase that they use? In South Africa, they were trying reconciliation. Is that what they call it?
Yeah,
Maybe a treaty, a conference of reconciliation or treaty of reconciliation, or whatever the phrase is, where everybody says, "Well, I got it wrong. Forgive me," and everybody goes, "Yeah, we agree to forgive you."
I do think that's going to have to happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do think there's going to be people in positions of leadership that are going to come under scrutiny, and I think that's only right. If you could put yourself in a position of leadership, you've got to make the right decisions, and the leaders pretty much universally made the wrong decisions, and that you don't get paid 150 grand a year or whatever it is without coming under some scrutiny when you make a terrible decision, and that's only right. But we do need to sort of forgive as a sort of general principle, I think, in all of this as well.
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. Stephen says lockdown weakens our natural immunity to other diseases as well. That's true, and it prevents, like, children who are not, as I touched on earlier, children who are not getting exposed to coughs and colds from their classmates, and instead of living in some kind of sterile bubble, are going to grow up with weaker immune systems. I mean, I used to be a natural health therapist, and I have great confidence in the resilience of the natural immune system certainly for colds and flus and things like that. These are things that your immune system was built to survive. I'm not talking, of course, about extreme strange diseases that hit you, but colds and flus and so on. These are things that the human body is designed to deal with, and there has to be some kind of pain as a result of that. One of the most upsetting things for me during all of this has been the number of people who have exposed themselves as kind of hysterical. They obviously had some kind of tendency towards that, but they've really exposed themselves as being like Andrew Neil, for example. He obviously had a tendency in him that he was suppressing for many, many years, which was, just get the people to do what I tell them, and if they don't do what I say, then we're going to have to punish them. He obviously had that deep down, and somehow it's come to the surface now, because he feels that he's living in a social environment where he can just let that rip now. And a lot of people, there's this thing like deep down in them, it's like some kind of demon or whatever, is now coming out and manifesting. It's always been there, but now it feels free to actually express itself, even if it's just in foolish behaviour and hysterical fear of life. But it seems to have brought out that in some people, which is a great. It seems like a pity, but at least it's a learning experience when you realise how many people there are like that. You see them on Twitter, of course, all the time. And another thing is they all seem to be, this is the weirdest thing, you'll no doubt have an explanation for it in some way, but like the people who are skeptical of this, they all tend to be people who are also for Brexit. They also tend to be people who are for the union. They also tend to be, so there are people like myself and our supporters, and the people who are totally for lockdown, who totally invest entirely in the whole big pharma agenda. They're all the people who are Remainers. They're all the people who are for Scotland joining the EU again. They're all the people who love Nicola Sturgeon. They're all the Scottish nationalists. You'll very rarely find a British unionist, putting out tweets saying, wear your mask, you're endangering people. You'll basically never see a unionist saying that on Twitter. But you can go on any time of the day or night on Twitter and you'll see Scottish nationalists going, why can't these people wear masks? Why haven't they got the third booster jab? All this kind of stuff. It's all that political tendency that are for what's going on at the moment. And it's the other tendency that tends to be skeptical, if not actually opposed to it. It's the strangest thing, but you can just tell by looking at somebody's bio, I know what this guy's going to think on virtually everything.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, there are so many, but there's a kind of bullying streak in so many different ideologies at the moment. And ironically, the Brexiteer types, the British values type people, we're the ones who get told we're fascists and we're nasty and we're trying to impose our agenda on people, but we're not at all. There was a study done that showed that Brexiteers were more conscientious. I use the word Remoaners now because, not all Remainers were being bullies about it, but Remoaners certainly were. And
yes.
In my dealings with the SNP, I don't want to generalise, but I'm sure I'll probably have a sympathetic audience with you, but they do seem to be hostile, kind of fundamentally hostile. So these British values, it was always about self-control, stiff upper lip, taking responsibility. And people will say, "Oh, that's all selfish," but it's not. It's extremely benign to be able to keep hold of yourself in a crisis and try to do the right thing but off your own back. I mean, those are the values that we all subscribe to, and if those values had prevailed, we would never have descended into this madness. Never. So I can see why. I can see why you would go along with that as someone who's pro-union. It's a British thing fundamentally, I think.
I like that. I'm writing this down. I'm writing this down because that's a profound thought. Because I remember when all this kicked off, I had a conversation with one of the AFFG team who was designing some graphics for social media, and this person comes up and goes, well, how about a keep calm and carry on? Mm-hmm. And because that's, as you're saying, that's harking back to the whole stiff upper lip British value thing, and the whole keep calm and carry on is about level-headedness and continuing just to get through it and ultimately prevail. And then we were like, yeah, that's really good, but hang on a minute, no, we can't use that because the world is literally falling apart around ourselves and nobody's listening to that message. Nobody's listening to it. I mean, we put it out, keep calm and carry on, but we realised that we were talking to ourselves at that particular time because the world and the country just seemed to be going hysterical, which was again a wake-up call, and we're like, oh, crikey, we were not expecting this. And I put that down to just the sheer panic that the mass media was generating. I mean, just huge panic everywhere you looked, and still is, of course. Every newspaper is promoting panic. Every bus stop poster is promoting panic. Every video, every government message on Twitter or YouTube is promoting panic, 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 die, die, die. And everybody is like, oh no. And people like ourselves who understand how propaganda works and who understand politics and so on can see it's so obvious. It's so obvious. But for a lot of people, they believe it because they don't think that people would panic them unnecessarily. They don't see that.
I do. I think that all these things are connected. I mean, once you get a grip of yourself, you can then analyse a situation objectively. You can be realistic about a situation. And when you start being realistic about a situation, you can sort of start having realistic discussions with the people around you. You can have reasonable discussions. And so all of us who did have enough self-control to be able to sort of rise above this panic, we were there trying to be reasonable about it and objective about it and saying, look, there's no need to worry. And let's remember, we were told this by Boris Johnson and his science advisors. We were told it would be a mild disease for most people. We were told even for most vulnerable people it would still be a mild disease. But once people had just lost any sense of self-control and the hysteria took over, we were really banging our heads against a brick wall, trying to be realistic and reasonable and objective about this stuff. It was hopeless, really. I mean, we're getting there very, very gradually, but it's been a painful process.
That's right. That's right. Ben, thank you so much for this chat. We've talked for longer than we intended, which I'm very pleased about. Lots of good comments coming in there about it, and people have enjoyed very much listening. I just want to leave a final word to Debbie. Debbie says, all these companies that have brought out products that kill germs haven't helped. In my day, playing out eating dirt helped our immune system to combat germs. That's so true. That's so true. I mean, I was brought up, had a lovely upbringing, and grew up on a farm. And I mean, the farms are just like blood, death, dirt, disease, the whole thing. I got through it. Maybe that's why I've got such a strong immune system. I don't know. Anyway, I would say to people, Ben, are you working on anything at the moment? I know you've got several books which can be bought at benirvine.co.uk. Are you working on anything at the moment that you want to talk about?
Thanks. Yeah, actually, my website, Google might tell you it's got a virus. I think so. Just be a little bit wary of my website at the moment. But my books are all available on Amazon. I've written four books and a mini book. You can also follow me on Twitter. The handle is @benirvineauthor. I'm producing more videos at the moment. I'm sort of in full-on campaign mode with this stuff. So follow me on Twitter and keep abreast of everything.
Right. Our admin has got a couple of links. One's to a video that you did, a 20-minute video about the unions, and the other is to a large essay that you did, a major piece as well. So we'll put those links out there on Twitter and on Facebook as well. And I just want to say thank you very much, Ben, for your time. And I think we have definitely got through these 40 minutes, and we're older and we're also wiser. So thanks.
Thank you.
We'll be having programs usually every week next year as well. So we'll definitely get you back and to talk about any of your latest material or your latest thoughts, which I'm sure you'll have many of. So thank you very much. More power to your elbow, Ben, and have a lovely day.
Thanks. Best
Take
of
care.
luck. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Cheers. There you go. That's the great Ben Irvine, author, philosopher, sage, and wise man on Twitter. Please do give him a follow if you're on Twitter. Now, my admin said to me that if you press the Leave Studio, which is the red button there, down at the bottom, there he goes, that I forgot the second question. Now, the second question is based on this day in British history, and we have got 20 minutes before our next guest. So today's the 11th of December. Today is the 11th of December, and in a minute I'll just show you what the prize is for the second question. Yes, the prize is, well, it's a guardsman Lego figure, a guardsman's Lego figure. I'll show you that in a minute after I've spoken about this day in British history. Yes, 11th of December 1936 was the day that Edward the Eighth abdicated. He abdicated. He had written his abdication paper the day before, and on the 11th it was given effect by an Act of Parliament. And 1936 was the year of the Three Kings, as it's called, because his father George V passed away, and being the eldest son, it passed to Edward VIII. But as I say, he officially abdicated today, and it passed to George VI. And, you know, maybe that was just as well, because George VI, when he died, it passed to his eldest daughter, which of course is Her Majesty the Queen. So maybe it was meant to be. And Edward VIII said, "I have found it impossible to carry out the heavy burden of responsibility and to discharge the duties of king as I would wish to do, without the help and support of the woman I love." And of course that was Wallis Simpson, and he couldn't marry her unless he abdicated. And as I say, maybe that was for the best, because that meant the new king was his younger brother George VI, and from him we got his daughter, Queen Elizabeth, who has been amazing, and long may she reign. And we've got all the kings and queens since the Glorious Revolution pictured here in our glorious British Christmas cards. Wishing you a glorious British Christmas. And we use the word glorious because it's the Glorious Revolution. The kings and queens from the Glorious Revolution, beginning with Mary and William, going right round back to Her Majesty the Queen. And these are free for Union supporters. So if you're a Union supporter already, that is to say, if you're a monthly donor, send us an email and we will get a pack of 5 free in the post to you. But they're also available to buy at our website shop. So the prize for the question, which will be announced shortly, is this Guardsman Lego figure. And again, that's only available, that's exclusive, that's only available from Hamley's toy shop. You can't just get this in a normal Lego store. Okay, so this is a Guardsman. We've got a Guardsman here as well. There you go. Give us a salute. Boom. He ducked there. He thought somebody was shooting at him. He's going to give us a salute. Boom. Thank you, sir. Thank you. He can be yours if you answer the next question correctly and send your answer to contact@aforceforgood.uk. And it's a straightforward question. On this day, 11th of December 1936, which British king abdicated? Send your answer in, and the first person on the button will get Big Steve, the Scots Guardsman, along with a wee book, a 40-page magazine, and a Union Heart badge. Good stuff. Good. Well, our next guest is coming up at 2 o'clock. Let me just check my schedule here. My show flow. I've got it all written out. Before our guest, who is Will Podmore, author of Capability: Britain for a Country That Works. And also Brexit, the Road to Freedom. And this is going to be the prize for the third question. So, yeah, before I mention that I'll mention the prize, the question for question 3 will come at the end of Will's interview. That's the way that works. Excellent. Now I'm just going to send the link to Will so he can come in. Now, Will Podmore has written several books, an extremely interesting character, and he's been a Brexiteer all his life. A Brexiteer all his life, and somebody who's very creative about things as well. You know, he doesn't just say that he's a Brexiteer. He actually comes up with things that can be done, to actually to make these things happen in a way that a lot of authors don't do. You know, so he's really something. Now I'm trying to find something here. Do you know what I'm going to have to do while I try to find this? I'm going to play a video which is going to be related to Scotland and Brexit. And this was a thing that we put together last year. I hope that you enjoy it. And this just sets the tone for the Brexit section. Let me share it while I contact my colleague. Sorry about the picture that comes up initially. Yes. As I say, sorry about the picture that comes up initially. There we go. That was a wee video that won. Oh, hang on. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so I've alerted my colleague who will be coming in at the top of the hour at 3 o'clock. Now, I'm going to be speaking about, is Brexit in danger? Is Brexit in danger? And our colleague certainly knows whether it is or not, because he's written several books on that subject. Well, do you think Brexit is in danger? You know, when Brexit happened, it was essentially a revolution. It was a revolution of the people. The establishment, the system did not expect that it was going to happen. The media did not expect it. The politicians did not expect it, and they did not want it. Here in Scotland, out of 129 MSPs, there was only 5, perhaps 6, who actually wanted Britain to leave the European Union. In Westminster, there was a greater proportion of MPs who wanted Britain to leave. Indeed, Scotland was the least representative parliament in the British Isles as far as wanting us to leave the EU was concerned. There was a couple of Labour people and there were 3 Tories who wanted us to leave, and that was it here in Scotland. But still, as that video pointed out, but still over 1 million people in Scotland voted to leave, despite having no public figures speaking for us, despite having no newspapers that supported us, despite not seeing any prominent people on the television talking and making the argument for us to leave. And so it was remarkable that over 1 million people in Scotland voted, a good proportion of which, I should also add, were Scottish National Party supporters. Some people say that up to a third of SNP members actually voted for Brexit, for Britain to leave the European Union. So we had an interview with, I see our guest is backstage now. We'll be bringing our guest in just 7 minutes time. We had an interview with a Danish newspaper back in October 2018, and they had come to us to ask us why is it that Scotland, didn't vote the way that England voted. And one of the points that we made very clearly to them was, of course, because nobody up here was supporting. No politicians and no media were essentially supporting the idea. And people can only vote upon what they know about, and if the media is keeping it quiet. We wrote an article, Scotland and the EU debate. It's on our website, and we pointed out that if nobody's actually making the case for leaving the European Union, then nobody's going to vote for it, are they? Because there's only so many of us who are self-motivated, who are going to find out the truth for ourselves. And the other important thing to realise as well, and Will Podmore covers this in his book Capability Britain, is that we are talking here, we're not just talking about 4 separate nations, we're talking about one nation, the United Kingdom. And that's how it's seen, and that's how we voted. We didn't, and other people have pointed this out to me as well, we didn't vote for Scotland to stay in or leave the European Union. The ballot paper said, should the United Kingdom leave? So everybody who went to the polling station on that day, they voted on the question of whether the United Kingdom should leave or stay, not whether Scotland or England or Northern Ireland or Wales separately should stay or leave. They were casting a British-wide vote as a British citizen, not as particularly a Scot or a Northern Irishman or a Welsh or Englishman. They were casting it as a British citizen, a British-wide vote for the United Kingdom per se. And so we left as the United Kingdom because we are a unitary state. And as we pointed out in our recent magazine here, if Britain had been a federal state at that stage, you know, it's very likely that that vote would have broken us up. We write, we held together after the Brexit vote, even though majorities in Scotland and Northern Ireland voted to remain, exactly because we are a unitary state, not a federal state. If we had been a federal state, then it is likely that the Brexit vote would have already seen Scotland break away. So that's so important to understand the nature of the United Kingdom as a constitutional unitary state. That on these Britain-wide things, we vote as one and we agree to go along with the result. Whatever the regions or the counties or the towns or the cities or the component nations may have voted, we're all one together within that unitary state, and we accept the view of our compatriots throughout the UK on it. So we always say Scotland didn't vote to stay in the EU. The United Kingdom voted to leave. That was the question. That was the question on the ballot paper. And I'm just going to bring in Will now, and we can talk more about his written work and his books. An unusual book, Capability Britain for a Country That Works, because it has a very pleasing historical sweep to it from a particular point of view, and then it goes into some practical things that can be done for the United Kingdom. So I'm going to bring in Will at the moment. I'm just going to bring him in right now. Hello, Will.
Hello, Alistair.
Great to see you. You're coming across loud and clear. That's fantastic.
Good.
Well, we're giving your book here a good plug. Capability Britain for a Country That Works. And what I'd like to do in the next 25 minutes or so is talk about, firstly, what inspired you to write this book, and then we'll get into some of the more nitty-gritty elements of the actual content of it. So you have previously written this book, Brexit, The Road to Freedom. Can you tell us, firstly, what's the difference between the two?
The Brexit book was written very much during the campaign across Britain, preparatory to the 2016 referendum. And as you pointed out so accurately, in 2014, the good people of Scotland voted to stay in Britain, and therefore in 2016 we, as a single nation in a single united referendum, voted, and then we chose as a united nation to leave the European Union, and that majority decision is what counts, because, as I say, the 2014 referendum was vital in order to enable us to have a single, not a federal referendum. We didn't have 4 different referendums organised by 4 different entities. We had a single united referendum in 2016, and the Brexit book was very much a matter of drawing on the experiences of campaigners during that 2016 referendum campaign. The more recent book is looking forward to what we can do now as a united, independent country. We've taken our decisions, we've had the referendums, we should now move on. We should put those behind us. We made our majority decisions in each case, and we should now move forward to creating for our people, for all of us, and all of us should take a hand in this, I think, to create a united, prosperous, successful, and independent country. And hopefully, in both books some ideas about what we can do to assure a better future, because that's what we all want, English, Welsh, Scottish, whatever religion, whatever class background, whatever occupation, we all have a common interest in the welfare and the future well-being of our beloved country.
Absolutely, I love that. Prosperous, united, and successful country. That's what we need to be looking at. And well done for bringing your thoughts together in all of this. And quite a bit of this is, maybe, I don't know how much, maybe half of it or thereabouts, has got a historical view. How do you see the historical view, which is global, I might add, is a sort of global historical view? How do you see that coming together? Why did you include it in the book? Do you see it as an important philosophical thing to grasp before you get into more nitty-gritty policies?
Yes, I think it's very important that we know and appreciate the history of our country. It's a unique entity. Every country is unique, but Britain has such a remarkable history, such a wonderful history, such a innovative and pioneering history in so many ways. The early development of democracy, the Magna Carta, the development of a single unified state with a single monarchy, an incredible set of achievements. The Industrial Revolution, the great Enlightenment we had. People talk about the European Enlightenment as if we never had one. And they talk about the Scottish Enlightenment. Of course, Scotland had a wonderful Enlightenment. It wasn't alone at the time. There was quite a lot going on in other parts of Britain at the time. So, you had the Staffordshire Potters, Josiah Wedgwood. He was part of that great Industrial Revolution, which went hand in hand with the great Enlightenment and the scientific developments of that period. So when we look at the history of our country, we see how vital it has always been that we've had a single united industrial structure, we've had a single united political structure, and that has enabled us to be remarkably successful and, as I say, pioneering and innovative. The number of Nobel Prize winners, the number of patents our people have created, the pioneering success of the great Industrial Revolution, the worldwide influence our institutions have had, our remarkable record of cultural, literary, artistic achievement. I mean, it's all wonderful, and we should celebrate all these great achievements of our people.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I like just the way that you've done that, and we might even take a wee clip of that and put that up in time. Just emphasising all the good points and the remarkable stuff that, especially during its day and age as well, was doubly remarkable in many ways, because not all of the, even Europe was doing the sort of things that we were able to be doing. And of course, here in Scotland, things really started to get on the move as well after 1707, after the actual parliamentary union. That's when the so-called Scottish Enlightenment came about, and it's when the Industrial Revolution throughout the United Kingdom really started to move. And that was because the political circumstances were such that you could have Scotsmen like James Watt joining up with Matthew Bolton from Birmingham, and the economy was a joint economy, and so they were able to get their steam engines and their things like that manufactured, which then helped to create modernity as we understand it today.
Yes.
And so, so I really like that that historical view of things, the grand narrative, as they say. I like that on that sort of thing. So definitely, if people check out Capability Britain, then they will definitely get a story that they won't have heard necessarily before, all brought together in one. As it says on the back here, this book looks at the long rise of democracy in Britain, including the American struggles for independence and against secession and slavery, then at the 20th century's revolutions and counter-revolutions. It urges us to revitalise our industries and develop our energy supplies, to invigorate our public services, to support our industries, farms and fishermen. Well, hooray to that, absolutely. Other chapters examine the treasured contributions of Scotland and Wales to our union and stress the importance of the Scottish people's emphatic vote in the 2014 referendum to stay in Britain. It also examines the 2016 EU referendum and shows that Leave voters voted for the principle that decisions about Britain should be taken here. The final chapters look ahead to what we can achieve now that we have left the EU. We can make our own decisions and plan for an independent future. We the people have to rebuild Britain. We the people have to assert control. I like that emphasis on the people as well, because too often we're thinking about the politicians, and you can look at the politicians and you can think, oh my goodness me, there's no hope. But if you always remember, at the end of the day, it's the people who themselves can mobilise and make positive change happen. But you spoke there about revitalising and developing our energy supplies. What are your thoughts at the moment of the whole COP26 move to what might be called green energy? Do you have any? Does your book deal with that at all?
Yes, I think we all appreciate the need for developing the energy resources which we're so fortunate to have in this country and in our offshore areas. We just got the Cambo oil field, and that can be a real asset to us. Do we want to rely for our oil and gas supplies on the generosity of President Putin and the beneficence of Xi Jinping? Or do we want to develop our own resources? I think very strongly that we need to be as self-reliant as we possibly can in terms of energy, so that no foreign power can turn off the gas tomorrow or turn off our energy supplies tomorrow. We need to develop the resources we have, oil and gas, and not close them down. Even if you think there should be a much more green economy in the future, we're not on the verge of it now. We need to cope with the transition period. It's all very well saying to people, oh, in 10 years' time, we'll have a wonderful green economy powered entirely by wind and solar. But how do we get to that period? And what do we build the wind turbines out of? We build them out of chocolate, out of raffia. We have to have steel to make the turbines. You have to have coal to produce the steel. So therefore, in any conceivable transition to a green economy or a more renewable economy, we need still to have our coal and oil and gas resources used, and also our nuclear power, for which, again, we shouldn't be relying on China to kindly build it for us. We should be relying on our own people's abilities to develop these energy resources. We're much safer when we develop our own energy resources, which, as I say, we're very fortunate in having. Energy prices in the West now are 4 or 5 times energy prices in China and India, because governments in the West have too quickly moved to close down our cheap and reliable gas-fired power stations and tried to replace them with far more expensive and far more unreliable wind and solar power, all in a mistaken belief that this will somehow save the planet. Yeah. Well, we need to ensure that our people have warm houses, that our industries have regular, reliable, secure sources of energy in order to keep them going. And industries are vital to the future. And that's one of the emphases I tried to make in the book, is that we have a wonderful history of industry and industrial revolution, industrial creativity. But we can use this to build a much more prosperous and more fair and more secure future for our people.
Yes. Oh, just wise words, Will. And it's just a catastrophe that you're not the energy minister, because as it happens, in yesterday's paper, this is the Glasgow Herald here, and that's a kind of tragic picture, really. It's of a stack the iconic 600-foot chimney at Longannet, Scotland's last remaining coal-fired power station. Well, it closed in 2016 and they've been demolishing it ever since, but they left the chimney up. And then it was Nicola Sturgeon who actually pressed the button to demolish it. And she made it look like this was a great noble thing that she had done. And she said something that made my kind of stomach a bit kind of sick, actually, about how this was basically a milestone, and how she's not quoted there. It was on her Twitter. I'll just pull it up. But it made me sick to my stomach, actually, when she said it. And just scrolling down here to find it. But it was. She thought, look at me, aren't I brilliant? I'm ending Scotland's reliance on coal and we're not going to touch coal again, without realising that, goodness me, Scotland's built on coal. I mean, everything that we have, all our houses and all the industry and so on, as you just said, depend upon coal. How are you going to get make steel if you don't have coal? What she's basically saying is, we'll just import it from China. We'll let them do all the coal stuff in future.
Yes, it'll be dirtier coal. It'll be produced in less decent conditions environmentally and for the unfortunate miners. And also, then it'll incur huge emission costs because it has to be transported all the way from China to Britain. It doesn't make sense environmentally, never mind in terms of the industrial capacity of our country. It's extraordinary.
This is the person who's actually running the country, and this is the tweet. She goes, quote, "The demolition of the Longannet chimney today marks the definitive end of coal power and then she puts up a wee saltire flag, a transition that the rest of the world needs to accelerate for the sake of the planet." And as I said earlier, okay, for the sake of the planet, you could, what a nebulous phrase, for the sake of the planet. I mean, you could do anything. Margaret Thatcher missed a trick, as I actually said on Twitter yesterday. She should have said, I'm closing all these coal stations, but it's for the sake of the planet. It's for the sake of the planet. And everybody gone, oh, okay, for the sake of the planet. That's okay then. That's okay. And then we get the chief executive of what's called Scottish Power, but it should actually be Scottish Weakness, or Scottish Chilled Homes or something like that, said blah blah blah. We're proud to show the world that Scotland has already made coal history. Okay, so that's somebody who's the head of Scottish Power, chief executive. I'm not even going to look at what he's on paid per year, but it will be no doubt more than the gross national product of a small country.
Yes,
who's actually welcoming the end of one of the best ways of generating power that's known to man, and especially one of the best ways of keeping houses warm and keeping the lights on. That Longannet power station, when it was going, it provided enough electricity for 2 million homes. Okay, then basically the entire Central Belt powered by one station. As I said earlier, imagine how many wind turbines you would need to power the entire energy needs of the Central Belt. Scotland's not even big enough for it.
Yeah.
So we are, and you are, with these wise words. You're putting these wise words out, and they're so necessary. But we're really up against it as far as the ignorance of our present political class is concerned. Do you see any hope on the horizon?
Well, I think there's a lot of capacity for improvement, shall we say. I mean, the glory and the destruction of an energy resource is very peculiar. But it could be noted also that Thatcher was one of the first people to leap onto the green bandwagon very early on. So, she did miss a trick. She could have just said, yes, we should prefer dole, not coal, for the sake of the planet. But what is the planet if not the people? I mean, what counts? We don't want to have a dead planet circling a dying sun. We want to have a a thriving planet with people on it who are actually improving lives for each other, and that's what we would have. But if you have zero energy, you get zero industry, and also zero warm homes, and therefore you get very large numbers of old people in particular dying. That's what the prospect is going to be, I think. I mean, the SNP used to have a good slogan. It was a very clever and appealing slogan. It's Scotland's oil. Now, what are they saying? They're saying it's nobody's oil. Never, ever is there to be oil again for anybody.
Yeah.
Obviously not coal either. And gas, well, who needs gas, And of course, they're closed down the prospect of any nuclear power stations as well. So they're going to be relying imminently entirely on wind and solar, which, as everybody knows, is intermittent, unreliable, also rather expensive. And as I said, the whole planning for wind turbines is incoherent because you need to have steel to make the turbines, coal to make the steel. The one,
that's such a good point that never gets properly. I mean, most people, of course, not being cynical really, but many people go through life, they don't know how a wind turbine's built, and they go, oh yeah, you make it out of metal. But then that's where it ends. They don't go, how do you make that metal? Where does that come from? It needs heat. Oh, how does the heat generated? Oh, by wind turbines. Oh, but we haven't built the wind turbine yet. Oh, right, so it's going to have to come from coal. It's just, so many people don't see it. And you mentioned, what would we have? A dying planet circulating the sun. There are some people from a kind of green tendency who do, I believe, they're a bit anthropomorphic. Is that the word? They don't actually like humans. They see humans as a problem for the planet, and they'd probably be quite happy if there was no humans left, except them. It's okay for them to still be left, but the rest of us, we're just going to have to take our chances. And there are people, and I'm going to say it, they're making the rules in Scotland right now, who do take a kind of anthropomorphic line on it. There's also another strange thing that I may as well say as well, that's not properly brought out, but which is a psychological thing. And it was only brought really home to me at the weekend when I read an extraordinarily bizarre article in the Sunday National by this guy Christopher Silver, who's talking about various ways that the SNP and the Yes people can win. And what's it say? Yes side can find purpose and draw upon a history of female occupation of factories, which is an interesting argument from the point of view of a sort of working class history. But he goes on and he implies that there are people in academia, and it's a kind of feminist ideology, I think, who see heavy industry, such as coal, steel, shipbuilding, as male-dominated, and who basically don't like that. I mean, he's actually criticising Jimmy Reid here for his memorial slogan, we don't only build ships on the Clyde, we build men. And it's clear that this author doesn't like the fact that heavy industry is put within that kind of genderised context. And so it wouldn't surprise me if people like Nicola Sturgeon are like, let's get rid of coal, let's get rid of steel, let's get rid of shipbuilding, because that's all the stuff that the men do. She's barmy enough to actually there's obviously barmy enough to follow that kind of feminist ideology. And he claims that it wasn't radical, that Jimmy Reid wasn't radical because women weren't involved. That sort of thing, which is just kind of ridiculous because, of course, women were involved, although they weren't making the ships at the time. So all of that says there's nothing more ridiculous than the ideas that academics will come up with and make a living out of. But I tried to get to the bottom of why is Nicola Sturgeon and her crew so opposed to the heavy industry that a few years ago people like Alex Salmond and others would have supported. Because from a national sense, which you've articulated very well, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So is there something else psychological going on? I mean, for her to actually come out and say that she's against the Cambo oil field when, as you say, it's Scotland's oil, that makes no real coherent sense to me, because from a position of just getting votes, it's a vote winner. She could stand up there and go, it's Scotland's oil, you're not getting the Cambo oil field.
Yeah.
But now she's given up on it, and it wouldn't surprise me, and I would advocate that the British government just go in and take it anyway, and leave her on the sidelines. But will the British government do it? Who knows? Who knows?
That's not something you can rely on at the moment, I'm afraid. No, it's
Well, talking about that, I mean, how do you see Brexit going? Do you have any fears for it under the present political dispensation? I mean, you fought for Brexit all your life. You must
Yes.
look around at the moment and be concerned.
I think a lot of us thought when we voted in 2016 and when we woke up the next morning and found out what the result was, that we would be out fairly soon. But we know quite well that the Theresa May government was headed by Remainers, people who were totally enthusiastic about the EU, and they didn't want to carry out the actual majority decision. So they messed up around for 3 years, confused things, made life very difficult, and didn't take advantage of any of the opportunities that were opening up. So they really, really messed it up. Then now we've had the terrible misfortune of this drastic and horrible COVID pandemic, which has quite rightly in many ways absorbed people's attention and the government's attention. So they've taken their eye off the ball about Brexit. But it is worrying that they didn't seize the advantages, because it was never just about altering the constitution, but it was also about giving us the opportunity to make progress. And we know that the kind of constitutional tinkering that the SNP love, the evolution or more plans of federalism and all the rest of it, do nothing except bring strife and division. What we do need to have is genuine projects of infrastructure, of a genuinely national British health service, of a British rail, of national energy plans, of a British central bank, a Bank of Britain, we should call it, not just the Bank of England. It's always been a British bank for Britain, but it's always had the historical baggage of having the wrong name. So that's confused people. But
Yes.
we do need to move forward on the big projects which will actually unite people, and working together, actually physically working to produce things. It may be male dominated in terms of, the actual personnel doing some of the really arduous work, but they're supported by, the rest of the people of the country when they're doing something useful.
Oh yeah, that's these heavy industries. They have a whole raft of other industries that come from that research, scientific research, service industries, legal and admin industries. Everything. If you have a big infrastructure project,
Exactly.
then everybody benefits at all levels of society, because
Exactly
and
right.
money filters in and filters down.
Exactly. Yep,
And-
they have these huge knock-on effects which bring benefit to everybody. If the chap's got a job, well then, everybody he's in contact with benefits because of that job. He's
That's
bringing
right.
money into wherever he is, into his home, into his community, and so forth. He can then spend money on other goods and other services, which will help to create, welfare for people as a whole.
That's right, and that's something that for many years the politicians have ignored as well. Because if you spend money on, let's say building a ship, and we cover this in Do More Together here when we talk about the Royal Fleet auxiliary ships, which is just an example of what I'm going to talk about here, is that Royal Navy ships for security reasons are built in British shipyards, whereas hitherto the Royal Fleet Auxiliary, which is not actually part of the Royal Navy, it's a merchant, part of the merchant marine, they are built abroad because they're quote unquote cheaper. Well, let's just say the cost of the ship is £100 million. If you give that £100 million to South Korea, what that means is all that money circulates in South Korea. It goes into South Korean industries. It goes into the pockets of South Korean services, South Korean research and development. So, I mean, it might be cheaper, numerically wise, but you literally lose £100 million of your money and you give it to another country. Whereas if you pay it, if it costs £120 million to build it in Britain, that's £120 million which continues to circulate forever in the United Kingdom. You know,
exactly. I mean, if I should be something minister or other, I think you should be the chancellor. You know, it's like, you know, that just makes so much sense.
Yes,
you know,
yes.
it works. That's how the country developed. Every country that developed did it by looking after its industries. America did too, and people sometimes forget this. But America had a very protectionist policy. Protection of your people. That sounds like quite a decent thing to do, you know, to protect your people, protect the jobs, make sure that money circulates within your own country, and that you're not making Saudi princes even richer, or South Korean billionaires even into trillionaires or whatever. You know, it's like, it makes a lot of sense to keep the money on the island, you know.
That's right. Absolutely. So, yeah, as far as what do you think is the biggest risk at the moment? Do you see a risk to Brexit? Do you ever think Brexit could, in a terrible situation, be reversed in some way?
I don't rule it out. I think it's a threat. It's up to us to make sure it doesn't become any stronger. There are forces within this country still totally unreconciled to having lost in 2016, as indeed in Scotland there are some unreconciled to having lost in 2014, and indeed some who are not quite reconciled to the fact that they lost in 1745. But, you know, let's not go too far back. But the thing is, you know, how do we move forward? We have to, I think, commit to our independence, but also to be on good terms with EU members. We seek cooperation, not confrontation, but unfortunately at the moment, the EU seems to be determined to create confrontation, not cooperation. But we do need to insist that, for example, as Alistair said, you know, that we build our own ships, that we build the ferries we need in Scotland and in other parts of the country as well. We build them in our shipyards, not offer them straight away to shipyards in South Korea or Sweden or anywhere else. You know, we need to be focusing on moving forward in a positive way.
Yes.
We need to move on from the divisions of the past. I don't want to dwell on the referendums. We need to put those behind us. We've had them. Okay, that's it. So we don't need to. We should try very hard not to still refer to people as Remainers and Leavers and whatever, or
absolutely
separatists and unionists even. But we should try to unite as many people as possible going forward to build this future that I see for the country, which is within our grasp, actually. That's the exasperating thing. But as I say, the COVID horror has distracted us for so long. But one of the great achievements of the whole country was to develop very swiftly the industry with the capacity to create all these vaccines and then to roll out a very successful vaccine program. By comparison, I'm afraid the EU didn't cover itself in glory on this front at all. But, you know, we can and should do far more, I think, now to, you know, export these vaccines to people across the world. And you know, when this is possible, it should be done. We should really make an effort to do that, to show that we are taking up our responsibilities in a generous and humane and friendly manner to the peoples of other countries. We don't seek to be isolated and a poor little offshore island. We've always had a worldwide influence for good, and we should continue to move along that path, I think.
That's global Britain. We've always been a global nation, and we're now getting back to what's been our destiny all along. We're trading with 197 countries worldwide, rather than just 27 in the EU. That makes far more. And we still trade with the 27 in the EU, but we're free to make to trade with absolutely everybody. No, that's some good points. that you've made there, and in many ways the present COVID situation it's almost like being an excuse for those politicians who don't want to engage with Brexit. Let's just talk about this instead of doing the more controversial stuff as far as British independence is concerned. But they're still out there, and here in Scotland, of course, we've got a Scottish National Party which is committed at every moment and turn. It says that we've got to get back into the EU, because apparently we've got more in common with the EU than we do with our neighbours, 40 miles down the road, which is just completely ridiculous. Just to end on some statistics regarding that, in 2019, for which the last figures are available, of Scotland's entire export trade leaving the Scottish boundary line, basically 60% went to the rest of the United Kingdom, approximately 19% to the EU, and 21% to the rest of the world. So if, God forbid, if Scotland were ever to be independent, and if somehow they managed to get us back into the EU, which I really doubt that they would, because I don't think people would be up for that nonsense, but imagine if they did, and then we're tied into the single market, which means that that's 60% of our trade, which flows seamlessly to England, Wales and Northern Ireland at the moment. Well, relatively seamlessly. There's problems, of course, with the Northern Irish boundary line, but that would be heavily compromised. So we do far more trade. We do at least 3 times the trade with the rest of the UK than we do with the EU. So economically, it's on its face, it's absurd to imagine that we've got a better economic future by rejoining the EU, when in fact we could stay part of the United Kingdom and be part of that British engine, which gives us the benefits of association, which we wouldn't enjoy if we were out there on our own, stuck in with the rest of the EU, because there is a multiplying effect on everything that Scotland does. If we're part of the United Kingdom, everything is multiplied better, more times, especially the economy and so on. But on that thought, you and I will just wait for the telephone call from number 10 to... If it looks like there might be a reshuffle, you can be the Energy Minister, I'll be the Chancellor of the Exchequer. We would set things right very quickly, but we'd have to work with the civil service. The civil service would be going, is that Will Podmore who wrote Capability Britain? Some ideas in there that are too good. We don't want them. Anyway, thank you very much, Will, for your time. That was a really good conversation, and more power to your elbow. Well done for producing these books.
Thank you very much. Can I just finish by praising magnificent work that you and your members and the supporters of A Force for Good do? We really appreciate this. You've been quoting from various Scottish publications. This is the publication that people should be reading. It's absolutely magnificent.
Thank you.
Magnificent. So thank you all so much, all of you who've helped and supported the great cause of the unity and independence of our wonderful country.
Beautifully put, and thank you, Will. Thank you. I'll say goodbye now, and have a lovely weekend.
Thank you very much.
See you again.
It's been a pleasure,
right.
as always.
Goodbye.
Good luck.
That's Will Podmore. Now, we'll put up a link to his book, Capability Britain. We'll put up a link. We'll put that out on Facebook and also out on Twitter as well. Please. That's good. Now, if you just click the Leave Studio, which is the little red button at the bottom of the browser, Will. There you go. So, good. Now, Will held up and I'm very pleased that he did. They held up Do More Together, which is our magazine. We'll put out a link to that as well. Do More Together. You can buy that for a £5, or if you are a union supporter, you get it free of charge. Just request it at our email. Now, my admin brought it to my attention that I did not mention the winner of the last competition, and the question was, who abdicated on this day in 1936? And the answer, of course, was Edward VIII. Edward VIII there, shown in full Highland regalia. Now we'll just put up the winner of that. Just now, there's the winner, Thomas Mowat. Well done, Tommy. Well done, Tommy. You win. You win the Lego Guardsman, who'll be marching your way very shortly, along with Union Heart, the wee book, and a badge. And if you have any of these publications, feel free to give one to a friend or send it to your local MP or an opinion former as well. It's entirely up to you. Stephen says, well done, Thomas. And Tommy says, thank you so much. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good. Well, let me just prepare my notes here. What's the time? 20 minutes time we will have our fourth guest, who is just another wonderful guest, Chris Brett, who is the vice chairman of the Nelson Society, and we're going to be talking with Chris about wokeism. We'll just bring that banner down at the moment, about wokeism, because it's a very clear problem for the Nelson Society as well, because Nelson, great British hero, is being attacked, and we're going to be speaking about that. So I'm going to just take a 5-minute break, but before I do that, I'm going to put up some YouTube links. And what shall I play for you just now? Do you know what I'm going to do? Yes, here's a good one to play. No, actually I'm going to play this one. Faces of Scottish Nationalism. This was a good one that was put together by a colleague in the team. And there's this that's a bit loud. Let me bring that down. And let's share it. And I'll be back shortly with ready for the next section. This is basically a compilation of the Scottish separation marches in 2019. Let's play this.
The man and woman of the First Brigade, Scotland's premier street campaigning pro-UK organisation.
TikTok. If you want to watch, the interviews, you need to be on youtube.com/UK A Force for Good. So it's less than optimal on TikTok because you're not actually seeing the video. We're back, folks, and that was a video that we actually produced back in 2019. One of our fantastic video designer did that for us, and we need to do one for 2021. We did also one for 2020. We need to do one for 2021. We'll do that in the next week or so. Great. Well, before I go any further, let me ask you the question for question number 3. And this question is, we've just interviewed Will Podmore. He's got a new book out. What is the name of his new book? And send that to contact@aforceforgood.co.uk, please. Send that to there. What's Will Podmore's new book? Now, the winner will be the first person to send to contact@aforceforgood.uk, and they'll get a copy of Will's last book, which was Brexit, The Road to Freedom. Okay, so that's the prize for the next question, which is, what is Will Podmore's new book called? And in addition to this, of course, you'll get a copy of Union Heart. You'll get a wee book, and you'll get a badge. So we'll announce the winner of that just before 4 o'clock, and if my admin can remind me to do that, please. Thanks very much. Okay. So our guest at 4 o'clock is going to be Chris Brett, and he is the vice chairman of the Nelson Society. Now, this is a society that's been going for a while, and they produce a lot of good literature, and they're at the forefront of researching that the whole period of Britain during the time of Nelson, especially, of course, the battles that he was involved in. And they've been quite exercised of late as well, because Nelson has been getting attacked, as all British heroes get attacked. And the reason they get attacked is because various revolutionary minded people want to befoul the memory of the country. As we noted here in Union Heart, one of the things that creates a nation is what we call veneration of significant people and significant events of the past. And a nation that's constantly recalling to memory the men and women who have created it in the past, and also the significant events which have forged that nation together, is a nation that continues to exist in real life. And when you forget about these things, or when you don't want to deal with these things, or if you don't even know about these things in the first place, then the nation itself doesn't really exist in any tangible sense. It starts to fall away, and before you know it, it no longer exists. So if you're a revolutionary, one of the things that you want to do is to attack the past and also the people of the past, and portray them in such a way that nobody living today wants necessarily to stand up and speak for them or stand for them in any way. And so that's really all that's happening, and it's a constant battle through time. There's always people who want to revise those sorts of things. And we shouldn't be threatened in any way by that, but we should see it as an opportunity for us to use that as a learning moment, as a learning experience, not just for ourselves, but also for others. So in a sense, we welcome these attacks, provided that they're coming, provided that we are in a position to respond to them, provided we get to respond to them, provided we're not getting censored or stopped from giving our point of view. I had this discussion with a student at a university recently who contacted me to ask me about these things, and it was a very valuable learning experience as well for both of us, and something that very much appreciated. Now, and some of our notes that we prepared there, you know, is that we did say that we welcome the debate, because if it's intended to illuminate, if the debate is intended to illuminate, not to obscure, if the debate is coming from a position of good faith, rather than, say, a position of bad faith, then that's all fine, because it has the potential to give us a better understanding of the events of the past and the characters who were involved, and especially our place. It gives us a better understanding to understand our place in time and space right now. And here in Scotland, ironically, the Scottish National Party is at the forefront of trying to befoul several of Scotland's sons, greatest sons, particularly. And the one of them, of course, is Henry Dundas, who has a statue in St Andrew's Square. And some of the stuff that they've been saying about Henry Dundas is simply not true. It's simply not correct. And last year we campaigned around this, and the so-called BLM people had a meeting in St Andrew's Square, a rally in St Andrew's Square. There's about 100 of them, but we were also able to get about 40 of ourselves, and we addressed them on the megaphone 3 times. We gave 3 speeches. They're up on our website, pointing out the sorts of things that they were wrong on. And most of the people, you know, when we were looking at them, most of the people were just trying to be fashionable, really. They weren't people who knew anything about history in the first place. And we'd like to think that we helped to educate and stand by him. Unfortunately, Edinburgh is run by an SNP group, and they want to dump, as I say, ironically, all over some of the Scottish people that they don't like. And the reason they do that is was summed up very well by Professor Tom Gallagher, and we quoted him here in Do More Together. He said, "The SNP is nothing if not a self-referencing movement. It sees the story of Scotland's greatness beginning with its own arrival on the historical stage. So it is necessary for them to delegitimize episodes and people from the wider consciousness, especially from the age of achievement that characterized much of the 3 centuries of parliamentary union." And that's what we were talking there with Will about, is once the parliamentary union of 1707 came about, achievement started really to take off. Achievement in the United Kingdom and in Scotland started to take off. And I'm just contacting my colleague here so that the person has the link to come in. And so they don't like that fact. They don't like the fact that it was after 1707 that all the notable things about Scotland really started to come about and come together. The age of achievement. So they don't like any of these characters, especially not the ones like Henry Dundas, who were very much associated with the Union, who were Union supporters, and who did great things at Westminster. And they totally misrepresent him by pretending that he was responsible for extending or rather delaying the abolition of slavery, when in fact it was his intention to try to find the best way of getting it through both houses of Parliament. And indeed he successfully did get a bill to abolish slavery through the House of Commons, but it was turned down in the House of Lords because there was too many vested interests in the House of Lords at that time. Okay, we are, before we go over to Chris, we do have a winner of Brexit, the Road to Freedom, and we'll just put up the winner of that just now. That was Will Podmore's second last book. There you go, Richard Tallach won that prize. Richard Tallach won the book. Well done, Richard, congratulations. I know you'll enjoy it. I know you've been looking forward to that interview as well with Will, so that's great. Glad that you won that. Now I see our guest Chris Brett is behind the stage in the studio, and we'll be bringing Chris on in 3 minutes time at the top of the hour. Now, yeah, so as I was saying, we were actually at the Henry Dundas statue, and I'm going to play a wee video. It just lasts for 2 minutes of us, and this is how we dealt with the Henry Dundas thing, because they put up a plastic notice, okay, which was just full of lies, and so what we did was we went along and we covered it with a bin bag, and so we're just going to share this for you before we bring in Chris. It's a good wee video, which is absolutely bang on the button as far as this is concerned. We're going to get this false history in the bin. There you go, still a wee bit to cover over. There you go. Okay folks, that's that false history in the bin. That was this time last year when we went to the Henry Dundas Memorial, and we covered over all that nonsense which they had put up misrepresenting the man entirely. The bad news, unfortunately, and Jonathan asks, has anything been done yet on it? Well, unfortunately, they've now actually put that into metal and they've nailed it, unfortunately, to the statue, which is an absolute crying disgrace, of course, and ahistorical history. And lots of people have complained about it. You know, prominent Scottish historians have pointed out that what they're actually saying there about Dundas is not correct, that Dundas did not intentionally delay the abolition of slavery. In fact, it was his intention to see how he could get it through the House of Lords, which he ultimately failed to do. But no, not because of his own problem, it was because the House of Lords stopped his bill getting passed. It wasn't his fault. However, unfortunately, it doesn't matter how good a historian you are, at the end of the day, it's the SNP Council in Edinburgh who have the final say on it, and who have misrepresented his statue by nailing something literally to the granite or to the stonework. However, we're going to talk about the general woke assault on our country. Now, just give me a second while I gather my thoughts here, because I have to ask a question, don't I? For the next prize. The next prize. Well, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to push that over a few minutes, because our guest is in the studio, and we'll ask the question for the next question after the interview. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please give a welcome to Chris Brett, who is the Vice Chairman of the Nelson Society. Good afternoon, Chris.
Hi, Alistair. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Thanks, and thanks for the lighting and everything. You look good there. Well, it's a real pleasure to have you on the show, Chris, and to give us what I know is going to be an extremely fascinating discussion about the truth of Nelson and the truth of his claimed connections to the concept of slavery and the practice of slavery. But we'll get into that in a little while. Could you just please begin by perhaps introducing the Nelson Society to people who haven't heard of it before? You know, what's its purpose?
Sure. We're a registered charity, and we've got about 500 members. And the society, I think, as you point out, was founded some time ago. We actually celebrated our 40th anniversary on the 28th of November. Our mission really is to raise public awareness of the achievements and the life and times of Admiral Lord Nelson and his Navy. And we try to achieve that in a number of ways. You very kindly pointed to the Nelson Dispatch Journal. We undertake a good amount of research. We publish the journal, we publish books, we hold meetings, we sponsor good Nelson-related causes. And really, that's what we're about, trying to raise awareness of the life and times of Admiral Lord Nelson. And if I can just put a quick advert in, of course, people can find more information on our website and our Facebook page.
Absolutely. Well, let's put your website address up there, the Nelson Society, nelson-society.com. And I had the privilege several years ago of addressing the Nelson Society when you came up to Edinburgh for the Copenhagen dinner, I think it was called.
Yes.
And I spoke there about Nelson's connections with Scotland. And not many people know, but the first ever monument to Nelson after Trafalgar was put up in Scotland at the Bonawe furnace by the workers who worked there, who made the cannonballs that helped the Union win the wars, as they say. And the next one was, I believe it was the one in Glasgow Green, which actually went up about 40 years before the one in Trafalgar Square. So there's a real strong connection with Nelson in Scotland as well. And of course, many of Nelson's sailors were also from Scotland. And have you, as an organisation, been impacted in any way by what's the best way of calling it, the kind of statue controversy that has been around in the last 18 months or so, that kind of built up during the time of lockdown? Lots of strange things came out of the woodwork, one of which was that whole issue. Have you, as a society, hitherto had much problem?
I think it's fair to say we've had a great problem with it. Nelson is one of the most written about, researched historical characters. I think at the last count we found over 1,250 books about Nelson, and there's never been any suggestion in any of those books to date that Nelson was, as has been alleged, either racist or pro-slavery. And I think it's fair to say that when this issue first started, we were rather shocked. And if I can just perhaps show you this really started for us at the end of 2017, when a journalist for The Guardian, Afua Hirsch, published an article saying, "Toppling statues, here's why Nelson's column should be next." And I don't know let me see if I can get that up so that you can see that.
Yeah, I can see that,
yeah. So pretty sensational stuff, which was immediately followed by, would you believe, Historic England publishing the same sort of imagery. There we are. And their reason for doing so was that they wanted to stimulate the debate about historic characters and their role in the slave trade. I don't know whether you'd like me to explain the problems that we have with this, because our constant battle is with what I would call lazy history or bad history. And that bad history is very often colonized, as you've quite rightly said, by groups which have particular agendas. Now, we're not saying that those agendas are wrong, but when you use Nelson and use bad facts about Nelson, or in fact misinformation, to support your case, then really we can't stand by and let that go unchallenged.
Absolutely, that's correct. You can't. So yes, please do kind of explain how Nelson. Well, you've showed how Nelson has come into this debate, and what sort of things was this lady Afua Hirsch alleging that was going on?
I think whenever I talk on this subject, people must think I'm actually obsessed by this lady. But this is that we can trace the starting point of this whole debate back to her article.
Right.
And basically, and I'll quote this if I may, she accused Nelson of using his seat in the House of Lords and his position of huge influence to perpetuate the tyranny, serial rape and exploitation organised by West Indian planters, some of whom he counted amongst his closest friends. Now, you'll appreciate with our mission, which is to raise awareness of the life and times of Nelson, we were pretty shocked by those allegations.
Oh,
they're heavyweight, and they're heavyweight, aren't they? In any time, you know, if people were making those comments today, it'd be horrifying.
Well, what's associated with serial rape?
Serial rape, tyranny, exploitation.
Talk about using your what are these words called? Like these. Talk about hyperbole, for crying out loud. It's just beyond the pale, and they throw around that sort of stuff. Throw around hyperbole, and you're suddenly caught, and it's like, what? I've got to defend a serial rapist. I thought I was talking about Nelson. Before you know it, it's, he's a tyrant. I didn't think he was a tyrant, and suddenly they move the conversation from just like objective normality to something that's just way out there crazy. And
I think
it's
that's
very
exactly
often
right.
Very often difficult to engage with that. And so well done for attempting to engage with that. What was the next move?
Well, what I was going to say was that the beauty of statements like that is that we can test them. We can look for the good history. So, for example, we know, I think it was in 1801, Nelson was elevated to the Lords. He visited the Lords on a number of occasions, but we have records of what he said. And he spoke only on 6 occasions. So her allegation that he used his seat in the House of Lords can be tested. On those 6 occasions, he only spoke about matters that he was au fait with, largely military matters. So we can put a cross against that comment. He didn't use his seat in the House of Lords to perpetuate tyranny, serial rape, and exploitation. Okay, so that's the first way we challenge it. The second is slightly more difficult in a way, because she said he used his position of huge influence. Now, in many respects, we know that Nelson was an influential figure. But when you look at the history of Nelson, he only became influential in a real sense, probably in 1797. He fought at a battle called the Battle of Cape St. Vincent, which is very often memorialized on the columns and that we've been talking about. At that battle, he managed to capture 2 Spanish ships by boarding them, getting the surrender of the first one, leaping across with a boarding party to the second, and taking the surrender of that. Big heroic stuff. The admiral in charge of the fleet wrote his report to the Admiralty, and in Nelson's view, didn't big up Nelson. Nelson didn't feature as strongly as he could have done. So what did Nelson do? Well, he wrote his own account of the battle and sent it to the press, who publicised it. Nelson suddenly becomes a national hero. That's the start of his period of influence. We can then go on to sort of 1798, when we had the Battle of the Nile, which is probably the most comprehensive naval victory of all, although not perhaps in the scale of things, not as important eventually as Trafalgar, but it was a massive victory. And it led to Nelson becoming internationally famous. I think not long afterwards he met Lady Hamilton, who swooned at his feet, so they say. But this was the period when he was becoming recognised and actually became influential. So we can test Afua Hirsch's argument again, because in that period from 1797 to 1805, when he was killed, Nelson was almost exclusively in the European theatre of war. He wasn't involved in the West Indies, apart from a short period in 1805 when he chased the French fleet across the Atlantic. So we know that he wasn't using his position of influence to perpetuate the crimes, really, that she was talking about. Just one little footnote, though. He did try and use his influence in 2 respects. One, he managed to secure the release of some slaves, some Portuguese slaves who were some Turkish slaves who were being held by the Portuguese. Mm-hmm. And then he also tried to get the government to allow him to intervene in the Barbary slave trade. He really wanted to go along and take the gunboats to Tunis and Algiers, because there was a horrible trade going on. He called it a horrid war. So he was trying. I think the evidence suggests that he was doing the reverse of what Afua Hirsch is alleging.
Indeed, that wouldn't surprise us. Yeah.
The other issue that she raised, of course, was all the planter class being his friends. Well, he did have 2 tours of duty in the West Indies. Undoubtedly, he would have met planters and would have probably made friends with some of them. But I think the most telling information is that he met someone called Hercules Ross in the West Indies. And Hercules Ross became a very close friend, a Scot, a very, very close friend. And he spoke at the Parliamentary Commission against slavery. He was a strong abolitionist. And as I've said, Nelson became a very close friend. He stood as godfather for Hercules Ross's son. And I generally don't believe that friendship could have lasted had Nelson held the views and been guilty of the crimes that Afua Hirsch is alleging.
Absolutely. Well, that's interesting about Hercules Ross. I've never heard about that name, but it sounds like somebody that we should look into and maybe give some publicity to, because that's a very good connection, good angle.
Yeah. Can you still see me?
Yes. See you fine.
I've lost you for the moment, but don't worry, we can continue.
Okay, you can hear me though.
I can hear you fine.
Yeah, good. Well, so in other words, Afua Hirsch is just talking out of her ears and talking nonsense. And any idea why she might be doing that?
I could be sort of slightly cynical and say it had nothing to do with the book that she was about to publish. a few of her, she's a very intelligent lady, and she's an excellent communicator. We did try to probe the basis for her allegations, and we've never had a response that deals with that particular claim. And I think the truth is that it was just trying to draw attention to an agenda. Nelson's column in London, of course, is literally the biggest target that you can have. So to bring Nelson into this debate meant that she was getting publicity for her broader arguments about issues of race in our modern society.
Aye, that's a very good answer to my question. Exactly why she was doing that, using it just as a kind of way of clickbait, as they say in the modern day society, just so that newspapers can put out, historian thinks Nelson's column should be pulled down, and suddenly people are reading the article.
Sure.
Whereas if she had just said some kind of academic thing about the 19th century, the 18th century slave trade or something, nobody would have read her article at all. So yeah, that makes sense. But it's still a wee bit naughty to do that, I think. Whether that's it's almost like a kind of bad faith in a way, entering into it with an agenda to kind of misrepresent. So. But at least the good thing about it as well is your organisation has exercised yourself to get to the bottom and to get to the truth of it all, and you've learned more as a consequence, and the Nelson
Correct.
Society has actually been enriched. And I should just give another plug to the Nelson Society actually at this moment. If you're interested, please do go to the website nelson-society.com. And how often do you publish your little journal?
That's a quarterly journal.
Quarterly?
Yes, 4 times a year. So we have 40 years worth of good research backing up in the society.
Yeah, well, each absolutely, and everything you could possibly want to know about not just Nelson, but people that he was associated with, places that he has been. What's the connection here at the front here with this wee boy? It's the boy who stood on the burning deck.
Burning deck, yes. That's the Battle of the Nile. The one of the ships at the Battle of the Nile took a heck of a beating, and the magazine blew up, and it was heard 25 miles away in Alexandria. But the story is that the boy's father was on the ship and down below decks, and the boy was waiting for him. And so you had the burning deck and the young lad waiting for him.
Goodness me! Those were astonishing days when you just had very young children as well would be on the ship.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Have you ever seen the film Master and Commander?
I certainly have. Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's a great film, but something that I just was stunned by was one of the officers on the ship is like a 12-year-old boy. Or something like that, and he's ordering all these like rough men around in his kind of posh accent. I thought it was the strangest thing. It really was, but wonderful stuff,
Absolutely, and Nelson became the youngest captain in the Navy. I think that was in 1799. He was the youngest captain, and I think that's a record that he still holds, which is actually quite incredible, because when you're a captain, you're in charge of the ship and everything that goes with it.
Absolutely. Well, adult humans seem to have matured a lot earlier back then, and William Pitt the Younger as well became Prime Minister at the age of, was it 21?
Yeah.
I think it was.
Yeah.
And he was Prime Minister, of course, of different social circumstances, different social classes and that sort of stuff. But I sometimes hear people today go, talking about MPs or something, she's only 24, what does she know? Or, she's... And it's like, well, do you know the first Prime Minister was 21, and he was also he liked a bevy, as they say, William Pitt the Younger did. So you can't say that people in Parliament are too young today when you've had Prime Ministers at age 21. Anyway, different times. But to go back to the Nelson research, Now, did she say something about what was the story with the document that?
Oh, yes.
Hang on, with let me just bring it out here. I've got. It was claimed that Nelson had written a letter. Let's talk about
Yes.
this, where he essentially advocated the maintenance of slavery, and you looked into this. So take that from the top, because this is a really interesting thing that you guys have uncovered,
Sure.
and it made national news.
I'll take you through the sort of the sequence, because it's a little bit of a detective story, if you like.
Yes, good. We've got all the time you need.
Okay. In 1805, in June 1805, Nelson and his fleet were chasing the French and Spanish fleet across the Atlantic to the West Indies. Nelson was desperately keen to bring that fleet to battle. He was quite frustrated in trying to track them down in the end, and of course it wasn't in October 1805 that he was able to finally engage them at Trafalgar. But in June, in the West Indies, he was sitting in his cabin in HMS Victory, and he penned a letter to a long-standing acquaintance in Jamaica. And I say acquaintance rather than close friend, but this acquaintance was a very wealthy and influential person on Jamaica. He was a major slave owner, I think over 2,000 slaves. And he was one of the wealthiest people on the island, which made him one of the wealthiest people in Britain at the time, or sorry, within the what you might call the empire. Mm-hmm. In that letter, Nelson expressed support for the colonial system, and he was rather less than complimentary about William Wilberforce. Now, that was what Nelson was writing, and I think historians have taken that phrase about the colonial system and have equated it to the slave trade. Now, for reasons which I'll explain, I don't think that was the case. Let's roll forward a couple of hundred years, and at the end of 2018, so a year after Fuhr Hirsch's article in The Guardian, we then had another article written by an eminent historian, Professor Krista Petley from Southampton University, who was an expert on Simon Taylor, this Jamaican planter. And he published an article in the BBC History magazine suggesting that Nelson's letter showed Nelson supported the slave trade. But, and here's where it starts to get interesting, his article relied on a version of the letter which had been published in something called the Political Register in 1807. So 18 months after Nelson's death, his letter was being published by William Cobbett in the Political Register. Cobbett was a well-known anti-abolitionist, i.e. pro-slavery, although he's quite a radical in other areas, supporting British labourers and so on. So it's quite an interesting sort of situation there. But the intent was very clear. By publishing this letter, the pro-slavery lobby were trying to use Nelson's what was by then a considerable posthumous reputation to persuade politicians to their cause. Mm-hmm. So, okay. Now, the other interesting thing about the timing, that letter was published in February 1807, 1 month before the debates in Parliament about the abolition of the slave trade. So it's very clear what was happening. Now, as a result of Professor Petley's article, which for a lot of us, again, in the Nelson Society, we were thinking, crumbs, is this really what the situation was? We started to evaluate and undertake a detailed analysis of the letter to see whether the conclusions were valid, mm-hmm. and to see whether Nelson had that dark side. As I said, that allegation has not been made in any of the books that we read, over the last 200 years. Nothing about this has been said. Now, at about the same time, there's a very eminent Nelson historian and collector of Nelson artifacts, Martin Downer, who was working with me on the analysis of the letter. He came across a manuscript version of the letter which differed from the one that had been published in 1807.
Oh, yeah.
Now, the important feature of that letter, which was originally put aside as a curiosity, for a reason I'll explain, was that it was not in Nelson's handwriting. Now, Nelson lost his arm in 1797. Before that, he had lovely copperplate handwriting. After that, slightly more spidery, as I'll show you. But the manuscript copy of the letter bore a Nelson seal and a copy of his signature. So I'm just going to show you that. So this is that forged letter. Now look at the handwriting. Okay, that's the false seal, or the seal. And then on the second page of the letter, okay, just bear with me, you might be able to make out Nelson's signature. Can you just see Nelson's signature?
Yes.
Just here, Nelson and Bronte. Okay. Yep. So it's a bit of a curiosity. But if I tell you that Nelson's handwriting at the time looked like this, not beautiful copperplate or anything of the sort, and if we just go up to the signature, you probably you wouldn't be able to see the differences, but there are clear differences between the manuscript copy of the letter that we had and Nelson's handwriting.
Yes.
And this really raised our suspicions that perhaps either Cobbett's version or the manuscript version, which were not consistent, didn't actually reflect what Nelson had written. Mm-hmm. But of course, our problem was, where's the original letter? And I think we weren't sure, so we were trying to uncover that original letter. But it became very clear to us that there are a number of versions of this letter. Books published in the later 19th century had different versions of the letter. So we really needed to get to the original. And then last year we came across a reference to a collection of Nelson letters in the British Library. Now these are what are called pressed letters. And if I can just explain that, captains or admirals on their boats would write their letters, and once they were written, they would put a sheet of tissue paper, damp tissue paper, on top of the letter, lift the letter, the tissue paper up, and then place it on thicker paper, and you could then read what had been originally written. It was an early form of photocopying.
Okay. Yeah.
So we wanted to get to those letters.
Sure.
Unfortunately, national pandemic hit. I know you were discussing that earlier, and access was denied to the manuscript section of the library for a long time. But late summer last year, we were able to get to that collection, and we found the pressed copy of the original letter, which then set us free to compare the subsequent copies that we found in print, Cobbett's version in his political register, and this manuscript version.
Right. That's amazing.
Well, it was quite a lot of hard work, and it sounds make it sound simple, but getting to that original was the vital.
It must have been exciting when you saw it and you thought, "This is it." That must have been like, "Whoa, history in my hands."
It was absolutely brilliant, and the most important thing is when we did the comparisons, we found that the manuscript copy, Cobbett's copy, were different in a number of respects. There were 25 changes to the original letter and some additions. So we're convinced that what was happening was that the pro-slavery lobby were forging Nelson's letter in their favour to influence the debates in Parliament. We can now prove that effectively.
Exactly.
We think the original was destroyed because I think it would be embarrassing had that original turned up. Right. And I would tell you that I think there's a lot more in this story to come out because our research is continuing, and we will bring that all together and publish more next year.
Good.
But it was quite some. What I would say is that historians, though, have used the forged versions of the letter in making their articles and reports, and it looks like the pro-slavery lobby have had a little bit of victory. They've been influencing Nelson's character, contrary to the way they wanted to, 200 years on.
Yeah, that's exactly what it sounds like, and that's I'm so glad that you've used this time to put the real story out. And I know back in no doubt shortly after you'd made all these discoveries, on October the 13th, 2020, the Daily Mail published this article, Does This Doctored Letter Sink Claims Nelson Backed Slavery? And that's the research there that you've just been describing to us. And that's a really good that's a really good piece of work, and that's just shows the value of organisations such as yourself who are committed to a particular point of view and will try to get to the bottom of things. So well done. I mean, you deserve heartiest congratulations as an organisation for what you did there. Absolutely. What do you think's the next move on this? Have you got more sort of? What more is there for you to research on this particular issue?
Well, a couple of things. One of the problems that we face, I think, as you were saying at the top of the show, we have bad history, and that tends to get used in good faith by organisations. And I think it might just be interesting for your viewers to hear about what the Welsh Assembly have done. We have the Welsh Assembly, basically the government of Wales. They produced a consultation last year called The Slave Trade in the British Empire, an Audit of Commemorations in Wales. And Nelson features. He has 31 commemorations, statues or streets named after him, or buildings or whatever. And when you look at their documents, they say that Nelson is known from private correspondence to have opposed the abolition of the slave trade, though he doesn't appear to have done so publicly. So they're relying on the forged letters that we are talking about, firstly.
Yes.
The reason they include Nelson in the debate is because of the Topple the Racists website, the Black Lives Matters website. Now, the evidence that we're referred to in looking at the validity of including Nelson is the Dark Side article by Krista Petley, based on a corrupted version of the letter. But it also refers us to another website. And sorry, this might sound a little bit esoteric, but it's very important. It shows you how history can be misused. You get referred to a website which is run by the University College London, the database of the legacies of the British slave trade, where they've documented all the people who received financial compensation once slavery was abolished in 1834, I think. You're directed to one particular page where Horatio Nelson claims for a slave. Now, you can imagine, we look at that and suddenly all our theories appear to be blown out of the water. Nelson's claim for a slave. Until we looked at it rather more closely, and we realised that the claim was made in 1836. Now, by my reckoning, Nelson had been dead 31 years, so he couldn't have been making the claim. And then we realised it was someone with the same name. And in those days, there are lots of children called Horatio, lots of them called Nelson, because they were paying tribute to the hero.
Yes.
So it shows that you have to really disentangle carefully the history, because someone on the face of it has taken that and said, oh, look, Nelson got compensation for a slave. He didn't. It was wrong. And yet that's in print, and someone else will carry that forward. So that's the sort of issue that we're facing, and we have to be vigilant on it all the time.
Absolutely. That's the nature of history, is it can be so misinterpreted, and just often by accident as well, without people giving it the further thought. You know, you talk about Wales, the Welsh Assembly doing all of that. Edinburgh, which I was referring to at the start of the segment there, are run by the SNP, and for some reason they got it into their heads to do the same thing with Edinburgh. Now, Edinburgh is a great city that's full of history, and somebody no doubt has been contracted, or a group of people no doubt contracted on a very nice salary to do quite a nice job, which is probably walking about all of Edinburgh, noting the street names that are related to British history, which no doubt has a certain valuable function. But of course, they're doing it because they're trying to befoul and dump on, as I like to say, British history. And they've got a public consultation open at the minute, which I actually spent a couple of hours going through. And then I guess next year they're going to publish the findings of that. And what struck me about it, though, is it's called the Edinburgh Slavery and Colonialism Legacy Review. Now, what they're doing here and what the questions do is that they make an equivalence between slavery and colonialism and the British Empire. Three things that the people who have put this together obviously think are wrong. Well, I think we can all agree that slavery is wrong and that Britain has redeemed itself many years ago regarding that. But as for colonialism and the British Empire, these are different debates. And there's rights and wrongs of both of those things. And many of us, obviously, we are very supportive of the British Empire, generally speaking. So, but what they're doing is they're just piling that in. It's like slavery equals the British Empire equals colonialism equals slavery equals the British Empire, as if it's all one. And it's not. It's three different topics. And I tried to make that point in my responses by pointing out that there is no moral equivalence between colonialism per se or the British Empire per se and slavery per se. These are different historical matters and the two are not on the same moral plane. You know, they're not on the same moral plane. For example, colonialism can be demonstrated to have had morally good elements. But to imagine that it's as bad as slavery or that it automatically leads to slavery isn't and wasn't the case. All they're doing there is attacking Britain's general history for their own particular reasons. And as I alluded to earlier, especially the SNP don't like that element of British history, which historian Professor Tom... academic Professor Tom Gallagher has said their aim is to delegitimize episodes and people from the wider consciousness, especially from the age of achievement in Scotland that characterised much of the 3 centuries of parliamentary union. So basically everything around Glasgow with the British name, they want to delegitimise it, even though that involves Scottish people, overwhelmingly so, which just shows there's a strange bunch of folk. And but they really do take it to every level, and then they'll say, "There's somebody in here." Let me just see. They were even accusing physicians. There's some street name named after a doctor who trained at Edinburgh and went to practice medicine on colonial plantations. So he's linked. He's linked to slavery, when he's actually a doctor practicing medicine and no doubt helping some enslaved people to get better as well. And then there's another, graduates from Edinburgh were to be found in positions of importance in many of the colonies of the British Empire. Oh, how terrible. I mean, of course they were. Of course they were. Yes. And I say, so what? You know, is that meant to be a bad thing? But for them, it is a bad thing.
I think there is one point that came out in our research. I was initially very concerned when Nelson said he's a great friend to the present colonial system, because the immediate rush, as you say, is to equate that with slavery, for example. I think Nelson was very clear when he wrote his letter. He was very careful when he wrote letters, and he was clear not to say that he supported the slave trade or the slavery system, because he had supported an idea for paid labour, ironically paid Chinese labour in the colonies, that had been promoted by one of his captains, and he was behind that proposal. And he wasn't the only, the captain in the Navy wasn't the only person promoting those sort of ideas, which Nelson would have been aware of. But just on the point, I think that the politicians and the people of the time were able to distinguish between the two. William Pitt's Prime Minister, William Wilberforce, neither of them advocated the removal of the colonies. They were keen to abolish the slave trade, but not the colonial system. And they were trying to find a way to make the colonial system work. So yeah, I think that they were able to do it 200 years ago. I think what we've done now is conflated the two. And that's just led to this rush of bad history.
Absolutely conflated the two.
Yeah.
Chris, this has been a fascinating discussion. Thank you very much. I'm glad to say we've gone longer than we had originally intended, just because it was so interesting and fascinating what you were saying. And what we'll probably do as well, we'll maybe take this particular video and you know, upload it to YouTube in the coming coming weeks as an actual episode itself, because it's so educational. So I just want to say to people, please do consider, if you like, becoming a member of the Nelson Society. And thank you very much to your work, Chris. Thank you for coming on, and please, we'll speak to you again, no doubt, in the course of the year. So thanks for everything that you've done.
Okay, thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome. Okay, good afternoon.
And you, cheers.
Wonderful, wonderful information there from the Vice Chairman of the Nelson Society, Chris Brett, about his fight and the Society's fight to ensure that Nelson's good name continues. Now, the next question for the competition, the fourth question, is which, and I tell you, the prize for the question which I'm about to ask, which is the fourth question of the day, the prize is this Scottish and British AFFG branded mug. It says Scottish and British twice. Scottish and British, with the AFFG heart done as a saltire and Union Jack combined. Really nice mug there. And that's normally would cost you about 15 quid off our Teespring store, is where you would normally get that. We'll put up the link to the Teespring store if anybody wants that particular mug. But you, a lucky person today, can get this for free if you answer the next question. And send your answer, please, to contact@aforceforgood.uk. And the question is, which great Scot and Great Britain has been wrongly accused by the woke mob of delaying the abolition of slavery? An accusation which A Force for Good has shown to be completely without foundation. I like that. I'm going to say it again. Which great Scot and Great Britain has been wrongly accused by the woke mob of delaying the abolition of slavery? An accusation which A Force for Good has shown to be completely without foundation. I'll give you a clue. He's got a statue in St Andrew's Square, Edinburgh. And the winner, which we will announce shortly, will get that mug. And in addition, of course, they will also get a copy of the wee book and a copy of Do More Together, and this badge that I'm wearing, the Union Jack badge, which says A Force for Good through the middle of it. So send your answer in and we will announce the winner. And what's the next question? I might ask the next question as well. Yes, just before our next guest comes up, I will ask the next question, which is question 5, after I've explained this day in British history. On this day in British history, 11th of December in 1997, the Clyde-built Royal Yacht Britannia was officially decommissioned in Portsmouth, and 4 months later it was permanently moored in Leith. It was launched by the Queen on the Clyde back in 1953, and it subsequently travelled over 1 million nautical miles, calling at over 600 ports in 135 countries. And at the same time, it helped to perform a valuable diplomatic service and contributed to the overall prestige of the nation, which is what these ships do, and in that way more than paid for itself in financial terms. And it was also designed to be converted into a hospital ship in time of war, and it always carried a platoon of Royal Marines on board when the royal family were aboard. And it's of course moored at Leith, and you can visit it today, and that was decommissioned on the 11th of December in 1997, on this day in British history. Now the good news is that since 1997 people have been saying, you know what, we should have another one, and the powers that be, especially the media, have been going, oh no, 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 the time for that's past. And in a way they might have a point, in the sense that the time perhaps for royal yachts may have passed, but the time for national flagships is still with us, and it's still important it's a good thing for the nation to have a national flagship that could be used where necessary by the royal family, but can also be used by politicians, by diplomats, that can be used in a variety of ways. And many of us were making this argument and have been making it since 1997. And the good news actually is that the British government are going ahead with a new national flagship, and they're going to call it a national flagship as well, which was the phrase that A Force for Good has been pushing for at least the last 10 years. And that was announced back in July of this year, where the Defence Secretary said, our ambition is for something special, not just a cutting-edge ship, but a truly national flagship. And we're of the opinion, and we said in our article in Do More Together, a truly British national flagship. A Force for Good recommends that parts of it are built throughout the United Kingdom, just like the aircraft carriers were built, and that it is deliberately sourced from items. It is deliberately constructed from items which are sourced from every corner of the United Kingdom. An actual physical representation on the waves of our unity, a true Britannia on the waves, a truly national symbol of the United Kingdom, which could also host cabinet meetings, could also host diplomatic meetings, could be a training ship for cadets, could be an emergency hospital ship, could be a floating classroom for children to go and learn about their country. It could go from port to port, and local schools could get visits on it and things like that. A colourful and exciting investment, and it looks like it's going to happen. It looks like it's going to happen, and at least if the Defence Secretary is to be believed, with his statement back on the 7th of 21 when he launched the National Flagship Engagement Day, which was turning this into reality. So that's good news. So sail on, O ship of British state, sail on, O Union strong and great, for humanity with all its fears, with all its hopes for future years, is hanging breathless on thy fate. Fantastic stuff. Now we've got a person coming in at the top of the hour. It's Pauline from the Highlands, who is one of our AFFG activists. She's coming in at the top of the hour in 10 minutes at 5 o'clock. And what's the prize? I'm going to ask a question now. I'm going to ask question 5. What's the prize for question 5 that we've got lined up? Let me just check on these. it's the prize. The prize is another chance to win Big Steve, the guardsman. We've got another of these on offer. Okay, and here he is here. These are exclusive Lego toys. This one's only available from Hamley's toy shop. There he is. So that's winging its way to the person who answers the next question. Give us a salute again. Big Steve salutes all our viewers. There you go. Head off now. Head off. There he is. We're back to stand guard over the prizes that are sitting behind me. So the question for today, for the first person who gets it into contact at A Force for Good, is on this day, 11th of December in 1997. I'm only going to say this once because it's so easy. Which British ship was decommissioned? What was its name? On this day, 11th of December in 1997, which British ship was decommissioned? Send your answers in, please, to contact at forceforgood.uk. Now, I'm just looking to see if we have a winner for the last prize. Stephen Beer. Well done, Stephen. Stephen gets a Scottish and British mug. That's a good prize, by the way. That's a good prize. I say 15 quid. It'd probably be more than 15 quid off our Teespring shop. Once postage and stuff was added by Teespring. But that's a really nice cup. Brilliant. In AFFG colours as well. You note the red theme around. Just making a note there. Making a note. Okay, so top of the hour, Pauline from the Highlands, a fantastic unionist who's always got a lot to say about the nature of the Scottish nationalist situation that we find ourselves in. What I need is a bigger desk. I need a much bigger desk here that I can just stretch about in. Thank you to everybody who's watching, and also to people behind the scenes. Absolutely couldn't do this without you. And also thanks to everybody who's shared this. If you're watching on Twitter, please give any of our stuff a retweet. And if you retweet with a positive quote tweet, then we can retweet you again to 27,000 people, which is fantastic. So please, this is our 10-hour Union Telethon, broadcasting until 10:30. More guests and more prizes on the way. Great stuff. So we're going to talk with Pauline about the just general nature of Scottish politics, and I read the national newspaper so that you don't have to. And I was reading about Jack McConnell's view of devolution. Now, for those of you who don't remember, Scottish Labour leader Jack McConnell was party leader and First Minister in 2001 at Holyrood. And he was the... Labour went through quite a few leaders, but Jack McConnell used to be First Minister of Scotland, that's my point. And he's not happy about the way, understandably, he's not happy about what has happened with his beloved devolution, because of course many people in the Labour Party, no harm to them, but they thought if, and I could totally follow the logic, they thought that if we get elected to Holyrood, because Scotland generally votes Labour, that will mean it'll be another, we'll be able to run Scotland. That was a theory at least, but it didn't work out that way, because people like myself would say, no, what's going to happen is if you set up a parliament, then the Scottish nationalists are eventually going to come to dominate that. And I thought it would take a generation back then, back when it established in 1999. I thought it might be 25 years, and the nationalists will actually become the dominant force. But no, it didn't take 25 years. It took 8 years. And in 2007, Alex Salmond took power, and of course Scotland and Britain has not been the same since. So Jack McConnell's not very happy about that, understandably, but I'm going to read out his stuff because it goes, and I actually have to send the invite to this. Hang on. Yeah, Jack McConnell, he goes, I spent my whole life from the age of 18 to the age of 38 trying to get the Scotland Act passed. 20 years trying to get the Scotland Act passed. I guess he didn't have much else to do with his time. Anyway, I believed that if you had a devolved parliament in Scotland, you could create a new quality of public debate in Scotland, that we would see us making mostly the right choices and vitally improving life across every part of Scotland. I absolutely believed that's what it would mean, and I think we tried to do that. But I think we're in a situation now where probably Scotland is worse than it has ever been, and I find that just incredibly sad. I'm really, really sad. Really, I mean really. I've just found this year sad. Everything about the Scottish Parliament election this year, before, during and after it. We just seem stuck. Well, that's never a truer word spoken, quite frankly, and he's not the only person who's really, really sad about the way Scottish politics has developed. But I find it very interesting because he was somebody who absolutely, totally believed that it would work. And from his perspective, I could see that he could also see the advantages. And there is certain advantages. I mean, I can understand the theory. It's like if everybody in Scotland votes for the local things, you can have a parliament at Holyrood that deals with the local things, and you can have a British parliament that deals with the big things. And that's that makes a certain logic. But when you have the fly in the ointment, which is a nationalist party, then they will take that and they will use that institution for nothing else other than just promoting their nationalist and separatist agenda. They're not interested in, let's make the buses run on time. It's how can we use this institution to further our overall goal of breaking up the country. Now I see our guest, Pauline from the Highlands, is in the studio, and I'm going to bring her on in a minute, and we're going to talk about exactly these sorts of things and whether or not devolution has worked, that will be my first question. Has devolution worked? Are you happy with the way what devolution has turned out? I think I can imagine the answer there, but we'll have some fun with that, absolutely. So do I need to, at this stage, say who won the prize? No, I say that afterwards. Right, let's go to Pauline in the Highlands, a great AFFG activist, bringing her into the studio now. Hello, Pauline. Hi, Pauline. I think you're... There you are. Great. Can you hear us? Can you hear me? No, doesn't look like you can hear me.
I am, yes.
Oh,
I can. I was getting a bit of an echo. I've been getting a bit of an echo.
okay. The sound seems to be
Hello?
okay at this end. Yeah,
Hello?
yeah. Okay. Well, listen, Pauline, you're a star.
Can you hear
in
me
the
now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello?
Hello. Hello. You seem to be kind
We've
of
got a delay.
Yes, we do. We do.
Not good.
Well, let's see how we go on. You may have to go out and come back in again. In fact, just try that. Just refresh the page. Refresh the page by using
Let's
the
try
little, Okay. Is that
I
any
can hear
better?
you. I can hear you, yes.
Right, right. Well, do you think were you a supporter of devolution when it first began? Did you think it was going to turn out well?
Funnily enough, I was. Of course, I've lived to regret that now. I think many people say the same thing. I think we saw devolution as being a correct thing to do, everybody working together, united together, and yet covering their own particular area, and all meeting together in agreement and consensus. I think that's how I thought it would be. I thought we would have great agreement and consensus, and there'd be more areas, local area things going on, and then we would all come together under one family umbrella of the United Kingdom. I really thought that, and of course it's been the complete opposite. I think the people that thought of devolution actually thought that it would be a great thing for the 4 countries that make up the United Kingdom. I think they had the same ideas, that it would draw people together rather than pull them apart. That hasn't been the case. Of course, the SNP party were very low-key-ish at that stage, and I think they thought it would be the way of solving that problem as well. Of course, it's been the complete opposite.
That's right. I can absolutely understand.
Hello?
Yeah, I can absolutely understand the logic of it, and it makes a certain sense. But it really only works when everybody is agreed that the central state is a good thing. If you have a fly in the ointment, if you have a nationalist movement, then they are going to see that as their opportunity. And they are going to be the ones who are going to be best placed to fight, as they would like to put it, Scotland's corner. And so it's
Yes.
whenever you're around whenever you're in a political locality where there's a strong nationalist movement or a significant nationalist movement, they're always going to use any devolved arm or institution for its own purposes, not for the greater good. That what you were saying earlier there is that devolution could be used for the greater good. I can see in a situation where that could happen. But everybody who had eyes many of us could see that that was a danger down the line, was that the Scottish nationalists, who hitherto had been a minority political force, would be able to have a stage to play upon for the first time in a long time. And that's essentially
Yeah,
what,
I think really
happened.
it was a gamble, perhaps a bit of a gamble. It could
Okay, you may have to refresh
From
your
one
page.
way or the other, but clearly
Yeah.
I think most people people that voted for devolution thought it would be, as lots of people now say, we need to reverse devolution. My feeling is that we first will have to sort out the national, and then we can look at what we have then after that. But I think we're quite a long way off reversing devolution.
Oh, well
I don't even know if that's possible constitutionally.
Well,
so
what would have to
so it's, you go.
Yeah, totally difficult. What would have to happen to reverse it is that a majority of people in Scotland would have to vote for a party that wanted to reverse it, and that had part of its manifesto to reverse it. That's the only way democratically that you could do that. I know.
Yes, and there lies the problem. There lies the problem that we face every day. We face an electorate in Scotland that is sort of particular half of the electorate seem unable to grasp really the danger of what they're voting for and what they're doing. And because we now, our opposition parties in Holyrood are very small compared with the nationalists, our voice has become smaller too. And the only I can't help thinking that really the strongest voice that we have in Scotland for reversing any thoughts of breaking up the UK, the strongest voice we have is at the grassroots level, at organisations like A Force for Good and the people that work around and write letters and post. And really, it's the grassroots that are the force in Scotland. Because at the moment, everybody's asking, why doesn't Westminster do this? Why doesn't Westminster do that? Why aren't Westminster responding? And we don't know why, but they seem to be very, very quiet, and it's very frustrating.
Absolutely, absolutely. Your line has really improved actually in the last couple of minutes. It was a little bit fuzzy, but it's come on like really clear as it should.
Yes, it was, Alistair. It was. It wasn't good, but it has improved. Thank goodness for that.
Is that because do you have broadband? Has broadband been rolled out in the particular area where you live?
Yes. We have broadband here. I mean, of course, that was one of the failed promises, wasn't it? Nicola Sturgeon said high-speed broadband was going to be rolled out to everyone by the end of 2021, and of course that's not the case. It was just another empty promise. They're still working on it, but in Inverness here in the city, yes, we have got quite a good broadband connection, so there's not normally a problem.
Good. No, that's critical, but no, that. What you say there is absolutely true about people just continuing to vote for it. Now, by the way, Debbie says hi.
Hi, Debbie. She's probably playing with her Lego.
Yeah, absolutely. Have you been in any kind of activism? I mean, I know you're a strong, just general political activist. Have you been doing anything recently?
Yes, not really. Like Debbie over more on the East Coast, we're a wee bit higher up from the main activities that go on, and to take part in anything, for me, it's a whole day away. Although I do like to do that. Of course, I am posting more or less every day, and I'm enjoying that, and I'm enjoying the good feedback I get and the number of shares that I get.
Yes.
Try that. And the last active thing I did was, of course, down in Holyrood when we all went down about this Gender Recognition Act, and we all stood outside Holyrood and we made an awful noise, and Nicola Sturgeon heard us. And in fact, some of the Jackson Carlaw came out and Murdo Fraser came out, and I think some very good points were made that day. So
Good.
That was the last time that I was actually active in that respect.
Yes. Well, you've come down to Glasgow as well to help us on our Thin Red Line. In fact, we do a series of greetings cards, and you're actually in there if you can spot yourself.
Oh right, I'll have to look at that.
Yeah.
Yes, it was good to draw to be with a force for good. I have to say it's really good. It's a good experience. It's lovely because you find yourself rubbing shoulders with probably people that you haven't met before, and you're all there and you're all chatting away, and you feel like you're one big family. And it doesn't matter what abuse gets shouted at you or any of that doesn't matter, because we're there and we're standing there. We know we're justified and we're proud of what we're doing, and it's a really, really good feeling. And I know there's a lot more people that probably would love to be there, but some of them live further away from the activities than I do, and it's just not always possible for people to get out there. But I would say that if you can, it's really worth doing. Yeah.
It is absolutely. And as you say, there's a feeling of camaraderie there when
Yes.
you're all together. So some people might feel a wee bit intimidated perhaps, or think they might be, but they're not really. Once you join up with your
No.
compatriots, it's a good fun, and then we all go somewhere afterwards to
And I also think,
celebrate.
Alistair, because we're having such a rough time in Scotland with the government that we have. We're hearing so many awful, unbelievable things that we find hard to believe, things being decided that, I mean, for instance, the SNP and Green coalition. Now, who voted in Scotland to have Patrick Harvey and Lorna Slater running the country? I mean, it's a crank's charter, to be honest. But they're there now, and we need the companionship of each other, because otherwise I think we could all fall into the depths of despair, to be honest.
Oh, that's such an important point. Absolutely, that you have to reach out to other people who believe in what you believe, because otherwise you go through life and think, I'm the only person who thinks like this, and then that has a negative effect on you, because then you're like, you get withdrawn and angry and bitter and stuff like that. But when you realize, oh, hang on, there's millions of people who think like me, I'm just not connected with them, then it's much better for your mental health, basically, to be associated with people who share the same values as yourself.
And I also have to say that, quite often, obviously, I'm on Facebook a lot, and I quite often see messages, people saying, "Oh, I'm going to take time out. It's all getting too much for me." I mean, the whole political situation for those of us that really do care about what happens to Scotland is very, very worrying, and we certainly need each other, and we all need to work together. And I do think that there's many unionists who have, as unionists, as people, we all have different ideas, and some of us will agree about this, and some of us will agree about that, and some of us will disagree about this. But our one main point is that we want to stop the breakup of the United Kingdom, and that one point has to draw us all together. So don't, my advice is, I've seen it happen, don't fall out with a fellow unionist. Okay, they might be different, they might have their own agenda, but if their point and their reasoning is the same as ours, we all really have to appreciate each other. We don't want to be apart. We're fighting to keep the country together, and we all have to stay together and support each other. And there's an awful lot of support and friendship going on, an awful lot of goodwill amongst us, and I think that's really important.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely so important. I see that Stephen here says, Pauline, you're just waiting, like a lot of us, to get active again. Once we have a plan, we can challenge. We also love your input on social media. Yeah.
Oh, that's very kind, Stephen. Stephen does very well too. What I try to do is I try to take an up-to-date situation, something that's breaking. So whatever is relevant on that day that's making the headlines. And I try to just put it in a very, very short paragraph, because I think we're all so busy, and there's some great articles out there, and there's some great journalists and some great writers, but we have busy lives, a lot of us. And I just think that people now want to read something quite quickly and take the point and pass that on. And So I just try to keep what I do quite short and brief and to the point. And I think people, they can manage that quite well. But,
yeah, you do in fact, and you give it a little bit of an edge as well.
Yeah.
You're not just reporting facts; you're giving your own opinion, which
My
is always
opinion.
is quite a strong one, I might add. I mean, you really do
Yes.
stick it to Nicola Sturgeon. If Nicola Sturgeon, if you and Nicola found yourself sitting together at a Christmas party, what would you say to her? There's a question for you.
I would actually ask her how she feels when she looks in the mirror. That's probably the second question, because my first question would be, "Where's Peter?" Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, because she's so dishonest. She's so, it's our oil, it's Scotland's oil, and now there's not going to be any more oil development. I mean, she's so dishonest. She doesn't stick to anything. It's just awful. I mean, we've always known politicians lie or whatever, but she is top of the league when it comes to breaking promises and pledges. I mean, it's horrendous. I mean, you just have to look at the lead up to a general election, a Scottish election, and you see all these freebies coming out: free bikes, free computers, free breakfast and lunches, a whole string, and then nothing happens. And everybody goes about there, "Oh, well, it didn't happen, but this is Scotland, what do you expect?" And everybody moves on. It's just unbelievable. So I would really ask her how she can live with herself and what she thinks when she looks in the mirror.
That's a good question. It's a good question. Especially what you talk about there about how people just move on. It's a lot to do with the size of Scotland as being a small country with a generally small mainstream mass media, to the extent where they literally all know each other. I mean, so you get some politicians are married to reporters who are married to other reporters in other newspapers who are your partners of a journalist here and who's the nephew of the First Minister or something like that. It's all very incestuous in Scotland. And
it is very incestuous.
Yeah, it's not even like the rest of the United Kingdom where you'll have a broad diversity of newspapers that will really, some of them will maybe support the government and others will be against them. In Scotland, the newspapers that want to stay in business, they're either supportive of the SNP or they just don't rock the boat. They don't rock the boat.
I mean, that's the crazy thing. The SNP have been, you have to hand it to them, they're very clever. They've got people in all the important posts that they can. They've infiltrated every organisation. You look at the civil service of Scotland's a joke. Our judiciary, everything's tainted. There's no honesty. And you think you're speaking to somebody who's reasonable and blah, and then you all of a sudden you realise they were staunch nationalists and they've got no time for you.
Yes.
Scotland's sick in that respect, absolutely sick. And we need to blow this open. There was something a few months ago about our public services. Public services being gagged. Public Health Scotland was one of them because they spoke out. They're not allowed to say, it's in their agreement, they're not allowed to say anything negative about the government. So a public health department are not allowed to criticise the government. What's all that about? I mean,
that's absurd.
And that's rife everywhere in Scotland. You can't speak out. You can't.
Yes.
It's depressing.
Yeah, many of these newspapers as well, they get many of their advertisements are from
the Scottish government.
Yes.
And STV is riddled with, Scottish water, Scottish zero emissions, Scottish this, and everything's better in Scotland, and this and that. And
Scottish cat stuck up a Scottish tree tonight on STV. Yeah.
I mean, it is though, isn't it? I mean, because we love Scotland, that's why we're fighting for it. But this kind of almost brainwashing and propaganda that leaks through, and STV is really, as many people know, SNP TV, because the Scottish government are throwing money at STV at the adverts, so they're going to keep them sweet. You know, they're just going to keep them sweet. And so on the news we have this we have this party party or gathering so-called down in Westminster. This was a year ago, and it's a main item on the Scottish news, and it was a year ago. I mean, it's ridiculous. We've got so much going on here, and yet we are having to listen to what the STV want to tell us, and that's the news. Yes,
that's right. Absolutely.
So we have to be positive.
We have to be positive. Yes.
We have to keep active. We have to keep writing. We have to keep talking, and we have to keep challenging. And it's really difficult sitting around a dinner table and you find yourself sitting next to a staunch nationalist, and you've had a glass of wine or two, and it can be quite difficult. But we have to be honest, and we have to say what we think.
Oh, that's right. And that's such an annoying thing about Scotland as well, is that the politics can be quite divisive, even though it's just a small country. It's not like you can just argue about whether you think tax policy should be, the rich should be taxed more, or whether you think the rail industry should be nationalised. Very often, unfortunately, in some countries, and Scotland has become one of them, it's actually about your very identity as a person. Yeah. And some people have a strong identity one way, some people have a strong identity the other way, some people want the best of both worlds, but at the end of the day, these are pretty core issues really that you get down to, because it's about who you are as a person. It's not about some idea about the economy or those sorts of things, and that's ideally what we could just talk about until kingdom come. But this is a real issue of a really strong issue that impacts people very often at a visceral level. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yes, absolutely. Level. And the thing is, as well, I just would like to mention, if you don't mind, the budget that we've just had from Kate Forbes, and her very quick sentence about money going to Progress Scotland. We didn't know how much, and that was passed on. And then we of course look into it, and we discover that Angus Robertson's been allocated nearly $3.5 million to further the independence cause. At the same time, we read that our councils in Scotland now are going to be responsible for setting council tax levels and collecting the council tax, and they have been starved of about the same money that Angus Robertson's been given. So we will all be paying more council tax because our councils can't manage. So we will be paying more council tax and fill in the gap that has gone to Angus Robertson to push for independence. And that, to me, sums up what's happening in Scotland.
Yeah, very glad that you brought that up. Public cash for grievances as SNP boosts constitution funds. This was in the Daily Mail yesterday. Yeah. The funding allocated to the department responsible for the constitution will also soar by 6%, or £21 million. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And this is to Angus Robertson's department, which is grandly called Constitution, External Affairs and Culture.
Imagine. It's independence. Whatever way you dress it up, it's all about just splitting up the UK, breaking up the UK, and throwing as much of our taxpayers' money at it as they can, at the cost of the man on the street trying to pay his council tax or anything like that. Doesn't matter to them. Nothing matters to them apart from independence. Shocking.
Yes, and of Angus Robertson, of all people, to be heading up the so-called Constitution Department, which is actually a reserved issue. The Constitution is meant to be reserved to the British Parliament, but when has the SNP ever taken any note of the rules as far as that's concerned? So yeah, an extra 21 million basically to mess up the country, to break up Britain. And so who can fight back against this? Well, you mentioned the grassroots. At the end of the day, we do what we can, all of us in our various organisations and groups. And of course, this whole event today, our 10-hour union telethon, is to raise money for the crowdfunder. The address, which is going along the bottom there, crowdfunder.co.uk/AFFG 2022. And so please, folks, if anybody can see their way, please either donate some money there, or at least share or retweet this broadcast and get it out there, because this crowdfund will be running for until the 6th of January. But let's get some money in the
absolutely get some money in, because it really does feel it's the grassroots organisations like a Force for Good. It's the people on the ground that are leading this battle, if you like. Because at the moment we don't have it. We don't have any sort of assistance or much assistance from the opposition parties. So it's the grassroots, and you, a Force for Good, are a great opposition.
Thanks, and we can't do it without our wonderful activists. But you are right in that it does come down to each and every one of us. And people say, well, what can I do per se, because I don't want to necessarily go out on the street or do something. But everybody, to an extent, usually can donate something, whatever they can, to help the people who are doing things, who are able to go out, who are able to make a noise, who are able to publish literature and so on. And we need to put more effort into that, in a sense, because sometimes we invest too much of our hopes in politicians, as if the politicians out there know it all and are going to be great advocates for the United Kingdom or for the nation in some way. But at the end of the day, they're not necessarily. They're just individuals. Some of them are very young. Some of them don't know very much about anything, quite frankly. Almost all of them are constrained in what they can say and do by the party structure. And there's only a very few who are able to be outspoken in some way, and very often many of them don't really even understand some of the basic constitutional facts about how the United Kingdom's held together and so on. And many politicians just seem to think it's always going to be here, that the UK is always going to be here, without realising that it's quite a complex organism, and it depends upon people holding it together and speaking positively for it and ensuring that the parts can hold together as best as possible. And very often you'll get prime ministers who don't really have a clue about even those things, and that's going right back, actually. I won't mention any party leaders' names or whatever, but some prominent Conservative Party leaders as well in the past haven't really understood how the United Kingdom is held together, and have made comments that if they really understood, they would never have made that comment. I mean, Margaret Thatcher used to say that, well, I've mentioned a name now. Margaret Thatcher used to say that if a majority of MPs in Scotland voted for the SNP, then the UK could break up. Well, that's not actually constitutionally correct, as we show in this magazine as well, that it's not. The union is held together by people voting for MPs to be sent to the Union Parliament. That's how it's held together. It's not, and regardless of who these MPs are, if these MPs happen to want to break up the UK, it doesn't make a difference. If people have voted for that person to go to the Union Parliament, that is an acknowledgement of the Union Parliament.
The fact that they're there, for goodness sake,
Yes, they're there. They're giving it legitimacy. If people vote to send an SNP MP to Westminster, you're giving the Union Parliament and the Union and the United Kingdom legitimacy, and that's how we've been held together for over 300 years now, and I believe that will continue to be held together. We call that our mandate for unity, and there's a very strong mandate for unity. That's the constitutional mandate for unity that exists at the moment, but the actual democratic mandate for unity is that at the last election, the last general election, the majority of people who voted in Scotland voted for parties that believe in the Union anyway.
Absolutely. That's it. That's the big fallacy that's out there, though. Everybody says, well, the people of Scotland vote for the SNP. What do they expect? And you say, but they didn't. More people voted for the Unionist parties. But,
Yes.
I think in England, a lot of people think that. I think they think all the Scottish people want independence. I mean, there's crazy stuff going on. And I really thought at one stage we should all be writing letters to English newspapers.
Well, I tell you, if you do write a letter to an English newspaper, it usually gets published, because I've had letters published in things like, various provincial newspapers, and because it's like, oh, somebody from Glasgow's written a letter, publish it.
I think it's a good idea. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Just tell them, hey, from up here, up in the north of Scotland, we don't want to break up. We want to stay in the UK. So please understand that. But but of course, the SNP have been great in promoting that thought anyway. They've been pushing that, speaking for Scotland, Blackford, speaking for the people of Scotland always,
Oh, yeah.
That's very clever. Very clever.
That's his big thing. It was very irritating whenever I hear him say that as if he's speaking for the people of Scotland. I feel embarrassed, because I'm like, I don't want him speaking for the people of Scotland. That's the last person I want speaking for the people of Scotland.
Do you know what the best thing is, Alistair? When he stands up in the Houses of Parliament to speak, you get this groan that goes right through, and it's fantastic. And Ian Blackford just stands there, like the village joker. He seems to be unaware of how unpopular he is. But from all the benches, apart from the SNP benches, you just get this groan when Blackford stands up. I mean, it just makes Scotland a laughing stock, basically.
Well, it does, and it's very, very annoying and embarrassing as well. And then what he'll say is that Westminster's disrespecting the people of Scotland.
Yes.
Well, if they're groaning at you, if they're disrespecting anybody, it's you. It's not the people of Scotland. And if you stood up, if you stood up and actually said something constructive that added to the greater good of all the United Kingdom, then we might listen to you. And the SNP could do that when they were first elected with a landslide a few years ago. We wrote an article on our old site about how it was actually an opportunity for them to positively engage with making the whole of the United Kingdom better, or at least influencing the whole of the United Kingdom in the lines of their particular values, whatever their values may have been. They could have taken a positive role in it, and maybe certainly obviously spoken for Scotland's corner as they understood it, but also taken a positive role in trying to join in the conversation with what's happening in the rest of the UK. And as such, they would probably have got quite a bit of support from people in the rest of the UK, but instead they took a very a confrontational approach to not just the Parliament, but also to all the other people in the UK. So I'm just like put head in my hands, like, oh no, it's just such a bad impression. But you've got to remember there are other MPs from Scotland there, from the Tories and also Labour as well, who are as Scottish and are speaking for as many people in Scotland as others.
There's a few people that stand up in both Holyrood and Westminster and say the things that we want them to say. And there's a few people, particularly in Westminster, that can take the likes of Blackford and Wishart apart in a few sentences because they're of far superior ability. But the problem is that these people are our heroes to a certain extent, and we put all our hope and faith in them because they're in that position. But we don't have enough of them, and that's the problem. I mean, in Holyrood, we've got some really good people. Murdo Fraser, we've got Jackie Bailey, we've got good people, but we don't have enough of them, and we're swamped by the nationalists in Scotland. But I suspect in Westminster, I mean, I was listening to Rhys Mogg. I mean, he's hilarious, taking Wishart part yesterday. It was great. It was great television. He had it completely right, and everybody was laughing. But they're laughing not just at the people that are representing Scotland, but at Scotland as well, and that's horrible.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, thanks very much for coming on to the programme, Pauline.
Yeah, sorry about the problems at the beginning. I don't know what that was, but that cleared up, so that was good.
Absolutely, it just cleared up, like just it clicked, cleared up. It'd just be something in the line, leaves on the line or something like that.
Yeah, leaves on the line, leaves on the track.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll speak to you
Good
again,
luck.
no doubt, and have a lovely evening. And thanks very much for coming on and giving the benefit of your thoughts. You are a star in the unionist firmament.
Not really.
I think, well, I would say so. And
Thank you very much.
And Evelyn Findlay says hello.
Oh, hi, Evelyn.
Good.
We're all these new friends that we have, because of politics, and we feel as if we know each other. We've known each other for years because we are all part of this family, and it feels like a family, fighting the good fight together. So
Great. There's Derek says, hi Pauline, good to see you here again. Great show, Alistair. By the way, I will be donating next Friday when I get paid. Well, thank you very much, Derek.
That's great.
Thank you very much.
That's great.
Evelyn
That's
says,
good.
thanks, Cupcake.
I could do with one.
Oh, absolutely. Good. Okay, we'll say goodbye and have a lovely evening.
Yeah, you too. Good luck, and I hope the money comes rolling in.
Let's hope so. Thank you.
Yes.
Good night.
Bye.
Fantastic. Pauline from the Highlands. Great pro-UK activist. And she pointed out that Angus Robertson's Constitution Department has got £21 million of your money to work to break up the United Kingdom. So if you want to counter that, please do donate to us, where our crowdfunder is presently sitting at a more modest figure of £600. So we've got a little bit to go to before we reach the 21 million mark. But if anybody would like to donate, please do so. We'll put the link up there in the thread so you can click directly onto it. Now, coming up at the top of the hour in 20 minutes at 6 o'clock is our co-director, Ronnie Kane. And before I speak to the co-director, I'm going to talk about what AFFG has done this year. Now, what I need to find out is who won the last competition. And the question that we asked was, on this day, 11th of December in 1997, a certain British ship was decommissioned. What was its name? And if we've got the winner there, we'll put up the answer to that. And the winner's Jonathan Mumford. Congratulations to Jonathan. Jonathan, please could you send us your address to that same email, please? So we'll get Big Steve, the Scots Guardsman Lego Man, out to you, along with a copy of We Book for the Union, Do More Together, 40-page magazine, and an AFFG badge. Nice wee package, nice wee British package of fun, entertainment and knowledge, all in one envelope. Adam says he's watching the show on his Xbox. Fantastic, via the built-in YouTube app. Message coming in from somebody. Somebody asked somebody asking, how do I donate? Well, there's you just go to crowdfunder.co.uk. /AFFG 2020, and that's how you donate any amount that you want. If you donate a sum that's also got a reward button, then you can choose one of your rewards as well, which can be one of the flags that you want. That's how you do it. There's no limit. And I should also say that as a non-party political organisation, we have no requirement to report any names to any authorities or anything like that. You know, if you donate to political parties, very often they have to record names and addresses and all that sort of stuff. We don't have to do any of that. You know, there's no legal requirement, which is to say, if you donate to us, it's 1,000% confidential. Okay, 1,000% confidential. We have no legal requirement to tell anybody or anything like that. So if you're donating to AFFG, don't be concerned about that, because it's entirely confidential, and your name will be known to nobody other than the AFFG directors. Debbie says, congrats, Jonathan, on the Guardsman Prize, and Adam Bray says that as well. Now, there's Richard's put up the crowdfunder address. That's the one. That's the one that's scrolling along the bottom of the screen. Good. Now, I'm going to play a short video here while I take a break and restock with my Red Bull, which is keeping me firing on all cylinders. Or I might have a coffee, we shall see. And I'll be back in a few minutes, but before I do that, I'm going to play a video for you. How about what one? How about this one? Separation won't stop Scott Nat's moaning. And this is an important point, because I was reading The National, as I always do, so that you don't have to. And they had interviewed some quote-unquote young people, and why they wanted Scottish independence. And so I was reading it, and there wasn't anything particularly new, but one of the people seemed to think that everything would be hunky-dory after Scottish separation, and we would get on somehow better with England than we do at the moment. But think about that. How would that work? If you're not really getting on with them at the present time, how are you going to get on with them after you've just given them the heave-ho? You won't want anything to do with them. If it's like normal human relationships and there's a breakup, it's usually, you know, it's not like you're suddenly better friends or anything with each other. So how's that going to work? And so we pointed this out with a little bit of constitutional and historical facts when we spoke to them at the march that they had up the Royal Mile back in Edinburgh on the 5th of October 2019, when they claimed they had 250,000 people. Okay, Joanna Cherry said that there was 250,000 people. Joanna Cherry's a legislator. I think she's an MP, or she was, or whatever. Who cares? Anyway, I think she was an MP at the time. Don't quote me on that. But she said that there's 250,000 people there, 250,000 people. Do you know how long that would take to pass? It would take days, literally days. And they passed in an hour and a half, and there was in fact 11,286, because we had a camera down on them, and we have the patience to count them. And so I gave them a wee bit of some home truths, and I'll just play that video just now while I go to top up my glass. Quite here it is here. 2 minutes.
I'm going to just emphasise a crucial point to you. It's never going to happen. But imagine if you guys actually got your way. Imagine the catastrophe of that. Do you think you'd wake up one morning and you'd suddenly be best friends with England? Of course not. I'll tell you exactly what would start to obsess in your minds. It would be the terms of the divorce settlement. The terms of the divorce settlement were not good enough. Then you'll start to get angry at England. Then you'll start to say England's done that or done this, and you'll never be happy. This is it, you'll never be happy with anything that came out of a breakup of the United Kingdom. And 300 years from now, people like you would still be complaining about the terms of the divorce settlement. How it was so unfair back in when England did this or England did that. And do you know how I know that? I know that because I read history and I read the national newspaper, and to this day people are still writing in complaining about the terms of the Treaty of Union in 1707. They're crying out loud. They still haven't got over the terms of the treaty in 1707, and you think you guys are going to get over a breakup with England as if it's just walking out the door? No way. You're going to go mental because you're not going to be happy with the settlement that occurs. You're going to be angry because of the deal that you've tried but failed to get with numerous powerful interests in London. So I've got bad news for you. Separation's not going to solve it. Okay? Separation's not going to solve it. At the end of the day, you have to look inside your own head and you have to say, do you know what? The United Kingdom's actually a pretty good deal as it is right now. We can make it better, but we can make it better together.
Vice President Kamala Harris getting called out after meeting Monday with an activist who previously had some harsh words for white women and accused Trump supporters of, quote, wearing a white sheet.
Hey, we're back in the studio. I hope that worked. Okay, that was only a short video, 2 minutes. Quick change. My costume crew. And we're back to speak about what we have achieved in the past 12 months, what AFFG has done. So just looking at the comments. Yeah, well, Scott says he doesn't understand how it take days for 25,000 people to pass a certain point when football stadium with 60,000 could be filled and emptied in half an hour. That's because they're all going in different directions. A football stadium empties in at least 4 different directions, sometimes more. When you're all walking along one road, however, it's a different matter. It's about how long does it take for 250,000 people to pass a given point. Okay, 250,000 people. I doubt there's ever been I doubt there's ever been a group of 250,000 people assembled anywhere in the world ever in the history of mankind. But let's pretend that there were. I mean, what kind of, how much would that take up? And then imagine them all walking up the Royal Mile or down it, a narrow area. How long is that going to take to pass? On average, in a narrow street like the Royal Mile, people will pass about 100 people per minute. Okay, so divide 250,000 by 100, and you get 2,500 minutes, right? Where's my calculator? I'm just trying to do this in my head. So how many hours is that? Okay, somebody work that out for me, please. Okay, so that's the reason why it would take that long. Now, or is it 25,000 minutes? I can't figure it out. Okay, what we've done this year, we'll separate into 3 different areas because we're going to be talking with our director in a few minutes. We have outdoor activism. We were outside Holyrood with a live broadcast on the 10th of March 2021, campaigning against the anti-free speech bill which Humza was pushing. We made 13 live outdoor broadcasts during April and May in the run-up to the Holyrood election. We held our first ever 1st of May Great British Union Day rally in George Square. There's a picture of it there. There was 50 of us, really colourful. Flags of all the home nations were on display. That went extremely well. There was a Scottish nationalist rally at the other end of the square. We held a counter presence at a Scottish nationalist march in the centre of Glasgow on the 17th of July 2021, and a TikTok video we produced on the day was seen by over 100,000 people. I'm going to bring up that. I'm going to bring up one of the YouTube videos, TikTok videos about that. This was me and our very small number of folk on our Thin Red Line that day. We were a little group called Yes 2 were passing, and we regaled them. We regaled them with our little ditty, saying that they'd never get another indie ref, no matter how many times they F and Jeff, which was a nice little poem. There it is. Let's play the music. You'll never get another indie ref. A force for good is telling it to you, and you know it pains to hear the truth. A little bit of Shakespeare there. That was a good day. We counted the nationalists in at 30. That is 30. And that was quite good. That was quite good. We had a street stall in George Square on the 18th of September to celebrate the 2014 referendum, and we were at Holyrood when the Queen came to open it as well, and we welcomed the Queen. And at the COP26 conference, we had 4 days of activism. 4 days of activism at the COP26 conference, which concluded with us counting the COP march. And we counted the COP march not because we were particularly interested or either supportive or against the march itself. We just simply knew that the media was going to be lying to us about the numbers, and we wanted to get the exact figure. So we counted the COP26 march, and just before our guest comes on at the top of the hour, I'll take you through that as well. And in addition, we counted another 8 small Scottish nationalist marches, just to ensure that they couldn't get away with their lies. And these were very small events. I mean, there was one in Dundee, they had 73 at it, and others have just numbered in the low 100s. And as we always say, it's not really worth us getting out of bed for it. In that regard, we don't want to bring too much publicity to them on those matters. Now, good to see some new people coming in on Facebook, and that's good stuff. Stephen Beer worked it out. 100,000 people would take 42.6 hours to get up the Royal Mile. That's right. That's almost 2 days. Sorry, 250,000. That's what I said, wasn't it? 250,000 would take 42.6 hours. Thank you. Thank you. Scott seems to think he knows better, that he's figured it out. It's football analogy. He presumably has seen a stadium that's got 250,000 people in it, which doesn't exist, by the way, in the history of the world. Okay, where are we? Yes, I was going to show you. We videoed the COP26 march to perfection. I mean, we videoed it to perfection. Let me bring up that video of it, and I can run you through it. Now, I just hope my director there, I see my director in, one of our directors rather, in the waiting room, and we'll bring you on just maybe 5 minutes later after I've gone through this particular segment, and we'll just add the time on to afterwards. But what I want to do is to bring up this page and this video, which shows you that the amazing count that we did of the COP26 march, and we counted them at 13,000. As it happens, it was 13,000 exactly. Of course, if you tried it yourself, you would get a slightly different number, but it would be a 3% either way, and that took 2 hours and 10 minutes to pass. But the media lied and said it was 100,000. But of course, 100,000 would have taken almost 9 times the time that it took. Now, yeah, let me just share the screen for you. The 13,000 on march in Glasgow on the 6th of the 11th. This is the video. We were inside the train station looking down on the march, and the busiest time was the first hour, and then after that it really did start to get slow. So you see here, it's easy enough just to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. You know, it's easy enough just to do that. It's easy enough to count that. It's absolutely no problem to count that. And then it's lots of times that's kind of just a regular amount of people, but you can easily count it. We counted the people going down the pavement as well, by the way.
There was 5 when that came out, I think.
Yeah.
Ghostbusters.
And then long parts of the march were just like this. Long stretches were just like this. Okay. And this is the full march from the beginning to the end. In fact, the video lasts for 2 hours, 10 minutes. And we had a small team there. And as you can see, well, there's an empty road for, you know, while here comes another wee section. Very easy to count. Very easy to count. We'll put up the link to this. So it's not very exciting, but it's easy enough to see and it's easy enough to count. And people go, how can you count 13,000? Well, that's how you do it. You stand in an elevated position, you film it, and while they're passing, you get somebody to film it and you get somebody to count it. It's like easily done. And we were the only media outlet in the entire world that did this. Okay? And I totally stand by that count of 13,000 with a 3% margin of error either way accepted. I absolutely stand by that. Because as you see, there's no trouble to count that. No trouble whatsoever. So I hope just by pointing this out, it adds to the understanding that people have. We've made a name for ourselves in being able to count these marches, and it's obviously why anybody can do it if they want. There they go, still going by. Roads overwhelmingly empty. As I say, the first half hour, 45 minutes, hour, that was the busiest. After that, it was just dribs and drabs like this until the very last, which I'll just rush the video through to. There was about that was the wee Scottish nationalist contingent that came in just at the very end. They were second last. Again, easy to count. Followed by bicycles, and then an empty road until the final police car passes. So anybody can count that for themselves on our video if they want. And that was 13,000. While I'm speaking to our co-director Ronnie Kane, we'll also touch on everything else that we've done this year. But ladies and gentlemen, let me bring in Ronnie into the program. Please say hello to Ronnie Kane. Hello, Ronnie.
Hi, hello Alistair, hello everybody.
Good. You're coming through loud and clear.
Good.
Yes, how are you this fine evening? Have you had a busy day?
I've had a very lazy day. I've been sitting in front of the television watching you, Alistair.
Oh, right.
And,
good.
enjoying the programme.
What did you think of Chris Brett?
What did I think of?
Chris Brett.
Oh, yes, very good. I thought he got over the points very well with regards to Admiral Lord Nelson, and I was a kind of observer to what they were doing over that period of time, and it was exciting because people read something and they accept it, they think it must be true. And we went out there, when I say we, the Nelson Society, we formed a little subcommittee and we actually dug up the truth. So I'm very delighted with the way Chris presented all of that. I think that was very well done, and the story's not finished yet. So there's more to come. There's more to come. And I feel that I was very glad when he agreed to come on the programme, because it gives an opportunity for the Nelson Society to have a broader appeal, if you like, and also it also benefits a force for good, in as much as we are taking a rightful place in society, in defending the union. Frankly, I don't think the union needs much defending, because the majority of Scots are loyal. We know that from 2014. I spent a few weeks leading up to the referendum. I was in Spain at the time, mainly English people, and they were saying, "Oh, how are you going to vote?" I said, "The Scots will vote to stay. The Scots do loyalty." And I was at a party the eve of the referendum. I think or the day of the referendum, probably. I was at a party later that night, and there was a couple there who were of nationalist leanings, retired school teachers, you might know, and they niggled at me. I might not have been entirely sober. So 3 times I said, "I'm not putting up with this. I won't have Scotland spoken down." And 3 times the hostess had to say, "Ronnie, please, we're all friends here." Well, I certainly didn't feel like it. I thought there was 2 traitors in the camp, 2 Judas Iscariots. However, I was proved right. The Scots do loyalty.
I like that phrase. The Scots do loyalty. That might look quite good on a T-shirt, actually. You've given me some ideas there. Definitely.
Absolutely.
That's a good phrase.
I know there were people round about me who were uncertain. You cannot presume. But one thing I was sure of is that the Scottish people are loyal. What we do have are Republicans who are anti-monarchist, and they are amongst us.
They walk amongst us.
I am all right with that if it could be achievable that we all live together. If they could accept that a majority voted to remain in the United Kingdom. But they can't. It's not in their makeup. They cannot. And tragically for Scotland, on the 19th of September 2014, IndyRef 2 started. Mm-hmm. And they never missed a beat.
Yes, so, they didn't, and sorry, our side was to blame for that as well, because the so-called unionist politicians had laid out a nice big bouncy bed for them, which was called the Smith Commission, which was you can't get independence, but you know what, we're going to give you all these new powers, and they brought in this new Scotland Act as a consequence of that. What that meant was when the Scottish nationalists lost, the next day, instead of coming crashing down onto stony ground, they landed on this great big double bed, nice and bouncy, with a brand new mattress, and they bounced all the way back up again, because that mattress had been laid for them by the British establishment, and it was called all these new powers you'll get if you lose. Imagine you lose and you actually get all this whole big consolation prize, which is essentially what it was. Big consolation prize laid out for them, and so it built a whole new political ground for them then to build upon.
I think
instead of us pushing the advantage, we gave the advantage to them, and again that just speaks to the absolute uselessness of many of the British establishment political leaders.
And you've been saying all this afternoon, I've been listening to you, that you cannot give Republicans like that an inch, because they'll take a mile, they'll abuse it, and the you know, they're kind of clever people, and they see what you described there as a fair treatment, and they only see it as something to be abused. The devolved powers were not described properly. They weren't, in effect, gave them an open door, and they, slightly ajar, they've pushed it wide open, and they're going for the jugular. That's how they are. However, they have to convince the majority of Scots that they'd be better off separated from Scotland. And I know we've discussed this before, and it's not just Scotland wanting to break away. We are British. So all of Britain should have a say in whether the United Kingdom is broken up or not. It's not purely for the Scots to decide, and certainly not when there was such a good turnout and people voted to remain, and their wishes have been ignored completely. And I was looking actually at the wee red book, and in it you mention the Covenanter leader Archibald Campbell. Let us hold fast that union which is so happily established betwixt us 360, 70 years ago. Fast forward to today, and in the House of Lords. Now, I know that people would condemn the House of Lords. They think it's antiquated. But until we've got a better second chamber, that's our second chamber. And recently, Lord Folks of Cumnock, he accused the SNP of using the Scottish Parliament as a campaigning vehicle for independence rather than the delivery of service which are devolved. The SNP don't recognise any limits to what they can do. We've seen that over and over again. And unfortunately, the Labour Party have realised it too late. The devolved assemblies, Wales and Scotland, both Labour heartlands were. Am I being too cynical in thinking that the devolved assemblies were to give the Labour Party in Wales and Scotland a permanent fiefdom, whilst regardless of what government is in Westminster? Now, Lady Davidson of London Links, who's only recently been elevated, she says, too often I feel that those of us who support the continuation of our United Kingdom are at risk of doing the Scottish nationalist job for them by talking about Scotland in a way that separates us from that of which we wish to remain a part. And I think these two legislators probably have covered the bases there. We are in a situation where the United Kingdom is under attack. And when the SNP marching arm took to the streets to shuffle along on the Queen's Highway, we were there waving the flag, reminding them that that's the Queen's Highway that they're shuffling along, and they don't like it. Well, in the recent so-called marches, we knew their numbers were going to be nowhere near what they had been. And so we made the decision, you and I, Alistair, that we were not going to legitimise or give them credibility by turning up. And for one march at least, there would have been more of us than them. Well, we're counter-demonstrating. We're not demonstrating. We have the union. We are counter-demonstrating against people who would demonstrate to break up the union. Well, we don't like that. We don't like change when change is not necessary. We like improvements. Now, what was wrong with what one of your previous guests said? I think it might have been Pauline, that they could have come into Holyrood House and worked together for the betterment of the people of Scotland. It might have stuck in their throat that they were dealing with people who believed in a union of or a nation of unions, I should say. It might have stuck in their throat, but they could at least have had the improvement of the people as a high priority, an improvement of Scotland as a high priority. Really, well, I don't think so. I came home from London the other day, and I catch the bus outside Central Station. It takes me across the Jamaica Bridge, and there's hoarding there. The railway bridge going into Central Station is being worked on. And on the hoarding, it said something to the effect that £4 billion was being spent on Scottish Railways. Well, when I left school, I went to work for British Rail. I don't know when it became Scottish Railways. And when I looked and scanned this hoarding to see where this £4 billion was coming from, Scottish Railways, the propaganda that has been force-fed to me for too many years now makes me think somewhere here there'll be something about the Scottish government. Nothing. So we know where the money's coming from. When they don't put up where the money's come from, we unionists know where it's coming from. And they're expunging the name of Britain from everything. They would have loved to have done it with the British Transport Police when they centralised the police forces. Now, there was always going to be several police forces in Scotland because there is a danger of corruption. If there's only one force, there is a danger that the executive will exercise aggressively.
Yes.
And so several police forces, you have several chief constables. Now we've only got one. And they wanted to expunge the name of British Transport Police. Well, they didn't succeed with that, thank goodness. However, we've got the Scottish NHS, we've got the Scottish Welfare State, we've got the Scottish Water, Energy, Scottish Public Transport, Scottish Education, Scottish Housing, and Scottish Pensions. All of that, they've expunged the name of Britain, and we're not having it. We're not having it. We will, for as long as it takes, we will go out there and we'll wave the flag and we'll make sure that the majority in Scotland know that the tail that is presently wagging the dog is Republican and is a nasty Republican and anti-monarchist. They are out to destroy the Union. They hope to do it. They hope that Hitler might do it for them. That came to nothing. And now they're looking to outside agencies such as the EU. And I think the EU would probably quite happily break up the United Kingdom if they were given half a chance. And it's not over yet. Brexit is not a done deal yet, because in the Irish Sea today there is a border. And
that's a problem.
And they, in Ireland, this was a Brussels ruling, of course. In Britain, well, if we're Brexiting, if we're out, why are Brussels rules being applied in Northern Ireland? And they require people coming to Northern Ireland to produce a vaccination passport. So I cannot go to Northern Ireland unless I show documentation. I've seen enough clips of films in a place like France, which was overrun by the Germans, where citizens were stopped at will and had to produce documentation, or they would be in trouble. Well, I'm not going down that road. And I don't think a lot of people will, if they know that there are others. And this is the point of A Force for Good. We must disseminate information. We must let people know that they are not alone.
Yes.
That we will stand and that we are committed to defending the Union.
Yes, well, that's a good point for me just to bring in some additional points of what we did together in the previous year. And I've just spoken there about the outdoor activism. Before you come on, I was talking about the outdoor activism. And I'll just speak in a minute about our media activism, our media broadcasting, and what we've achieved in that. But before I do that, I omitted to mention the competition question, which I'll ask just now, actually.
Sure.
And the prize.
I'll try not to shout out the answer, Alistair.
Yeah. The prize is this fantastic little tin of teas. Battle of Britain.
Wow.
Tea embossed with Spitfires.
Spitfire. Hurricane, perhaps.
Yes, on the front. And yes, a marvel of British engineering, the Supermarine Spitfire was a high-performance aircraft, reaching top speeds of over 300 miles per hour. So you get this if you answer the next question correctly. And if you can send the answer, please, to contact@aforceforgood.uk. And you'll also get a wee book. You'll also get a badge. And you'll also get a 40-page magazine, Union Heart. Wow. So the next question for this Spitfire Submarine Battle of Britain tin of teas, tea bags in there, is, let me read it out. The question is, on Saturday the 6th of November there was a climate change march through Glasgow. Much of the world media lied and said there were 100,000 on it. A Force for Good counted the real number. What was the real number of marchers at that COP26 march? It wasn't 100,000, it was substantially lower, and we have the video evidence that anybody can check for themselves if they've got 2 hours to spare. So that's the question. Please send it to contact@aforceforgood.uk and we'll announce the winner in 20 minutes or so. Great. Well, some of the things that we've done this year as far as media broadcasting, Ronnie, is concerned, and let me just read them out here. So far, we've made 45 weekly 1-hour broadcasts on Wednesday morning, our Wednesday morning show, Good Morning UK, Have Your Say. 45 weekly 1-hour broadcasts, which broadcast simultaneously across Facebook, Twitter and YouTube, and recently on TikTok as well. And if you're watching on TikTok and you want to see our interview with the person that we're speaking to just now, our co-director Ronnie Kane, please go to youtube.com/UK A Force for Good to see the full programme. In addition, we have uploaded that each weekly video to our BitChute channel and to our Rumble channel, where we back up our videos for posterity. So if you're on BitChute or Rumble, please give us a follow on there as well. That's something that we need to push more, is our BitChute and Rumble channels. BitChute and Rumble, and we've only got just a handful of followers on there, but we're mainly using that at the moment as just a video backup platform. In addition, out of those 1-hour videos, we have produced 56 shorter videos from those broadcasts and posted them all across the internet, including Instagram as well, and also TikTok. In addition to that, we've had 5 outside broadcasts that we've uploaded as well onto YouTube. We've produced 43 audio-only podcasts, which broadcast across 8 different podcast channels, including Spotify, for example, in addition to our own website. And a big thing that we've done this year is we launched on TikTok, which is a different platform altogether. We've never been on it before, and we launched in June, and we've almost had 1 million views on our videos that we've uploaded onto TikTok. So a big shout out to our TikTok team who have been doing that. And we are now the biggest pro-UK voice on TikTok, and that's where we intend to stay. Not only that, we've continued to post regularly every day on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, usually several times every day on these 3 platforms. And we couldn't do that without our Facebook team and the people who help to moderate that. So a big thank you to everybody in our Facebook team, and you know who you are, and also our Instagram and Twitter team. So thank you very much for you guys who keep that those shows on the road, because we take the position, if you're going to get onto these platforms, you have to do it right, you have to do it properly, you have to do it professionally, you have to do it sensibly. And we've been doing that now, and touch wood, long may that continue. Although we had a little bit of a wobble, of course, last year when Twitter, for no reason whatsoever, removed us for 4 months. And basically, and then they got back onto us and they said, sorry, we made a mistake. Sorry, we made a mistake. And they reintroduced us back on the platform again. And then our Facebook page particularly has, in some cases, our Facebook page in 28-day periods has reached over 3 million people. Okay, in some 28-day periods, our Facebook page has been reaching 3 million people. So that's absolutely amazing stuff. Now, I'm just going to rig this up. The TikTok camera here is running out of juice, so I'm just going to lift it up a little bit and put the power charger into the bottom of it. Excuse me. There we go, all fitted. We think of everything here. Can directly charge the camera from the desk. How's that? Not bad. So yes, and in addition, we've continued to produce publications as well. Particularly a big work this year has been our 40-page special policy edition of Union Heart, which is full colour, 1 article per page, and 102 policy ideas to keep the United Kingdom together. 17 new articles on our website, aforceforgood.uk. 13 email updates. If you want to stay in touch with us via email, then you need to sign up, please, at aforceforgood.uk/support. And we've also created 2 new greeting cards. A Force for Good on Union Street in Glasgow, when we counted the Scot Nats on the 11th of January 2020. And A Force for Good on the Royal Mile, when we counted them on the 5th of October 2019. That was the video that began this section. So constantly doing stuff, and next year we've got big ideas as well. We want another Union Heart that's going to be specifically about the Union from a historical point of view, and how the Union came about and how the Union benefited Scotland. Because there's an awful lot, as you know, there's an awful lot of historical nonsense written about the Union.
Yeah.
Completely. So that needs to all be corrected and put between 2 covers, which we intend to do next year, as well as produce an activist's manual, which will enable activists to properly argue for the Union, which is something that the movement has been lacking hitherto. So these are big things, and to produce these, of course, costs a lot of money. So these are additional expenses that we'll need as well. So please, if anybody can, please do help us at crowdfunder.co.uk/AFFG 2022, because we need everything that we can raise there. And it's, I mean, if we can't do it, we can't continue. It's not like we're somehow going to continue forever. I mean, if we can't raise the money, we'll run until the money runs out, and then we'll have to stop. So we do need your support. If you are on our team, please do so. Indeed. So, any suggestions of things that we should be doing next year, Ronnie, that you think that we haven't done, that ideally we need to do?
Well, what you've listed there is going to keep you very busy. That seems to be apparent. And it's important, of course, that we keep in touch with the supporters, the people who are sending in money at the moment. And I would encourage others who perhaps come along and support us in the open air, but haven't yet become financial subscribers. That is important, because without the money, there's so much that won't be done. In fact, without any money, there wouldn't be anything done at all. And in case there's any doubt in anybody's mind, there's nobody takes away a huge amount of money. I don't take anything. There are others like me, and Alistair is the most underpaid person in Britain, if not the planet. And he's happy to do this. He's made a commitment, and it's a commitment that he's determined to see through. And at first, when I knew Alistair several years ago, I was convinced he had been successful in acquiring the technique of living off of fresh air. And I'm still not sure to this day that you haven't actually found a way of living off fresh air. Alistair, what you take from the organisation is so minimal that I'm sure if people knew, it's nothing to do with them, but it is minimal, and they just have to take my word for it that if they knew, they would be embarrassed, and I think they probably would triple their donations. Those that are already subscribing, we're very grateful. We hope that you will continue to support us, and there are others out there. You know who you are. Subscribe, and we'll keep you informed. And it's not a requirement to come along and show your face. Some people are very shy, others not so much. And those that turn up at, I think there's probably going to be 2 big events held in the open air next year. Still to be decided, but you'll get plenty of notice, and come along, mingle with us, and we'll be glad to see you. And that's pretty much why I started off tonight's conversation with the Covenanter leader, Archibald Campbell, the most influential man in Scotland at that time, probably. And I have ancestors who worshipped in the open air because they were forbidden to do so. And they were Covenanters, and some were enslaved, they were caught, sent for a fair trial in Edinburgh, condemned to death, and as an alternative to the death sentence, they were enslaved and sent to the Caribbean. And some were shot where they worshipped.
Yes, indeed. Those were serious times.
And so it's important.
Yes.
I thought we had left that sort of period behind us. But who knows this road that we're travelling down now? and it will require people to stand up and be counted. And I hope that our supporters will do that, and it would be great to see them.
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. And the thing is, sometimes people might think, oh, it's all done and dusted, there's not going to be another referendum. Nicola Sturgeon says there's not going to be one. Sturgeon wants one in 2023, but Boris won't allow it. Well, as situations stand at the moment, that might be the case, but how long's Boris going to be around? You see, you don't know how quickly politics moves. Boris could get replaced between now and 2023 by some person who doesn't have a clue about the union, who doesn't understand the nature of politics up here in Scotland, and who thinks somehow that we're going to win it, easily or something like that, and doesn't realise how things can move very quickly, and before you know it, everything's gone completely wrong. That's just the nature of life and the nature of politics. So it's nothing is settled in politics. Nothing is ever settled. It changes day to day. And just because it looks like Sturgeon's not going to get another referendum, yeah, from this perspective at this precise moment today, but what's tomorrow going to bring? I mean, who knows? And then that just changes everything again. So what I always say to people is we're using this time to really maximize and grow, to create the materials that we need to effectively argue the case and to effectively stand up for the United Kingdom. These materials, such as we're going to have next year, ideally, if we can raise the money, an activist manual. I'm envisaging a 48-page, maybe booklet, probably, that can fit in your pocket, that's got frequently asked questions, frequently asked claims, what do you say to this, what do you say to that, a little potted history at the back, that sort of thing, so people can just get it and immediately take that to the pub and have ammunition to use, intellectual ammunition.
Absolutely,
yes.
very worthwhile. And
yes.
There is a cliche, and it's also a truism, that you fail to prepare, you prepare to fail. And so you're preparing us for possibly a worst case scenario, and we hope for the best. For the best outcome. However,
right.
The SNP are never going to let this carrot of separation from the rest of the United Kingdom dangle. The mainstream media are never going to stop publishing about it, because that's their bread and butter. It suits them very well to keep it alive. And it is beholden on every true Scot to be aware and to do whatever it takes to say, I am a unionist. I am a unionist. And I think sometimes we're too polite and we think about the other person's feelings or whatever. Well, trust me, the Republicans, they don't share that point of view. And we have to let them know. And I'm so glad to see more Union Jacks when I go out and about, particularly at the time of the Duke of Edinburgh's demise. I travel a lot by public transport, and I was seeing Union Jacks flying in places that I hadn't seen before. I think even in death, he served us well, that
yes.
He reminded us about our union, our nation of unions. And it's a wonderful thing, absolutely wonderful. And from it, we had the British Empire. And from that, we have the Commonwealth of Nations. And twice in the last century, First and Second World Wars, these Commonwealth countries stepped up to the mark.
Yes, oh, absolutely. Ronnie, we've been speaking for 40 minutes. I'll let you go there.
Okay.
And thank you very much for your thoughts, all of which I
Thank you for
concur.
the opportunity. Yeah.
Absolutely.
See you soon.
See you soon. And at the top of the hour, we've got a chap coming on who take the points that you've made actually and develop them further as well, because he's based down in England, and we'll be talking about the importance of all the people of Britain getting involved, because this isn't just about Scotland, it's about keeping the United Kingdom itself together as one nation. So Ronnie, have a nice rest of your evening, and thanks very much for coming along.
You've given me a memorable Saturday. Cheers. Bye.
Good night. Fantastic. The Ronnie Kane, co-director of A Force for Good. Now, we had a competition there, and the question was, on Saturday the 6th of November, there was a climate change march through Glasgow. Much of the world media lied and said there were 100,000 on it. However, thankfully, A Force for Good counted the real number. What was the real number? And the real number was 13,000. Not 100,000, 13,000. And we have a winner who will receive our Spitfire tea tin. And the winner is, let me just check who the winner is. There it is, Alan Dawes. Congratulations to Alan, who'll receive this wee tin of tea bags in a Spitfire casing. Fantastic. Now, at the top of the hour, we've at 7 o'clock, we've got James, a Force for Good supporter from the south of England, who is going to be talking with us about the importance of, if you're British, you're involved. A tremendously intelligent, thoughtful and insightful person. Now, just looking at my sheet here to decide what I need to do. Yes, we'll have another question coming up. Okay, we can remove that banner. We have another question coming up, which let me just check what the prize for it will be. And send in to forceforgood.uk. Now, before we do that, though, I just want to talk around some other issues at the moment, and I also want to send a link to our man so he can come into the studio. Well, folks, thank you very much for watching. Please do share if you can, and get the message out to other people. It's been a good show. It's continuing to be a good show. We've still got some great guests coming up and lots of things still to talk about. Great. Great. Hey, yes. Yeah. Well, one of the things there is, if you're British, you're involved, and this is one of the things that we've tried to emphasise since our very start when we began. You know, back in 2014, and by the way, if you're watching on TikTok, please check us on youtube.com. But one of the things that we noticed was that some people up here would say, "Oh, I'm from England, so I really shouldn't have an opinion on this." Like when we were campaigning to keep Britain together, I would meet one or two people who would say that, and I would say to them, "No, if you're British, you're involved. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what part of the British Isles you come from. You know, this is about keeping Britain together. So if you're British, you're involved." And I think that attitude has thankfully increased recently. I think more people are beginning to see, yeah, this is something that concerns us all. And of course, if you're outside of, we have people who've joined us from England. You know, one or two people have come up from the south to join us on events and at marches and things like that. So we don't care if you're British. If you're British, you're absolutely involved. So that's the important thing to understand. This isn't just about Scotland, it's about holding the United Kingdom together. So that's an important point to make. Another thing that I want to point out here, and let me just bring up the link on it, is it's about, and it carries on from this idea of being British or involved. At the end of the day, it's about the danger of breaking us up as a people. The danger of breaking us up as a people. That's what it's about. Because we totally understand, we totally get the fact that some people are not happy with, for example, the government that happens to be in Westminster. But what we try to emphasise is that that's a temporary thing. Okay, that can change. That can change. And we touched on this when we spoke to Will Podmore earlier, that it's ultimately about the people deciding how it's going to go, and we shouldn't get wrapped up in what we would call the formalism of parliamentary democracy. Although we're totally for parliamentary democracy, we shouldn't get wrapped up in looking at things from that party political point of view. We shouldn't get tied up in party politics. You know, we see the politicians of all parties as what they are, which is fallible human beings. Okay, there are no, one should not ever look at a politician and think that they're perfect. You shouldn't invest all your hopes and fears into one person, because that person is just a human being, and that person is bound to let you down in some way, often through no fault of their own. So we shouldn't look at politicians as if, you know, they're going to be perfect, and we're all to blame for this. But you know, some Scottish nationalists, they will look at Nicola and they've developed a cult around her, which is very unusual, really, in the political world. It's very unusual for a cult like that to have been developed. But that's definitely happened. A lot of people have invested all their hopes and fears into Nicola Sturgeon, and then of course when she lets them down, they're so deflated that they and so upset that they can't understand it. Well, don't invest all your don't invest all yourselves into one person, because every person is fallible. We all are. The best we can do is to try to encourage politicians to do the best that they can and to do the right thing as we understand it, not to curse them, really, if we can get away with it. To try to encourage politicians to do the right thing. And at the end of the day, this fight for us is about keeping the British together as a people. We don't want Britain to be broken up. We don't want the people to be set against each other in the way that it often happened back in the old days. Okay, so we don't want to break up the British people. We want to hold them together. We want political structures that will help to reflect that unity. As we said, I think it was on the front page of our, yes it was on the front page of Do More Together, we said we have more in common than what divides us. Our political institutions should reflect that fact. We have more in common than what divides us. Our political institutions should reflect that fact. That's one of the core points of view of unionism. John Brown comes in on TikTok. If you want to see our interviews, then go to youtube.com/UK A Force for Good, where we're broadcasting also on Facebook and on Twitter. Yeah, so I can see that at the top of the hour and 10 minutes, we're going to have James from the south of England, who's an AFFG supporter. If you want to watch that, please do check it out on youtube.com/UK Force for Good. Now, what I'm going to do at this point is just give you some British history before we ask the next question. Question 7, in fact. So the next 4 questions at the top of each hour are going to be related around what we call Great British Christmas Facts. Okay, facts about Christmas which are directly related to British history. And let me just describe for you the this particular element of British history. Great British Christmas fact number 1. That Christmas trees in the English-speaking world, that is to say, Christmas trees that were brought inside the house in the English-speaking world, owes its popularism to Prince Albert, who was the consort of Queen Victoria, because it was those two who helped to publicise it during the middle of the 19th century. And they managed to do that specifically as a consequence of Prince Albert, because it had been a kind of German heritage. A German thing that they did was they would bring a tree inside the house. But hitherto, before Prince Albert publicised it in the United Kingdom, it wasn't something that British people ever did or ever heard about. And so it was on the 23rd of December 1848, which is to say 173 years ago, that the Christmas supplement of a magazine at the time called the Illustrated London News published this picture of the royal family, Queen Victoria and Prince Albert, celebrating around a Christmas tree at Windsor Castle. And that was published in the Illustrated London News, and high society and others were puzzled and caught, what on earth's going on there? And as a consequence of that, it was from that moment on, December 1848, that the idea of Christmas trees in the United Kingdom caught on. So, very much a consequence of that royal family tradition that we have a tree, that many people have a tree inside their house at Christmas time. And that was a consequence of Prince Albert, and that began Britain's fascination with the idea, to the point where it became an annual British tradition. Indeed, in the 2015 Queen's Christmas broadcast, the Queen made reference to this story, where we heard about it for the first time as well. She made reference to her family's role in promoting the Christmas tree in Britain, and the tree provided the theme for her message back in 2015, which was about shining a light upon the darkness, as she said, and it's a quote from John 1:5, quote, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it," which is a great quote there from John 1:5. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. So that's Prince Albert and Queen Victoria popularised the Christmas tree as an item in British households back in 1848, and ever since then, living rooms haven't been the same since. I'll ask you a wee question on that and the prize. What's the prize for that particular question? Let me just check what the prize for that is when I ask you the question. Yes. These 3 little tins again of tea, a bus, a red bus, a Union Jack tin, and a red telephone. British tea selection. There you go. And because you'll need a teacup to drink it, we'll give you this wee coaster as well. Navy and Army, 2 British Bulldogs standing on a Union Jack saying, "What we've got, we'll hold." So that's for the winner of the next question, as well as, of course, our Union Heart magazine, our wee book, and our Union Jack flag badge. Okay, so that's a good wee prize there, going to some lucky person. And if you've won before, just fire in again, doesn't matter. Richard says the Christmas tree is the Tannenbaum, as the Germans call it. Okay. Good stuff. Oh, good stuff, good stuff. Okay. What have we got on TikTok here? We're going to switch over very shortly to our person who's come in that we're going to have a chat with. So if you want to see that, you won't be able to see that on TikTok. Please go to youtube.com/UK A Force for Good and look for our live video, which is broadcasting. We're broadcasting right through to 10:30, folks. So if you know anybody who would enjoy this, please do share it to them, and please do tune in, and please retweet anything that we tweet as well. Great stuff. Talking of that, let me just go onto Twitter and do this, do a little thing there. Good. Well, I see our guest is in the studio, and it's just about to bring our guest on. Fantastic, folks. Please could you welcome our latest guest, who is James, AFFG supporter from the south of England. Bringing James in now. Good evening, James. Good to see you.
Alistair. Nice to see you again. You're right.
Yeah, good. Yeah, you're loud and clear, I'm glad to say.
Good.
Good. Things are good. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, we had you on our weekly show back in the summer. You came on for an hour as well, and you're one of our regular supporters, and I just want to say thank you, to you for everything that you've done. And I know that you've got quite a unique view of the United Kingdom, and always very interested to hear what you've got to say. Just by way of introduction, could you please just tell the viewers, something briefly about yourself and how you came to know about A Force for Good?
Yeah, well, firstly, I have to hand it to you for putting on this massive, very long show. It must be grueling hard work, so I think that deserves everyone to donate on that alone. 6.5 hours, 10-hour telethon. Everyone should. That's definitely worth a tenner. So everyone, get donating, everyone. All right. But to answer your question, I came across A Force for Good purely by chance a couple of years ago. Just came up on YouTube, and instantly I was very attracted to it because it drew my attention, and clicked on the videos, and you have that heart-shaped Union Jack, and very positive message inside that, and you're very patriotic and very positive about the country. And that's very infectious, and it rubs off on other people and just cheers people up during such a climate of fear that we're living in now. And you have to sort of beat up on your country, beat up on yourself. It's so depressing. So to see someone who's, brave enough to just say, sod that, I'm who I am, I'm proud of who I am. And it's a positive message. And I've been a supporter ever since that day. By the way, this is a poppy. It's not like a clown flower or something. It's not going to shoot out water. This is a handmade poppy that I got from the Royal Legion. Yeah.
Oh, lovely, lovely. Good stuff. Well, thank you for that. Yeah, it's important to keep that positive message and the positive imagery and so on going. And because, as you said, it's infectious. And if you believe in something, people can sense it and understand the power of that as well. And I'm glad that you said that. Thanks very much for that.
Yeah, sure. You're welcome.
So you obviously thought that this work was important. There must have been something that occurred to you that wasn't happening in the world that we were responding to, as it were. That we were fitting a need. I mean, what would you say to that? How did
a force for good is basically filling a void. In my opinion, a massive void in our country, where being patriotic and doing your best for your country and for each other and for society as a whole is for some reason a negative thing now. So, the great majority, the silent majority, that are looking for a void. There's a void, and it's just not being represented by their local parliament or the British Parliament or whatever, the local council. So, obviously, and also the mainstream media, they are not interested in hearing the pro-union argument of things. They're just all about pushing the negativity, the horrible things, making you feel bad for yourself. So the Force for Good is, in my opinion, is the best group out there for putting out that very positive message and keeping unity, because all the other mainstream media and all the people involved on that side of things, they're only there to confuse us, to make us feel depressed, and to try and disunite a perfect glorious union that's been in existence for over 400 years.
Well said, absolutely. And that is the case with a lot of mass media today. It seems that their job is almost just to keep people constantly demoralized, just to constantly create a sense of fear and a sense of kind of debilitating doom.
Yeah,
almost.
Sense of doom. Yeah,
as if, and it's almost as if, well, I don't know why they do that or anything like that, but I do get that impression. Because you just, and I'm talking about all the newspapers as well. They're all promoting like constant fear at the moment because of what's going on, medically wise. But where's the message of hope? Where are they saying? Where are the voices saying? Let's take another look at this or whatever. Certainly they get published, but they don't get put center stage. The people who get put center stage are the people who, and the messages that just keep you mired down. And it's like, who's benefiting from that? It's incredible.
Well, in my opinion, I mean, that was a rhetorical question, but I would like to throw out my own interpretation of an answer to that. There are certain forces that are at work, in my opinion, that are don't have the British people's best interests at heart. And by breaking apart the kingdom, the United Kingdom, it would actually benefit those who don't have our best interests at heart. And I study economics as a pastime hobby sort of thing. So, I'm not an expert, I'm not a trained economist, but there is something out there called a net international investment position. Which is basically how much of a nation's wealth is owned by either the people of that country or foreigners. And the United States net international investment position is negative 75%, which means that all 75% of American assets, that's stocks, real estate, everything, 75% of those assets are actually funded by external finances, by foreigners. Mostly the Japanese, and a lot of it's done by the Chinese as well. So that means that the US is a debtor nation to these creditor nations. In other words, the US owes these people money, and they're reliant on the Chinese Communist Party to to fund, to fund the economic bubble that's been brewing in the United States. So obviously, if 75% of your economy is financed by foreigners, you're to some extent held accountable to them, and you have to please them in order for them to continue financing you, and you have to pay your interest to them as well. So I believe that although we can't see it and sense it, we all know there's dark forces at work, and in my opinion, that negative 75% net international investment position, not something I've made up, just Google it if you want to know more about it. That 75% of the US is owned by the Chinese Communist Party in some shape, form, or influenced by them.
Mm-hmm.
That would explain a lot of why the world at the moment seems to be turning into the world itself seems to be adopting communist characteristics. I believe. Like, if I said to you, Alistair, before 2019, that before the pandemic, that we would have forced vaccination mandates for 5-year-olds, we would have mass surveillance of the state via a health passport, and people would be denied basic rights and freedom to assemble, freedom to openly, hold the government and to account and criticize them, you wouldn't have believed me. But that is the world that we're living in now. Mm-hmm. That is Britain with Chinese characteristics.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, because we used to look on the Chinese, for example, with their highly regimented society that they have, and think, well, that's unusual, but that must just be a quirk of their particular nature, without ever realizing that kind of regimentation could be brought to our shores by the manipulation of fear, tyranny, through fear, as it were, fear of dying, I suppose, or fear of catching a disease or something like that. But it just shows the extent to which societies can be regimented if the political structure works in lockstep with itself and the corporate media as well at the same time. And that's been a kind of disturbing wake-up call to realise that we're not actually immune here in the British Isles from that kind of regimentation.
And that wake-up call that you described, that moment of, oh crap, we've lost some basic rights and freedoms here overnight, basically. That was enough of a reason that spurred me to join a Force for Good, because obviously a Force for Good is pro-liberty, pro-freedom, pro-democracy, the complete opposite of the climate that I believe we're living in.
That's right. The British characteristics that we've hitherto valued involve things like free speech. They involve things like personal liberty, rights and responsibilities, certainly, and also being brave. I like to talk about Scotland the Brave. It's a national song. It's not Scotland the Fearful. It's Rule Britannia, Britons never will be slaves. Okay, it's not about being enslaved to the man, whoever the man is, the system or whatever. It's not. It's about service. I vow to thee, my country, the service of my love. It's not about backing out and letting the country go to pieces. It's about trying to serve it as best as you can, and it's about being free, land of hope and glory, mother of the free. And these are aspirations to live by, and when we see ourselves falling down or backsliding from these aspirations, then we need to get back to these cultural traditions of that belong to us all throughout the British Isles. So what's happening at the moment is so un-British, to use the term, and to use it properly, because people throw about that. They say, oh, it's un-British to do this or that, but this really is. It's kind of un-British to do what's happening at the
And I think
moment.
AFFG, a force for good, emphasise that. You always emphasise about, it's part of our British culture and values: freedom, liberty, the choice of the individual. Not a mass surveillance state, but the opposite. Like controlled government, not mass state control of people. That's something that AFFG always going on about, and nobody else goes on about that. The BBC News will never ever mention that how things have gone downhill. Only such organisations like yourself, and that's another reason why people should become a member and start donating before we while we can still exercise those rights of freedom of speech and liberty. And in order for us to preserve those rights, we have to first exercise them. And what better way to exercise them than through AFFG, in my opinion?
Yeah. Thanks for that shout out. That's definitely a good thing, because, words without actions are just generally meaningless. If you have to, it's not enough to believe. You also have to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some action is required.
Yeah. Yes. Even if that's just donating a £5 or whatever. That's totally true. Do you think, when you look at the state of the United Kingdom just now, do you see evidence of hope? That, or do you think, how do you see, for example, our situation here in the Union? How do you see that going? And just be honest about it. What your thoughts are on that?
Well, perhaps I should give the perspective of someone who's living in England. That might be interesting for your members. Well, the English people, by and large, are still very pro-union, and they still believe that the Scottish will never break away because of the benefits that Scotland receives, the numerous financial benefits that that are given to the Scottish people, and rightly so, they deserve it, obviously. And in England, we almost take it for granted that the union is here, and that in itself could be a bit risky, because if you take something for granted, you don't appreciate it, and before you know it's gone. But I think obviously hope is still there, hence why I've joined your organisation, and a monthly I donate on a monthly basis, and you give us our little membership things here, little prizes here, which I appreciate. And there is hope. There's always going to be hope. A hope will only run out when you just give up and you just say, I give up. I'll just, let the state just take complete ownership of me. I'm now the property of the government. They control my mind. Just let them tell me what to do. Just jab a needle in me all the time. That's when there's no hope. But we haven't reached that point yet. The evidence is that I'm sitting here now talking to you from the other side of the country. There is still hope, and people still believe in this country, and it's people like yourself and our members. It's our sort of duty to stand up and say, do you know what? Majority of people are scared to speak out, but for some reason we've got the courage to do it and whatever. So I feel it's our duty to speak out, and eventually these politicians, they'll crumble as soon as the people just realize, we have hope. There's no reason to give up. All you have to simply do is exercise that hope and those freedoms, and they'll crumble, because God forbid they ever get voted out of office.
Absolutely. And one thing for people to realize that we always stress is that as an individual, you're a lot stronger than you might think, and the reason for that is because virtually everybody does nothing. 95% of people, I'm not talking, generally most people are just entirely passive. Okay, so they'll do absolutely nothing, and because they don't realize their own power to do things. And to give you an example of that, I know somebody who received an email from their local school, which, without getting into the actual mechanics of it, was outrageous, required their child to do something that was just like completely unacceptable, really, to most right-thinking people.
Right.
And this person made a big thing about this. Now, this was one parent in one school, and this was the only parent in that entire school who actually said, that's wrong, I'm going to make a fuss about this.
Right.
And they put it onto a social media platform, and literally within an hour it went viral, and by midday they were getting invites onto Jeremy Kyle, onto GB News, onto another radio program in the evening. And then the next day they actually created a national story, and the next day several papers ran with it for 48 hours, for 2 days going. And this was just one parent who had the wherewithal, the intelligence, the ability to actually read what they were sent by the school, say, no, that's not acceptable, and actually do something. And if that parent hadn't done anything, nothing would have happened. There would have been no story, and the wrongness of what it was would not have got into the public domain. Obviously, I'm couching all this in language because I don't want the person necessarily to be identified. But the point is, that person had power. That person had a lot of power, exercised it, and literally from that person's living room and mobile phone created a national story by just a few words onto social media. So you can absolutely many people can do that, if you've got the wherewithal to do it. So people say, I've got no power, what can I do? Well, you can actually make a national story about something if you're in the right place at the right time. And everybody has that power. And I always think another thing is, like, sounds simple, but it's like picking up litter, right? What I do, and I'm not singing my own praises here, but most of us, when we go through our daily lives, we only actually walk or traverse certain areas. Maybe it's from your home to the bus stop, and then it's from the bus stop to work, or maybe it's from your home to the supermarket twice a week, or maybe you'll actually once a week you go up to the post office and back. But when you actually look down upon your movements, it's the same area every day of your life almost. So all I do is I keep that area clean. So I always carry a plastic bag and a pair of like £1 gloves from Asda. And every day I walk that from my house to my supermarket, or from the house to the bus stop. At both ends there's a bin. So by the time I've got to the bin, I've got a full bag of rubbish that I put in the bin, and lo and behold, those little streets that I walk on are always clean. All the other streets are full of litter, but the ones I walk on are clean.
It's your street, it's your responsibility. You have a duty to that area. You don't have a legal responsibility, but you have, in our opinion, as AFFG members, we have like a moral obligation to ourselves and to our family and to our local community, that we should be doing what's best for each other. And we should always put others first. And by simply, picking up litter on the floor, it may not sound like a big thing, but it actually helps, because people wake up and they just, subconsciously think, oh, it's nice and clean out there and it's pleasant. And you never know, someone may see you one day and join in with you. And before you know, it's spread, this positivity and doing your best for each other starts to spread around.
That's right. And it's easily done, and you feel a lot better about it as well. You think, crikey, I've actually done something. And look, like literally in real life, it's you've changed your surroundings, you've made an impact upon the world. I mean, we're never going to be president of the United States, but at least I can keep my street clean. That's a way of looking at it.
And we're lucky. People forget, because a lot of people were born and raised here, they forget that we're so lucky that we have the rights and freedoms that we do. And there's many countries around the world where you don't get any rights or get any freedoms, and you get taken away by the government for criticizing them. So we need to start to stand up as a nation and say, look, we're British, we're proud to be British, and our value, because loads of people say, what does it mean to be British? Well, let me tell you, we're proud of our British values, such as freedom, liberty, and justice. We're presumed, you're presumed innocent before guilty. Things like that. The rule of law. There's, go to any other country in the world. If you pee off the local mayor or whatever, you get shot or whatever. So can we just wake up as a people and just start to be a bit more optimistic and treasure what we have, because it will slowly drip away. Like I said, Chinese characteristics. Post-pandemic, the world has become a bit more Chinese in terms of Communist Party. So let us try at least slow down that trend.
Yes, no, you're absolutely 100%. And the British world as well, which used to be called the British Empire, then it became the British Commonwealth, and then it just became the Commonwealth. But I like to call it the British wealth that we have in common, which still exists throughout the world and through many countries. And our political establishment hasn't given sufficient attention to that British wealth that we have in common throughout the world, in a way that it could have continued to do, and continued to build support and allies and so on throughout the world.
Yeah.
And what we as our politicians don't realize is that if we don't do that, other countries will move in and do that. Yeah. And you mentioned China there. China is definitely moving in on countries throughout the world, investing in them.
Especially in Africa.
Especially in Africa, yeah.
And that's where all the vital resources are, you know.
Yeah, that's true. That's why, isn't it? It's where all the minerals and all that kind of stuff are. And that's, at the end of the day, the world's going to belong to the people who, as it always has, the people who control the vital minerals that are needed to make
the raw materials, the structure,
the
land, the businesses. Like I say, they own 75% of US businesses and real estate. That's going to give them a certain degree of political influence in Washington, and as a result, they will also have whatever Washington does affects the rest of the Western Europe and the free world. So if they have such a significant sway on Washington, it's going to affect the rest of us.
Yes, that's right. I just want to, just before we continue on with the interview, I need to mention the competition question. Okay, so folks, all ears for the competition question, and the prize is for these breakfast teas, British breakfast teas, and a coaster to sit your mug on while you're drinking them.
Yeah, I need one of those right now. I've only got this rubbish plain one here.
Yes. Well, feel free to take a moment to even enter the competition if you want. It's open to absolutely everybody, so long as you send the message to contact@aforceforgood.uk. Actually, we've got another coaster coming up later on as well, as part of another prize also. So the question is which two members, please name both of them, which two members of the royal family together publicised the idea of having a Christmas tree inside your house in Britain? Okay, that's the question. Which two members of the royal family together publicised the idea of having a Christmas tree inside your house in Britain? Send the answer to contact@aforceforgood.uk, and this little dinky little tin of breakfast teas will be coming your way, along with a coaster set that says, "What we've got, we'll hold."
Perfect message, and that would make a great
message.
great Christmas present as well for the family.
It totally would. And in addition, of course, you get a wee book, a Union Heart.
I've got that.
Excellent.
And I've got the badge.
Yes, good. Thanks for that. And we'll also be giving you a badge as well if you win that prize. So, good stuff. What do you think would happen? Forbid the thought, but what would you think would happen if the Union broke up?
Oh my
God.
God.
How would that affect people in England?
Well, I'd be more afraid for the people of Scotland, because at least we have the Bank of England, which should be called the Bank of Britain, by the way. We still have pound sterling, right? Okay, so that's like a very old, ancient currency that's trusted all around the world. It's fully backed by confidence of people around the world, and blah blah blah. What would the Scottish currency be then? Have they even mentioned that to you?
No, that's a question
brilliant.
that they want to just kind of sit on. I think it's too confusing for them at the moment. A lot of Scottish, even SNP MSPs, they don't really understand anything about the currency. They know that we've got a royal bank and we've got a Bank of Scotland, and they think it's equivalent to the Bank of England, which is a perfectly understandable mistake, because as you mentioned there, the Bank of England's actually misnamed, at least since 1946 when it was nationalised in Britain. We call it the British Central Bank, and it's actually it's the sole bank in Britain that can create money. It can create money either by running it off, or they can by digital means. And if something like if something like the Bank of Scotland wants money, it actually has to buy it from the Bank of England. So if the Bank of Scotland wants £1,000 £5 notes, it has to give £5,000 of its own money to the British Central Bank, and the British Central Bank will then give the Bank of Scotland the authority to print off £1,000 £5 notes, which are branded in the Bank of Scotland logo. But Scottish nationalists think, well, this Bank of Scotland note was created by Scotland. Well, no, it wasn't. It was created by the British Central Bank, essentially, because the Bank of Scotland is still a private bank.
The Bank of England is the sole entity that can print those pounds for the Scottish people, and the Scottish people have received billions of pounds at the expense of the British taxpayers. You know, you mentioned it in this little book here, which everyone should read. When the Scottish banks went under in 2008, they got about 470 was it billion or million? I can't remember. Perhaps it was million. 470 million pounds. Bailout. Yeah, that was courtesy of the Bank of England. So if Scotland breaks away and they have the world has another financial crisis, banking crisis, what are the Scottish people going to do? Are they going to go around with pieces of gold? You know, they haven't thought that far ahead. You know, so basically their alternative would be the euro. They would say, they quickly look around and say, what should we say? I know, Europe. Yeah, so we'll adopt the euro immediately. Well, guess what? The European Central Bank is printing euros by the billions every day. They're printing that currency out of existence. So do you really want such a currency in your land that would inflate your prices and make your cost of living, go up? Do you really want that? And do you really want the European Central Bank to set your interest rates? They got one standardized interest rate for like 20 different countries. Yeah, it's completely incompatible. Do you would the Scottish people really want that?
Yeah, no, it's not at all, and it is 470 billion with a B.
A billion, okay, that's wow, incredible.
Yeah, and of course all the furlough payments as well, which is essentially just money that's been created out of nothing by the British Central Bank. That's got the worldwide prestige to do that without people losing confidence in it, and that's the only thing that's really keeping the whole thing up, is the confidence in it. It's got the prestige to create this money out of nothing in a way that certainly an independent Scotland wouldn't have for years to come, until the actual Scottish economy itself was strong enough to back the bank. But that's a long, tedious process that we don't need to go through.
It would be dangerous. It would be dangerous.
Yeah.
It would, it would crash. It would start. If there's Scottish people there who have, they've invested in real estate and stocks and shares and bonds. Practically everyone in the country, in some way, is invested in the stock market. Well, if the Scottish break away, guess what your house prices are going to do? Boom. What your stock portfolio going to do? Boom. It's going to drop.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, somebody there on TikTok, Kyle, says, what party should unionists vote for? Well, a Force for Good wouldn't want to recommend any particular party as such, because our supporters are members and supporters of all parties and none. So we wouldn't recommend any particular party. We would leave that to people's own discretion. The one that's strong, the one that appears to you to be strongest on the Union, strongest on keeping the United Kingdom together, that speaks the best words to keep the United Kingdom together. That's all we can really recommend. Is who seems the strongest on it, and even though they're, that's really all what we can say to that
a little hint to that question. Person who asked that question, it's not the mainstream political parties. That's just I'll put that out there. You need to look beyond them at this point.
Yes, at this point, looking beyond the mainstream political parties, where more philosophical and rigorous points of view are articulated. Yeah, it is a question that we always get asked, and it's a difficult one to answer. It's a difficult one to answer because sometimes as well, it just depends on the situation on the ground, and you might choose to vote tactically just to keep somebody else out, even though you don't actually like the person that you're voting for. We're not necessarily recommending it, but we know that some unionists just find themselves in a political situation in their neighbourhood where they have to, they think that's the best thing. So yes, it just very much depends. And of course, if there were to be some kind of catastrophic breakup, then the actual social relations, I think, between people in England and people in Scotland wouldn't improve. I don't see how they could improve, because what, as I see it, would happen is that the politics in England would change to the point where obviously an English Parliament would happen. That would, I don't know how long it would take for that to get going, but if Scotland broke up, then an English Parliament is going to occur. And so what that will mean is that we won't have a British Parliament, we'll have an English Parliament. And that will be a very powerful Parliament. And it will, to use the word threaten, or rather it will be... Compete. Yes, it will appear much bigger to Scottish nationalists than even the British Parliament does at the moment.
They've got enough of foe to contend against.
So that's right. They'll switch the opposition to this English Parliament, which will be considerably more powerful than the Scottish Parliament. Of course, it will, because England's a much bigger nation, many more people, and so on. So it's going to be a more powerful Parliament with more members in it. And who's the English Parliament going to look at? They're going to start competing with Scotland in a way that people in England have never thought to do previously. And as for Wales is just going to say, well, I'm out of here. Northern Ireland is just going to start getting all into flux again with all the complicated politics over there that won't necessarily end well. So the whole thing will just become a mishmash again. And we always say, like, the Union was created to try to bring some sort of cohesion to the British Isles, because otherwise, just because of our unique nature, which is great, I mean, it's great history and so on, but just because of that, we do have all these potentially fractious parts that on their own will collide rather than joining.
Exactly. And I think even Sturgeon said herself, correct me if I'm wrong, if we break away from the Union and it doesn't go well, we'll just unite again. I believe she said something like that. So that tells you all you need to know. The solution would to come back together again to prevent the chaos.
Yes, exactly.
Waste of time.
Exactly. No, and the people who always say, like, another thing that they say is, if we have an independent Scotland, then there won't be an SNP anymore, because people can just vote for whoever they want, so it won't be Nicola Sturgeon. Well, I have to say, that's not how it happens. After you've had a revolution, which is what Scotland breaking away from the United Kingdom, or rather the United Kingdom being destroyed. That's the proper frame to look at it. If the United Kingdom is destroyed as a consequence of what Scotland has done, then I can tell you that the Scottish nationalists will be in power for 100 years at least, because that's what always follows such revolutions, because the SNP then becomes what's called the true church, and everybody is measured against the revolutionary party, and you are measured. How good you are is how much you go along with the revolution. So the SNP will be the true church of revolution, and everybody else will have to compete with the SNP to try to out SNP the SNP, and that includes the Tories and so on.
It's just going to be a downward death spiral of despair.
Yes, a downward death spiral of despair, as you put it.
And you know,
I'm writing that down.
Okay, and you know they're radicals, and what do radicals do? They get into power and they consolidate power at the cost of the people. In other words, they take away the freedoms and rights of others and give it to themselves and empower themselves, which is what you've just described.
Yes, absolutely. Folk on TikTok who want to see this interview, by the way, please go to youtube.com/UK A Force for Good. But no, you've got some great points that you've made about that, all of which you know, I absolutely concur. What's the time? It's 7:35. We've got a guest coming up at 8. So what I'm going to do, James, is to say thank you very much for coming along, and thank you for giving a shout out a couple of times there to A Force for Good and to our crowdfunder, which this is all about, crowdfunder.co.uk/AFFG 2022.
If everyone donated £10, that would be £1 an hour that Alistair would have been streaming for. I think it's worth it.
Absolutely, it is worth it, and we are extremely good value for money. I mean, we are a registered company with directors. We put our accounts up every year on Companies House. We don't make very much for the level that we are at, and we have no debt, and we have no main big overheads,
funding.
You know. So we run very frugally, and so this is a major time of year when we need to bring in the money. So,
people bring your money to Alistair. Don't let the mainstream media and their, you know, unlimited funds shape our country. Give it to people who actually care about the country. Give it to Alistair.
Yes. So thank you, James, and I know Richard there says thank you, James, and
thank you, guys.
Good. So, James, I'm going to say good night to you. Thanks for your thoughts. We'll have you back on during the course of this year sometime on our regular program. So it's really been good that you came in tonight. We've had a great conversation, touched on lots of things, and given people food for thought. And we'll have to tap your brain another time.
Always happy to do so, and thanks for having me on. And everyone, start donating.
Great. Okay, James. Good night.
See you later.
Take care. Bye. Great stuff. There's James. Well, at 8 o'clock, at the top of the hour, we have got Calin Wynne, the flag maker, coming back on, and we're going to have a political discussion like that again with him. And if you're watching on TikTok and you want to see these discussions, please go to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/UK A Force for Good, and look for the live video that will be playing right up until 10:30. We've got another 2 guests. Calin's coming on at 8, and we're going to talk as well, and James there, he made a really good point about our British characteristics of freedom, of liberty, and things like that. And I was watching, well, before I get into that, who won the competition for our English and British teas, a London tea, an English tea, and a breakfast tea in the little things here. We have a winner, Jeff Baker. Jeff's won that, and he's also won a coaster. Wonderful. Good. Okay. Yes, we were talking there about with James about British values of freedom, democracy, liberty, justice. So true, things that we have to stand by. And I was quite taken by a speech that Neil Oliver gave. He gave it on 30th of November. He delivered the New Culture Forum's 2021 Smith Lecture to a sold-out audience in central London. The title of his talk was The Attack on Our History and Culture. And I'm just going to play 5 minutes of it while I go and restock my coffee and get the costume department to put me into another fantastic British outfit. So let's bring up Neil, and he's talking exactly about the kind of things that we've just been talking there with James about, and let's play this for a few minutes.
That we tell ourselves, the kind of stories that I count as history, they take the trouble to remember and to retell, at least in part, who we think we are as people and as a civilization. If not who we are, then who we might be if we try hard enough to put the needs of others above our own. And there are many stories that work that way and that break my heart, and they told generations of British people and people around the world. They told people who the British were, or, which is just as important, who they thought they were and what they thought their ancestors had done. The Battle of Britain, the Birkenhead Drill, the Blitz, the Thin Red Line, the charge of the Light Brigade, and on and on and on, on and on and on it goes. These are the kind of things that get remembered for hundreds and then for thousands of years. In Scotland, which is my homeland, much is made of Calgacus, the warrior swordsman who, according to Tacitus at least, rallied the Caledonians. He brought together all the clans, all the tribes of Scotland. According to Tacitus, he brought them together for a climactic battle against Agricola's Romans at a place called Mons Graupius, which is to say the Grampian Hills. And this happened sometime in AD 83. And real or imagined, let's allow for the artistic license accorded to Tacitus. But the words that he either heard or put into the mouth of Calgacus are quite something. Whenever I consider the origin of this war and the necessities of our position, I have a sure confidence that this day and this union of ours will be the beginning of freedom to the whole of Britain. To all of us, slavery is a thing unknown. There are no lands beyond us. We are the last of the free, and even the sea is not safe, menaced as we are by a Roman fleet. To us who dwell on the uttermost confines of the earth and of freedom, this remote sanctuary of Britain's glory has up to this time been a defence. Now, however, the furthest limits of Britain are thrown open, but there are no tribes beyond us, nothing indeed but the waves and the rocks. Let us then, a fresh and unconquered people, never likely to abuse our freedom, show forthwith at the very first onset what heroes Caledonians has in reserve. How can you read that without the tears springing in your eyes? It's so good. It's so good. And how familiar is it in terms of inspiring the rhetoric that some of us continue to tell ourselves about what Britain is, or at least what Britain has meant. We've been hearing this for thousands of years then. We've been telling each other, those of us that care so much about it, that it brings a lump to the throat, that Britain is a special place. And it's a place where no one should accept enslavement. And it's a place that values freedom from totalitarianism above all else. So history then, some of history, can be used, that can be exploited to stir the blood, to persuade people in times of doubt or in times of fear that they have an obligation to meet standards set by others who went before, and by so doing to inspire generations as yet unborn. Stories from history at least suggest what might be possible, what might be achieved if we seek to live up to an ideal that may or may not have been realised, ever made real by the ancestors. I think, and I say this from the heart, that it's hard to express how important it is to give people the confidence to try and do that which might otherwise seem impossible. And there we have it, the C word that matters so much now, and it's confidence. Confidence without which people lack either the will or the wherewithal to keep going. Subject of my talk, the attack on our history and culture. Both are certainly under attack by those preaching the nihilistic narrative born of, among other contagions, postmodernism, an ideology that seeks to persuade us to disregard and to forget all that we have previously valued and understood about our nation and ourselves. It's a blatant attempt to erase the past, to forget the past, and to find only shame in the memory of our predecessors. The removal of statues is obviously a highly visible aspect of this bid to establish a year zero. No one's safe, not even Thomas Jefferson. I watched online, I saw footage of an 8-foot tall statue of Thomas Jefferson being removed from New York City Hall, a statue that had been gifted to the people of New York in 1834. And there, and here, and elsewhere, statues are toppling, subject to an agenda that makes no sense to me. As has been rehearsed elsewhere and by others smarter than me, the past, our past, is being viewed now, and by many who should know better, from the narrow perspective of the present, through that highly subjective prism, judged in relation to 21st century morality. Any and everyone from the past might be so judged and found wanting. This is a metastasizing cancer that will kill us all in spirit, if not in the flesh, unless we deal with it. Our defence against the worst of the attack, our cultural immune system, if you might say, could and should be confidence in who we are, who our ancestors were and what they achieved. But our confidence, collective and individual, is being undone. Its power as an immune system in the face of an uncertain future is being suppressed. Without the confidence drawn from knowing who we are and what we are about, we will be prone to all the opportunist infections spread by those who would make us ashamed of our past and our culture and the civilization that has been its product. We know this is wrong and disastrously so. We know that children raised in shame, children who are made to feel shame about themselves, about their parents, about their background, about those from whom they come, go on doomed to disastrous outcomes. And we've known this for thousands of years. In Deuteronomy 23:16, the fathers shall not be put to death for the children, neither shall the children be put to death for the fathers. Every man shall be put to death for his own sin. I'm often introduced as a historian. God help me, but the truth is I'm not. And not in the way that matters to real historians, let me tell you, because they write to me to say so.
Very good. It's worth watching that whole thing, by the way. Just Google Neil Oliver and New Culture Forum, and you will get that particular speech, which totally, just what he said there, you know, totally is what we were talking about with Chris Brett earlier today, the vice chairman of the Nelson Society. Very well put. What a great asset to Britain is Neil Oliver. Really just a wonderful chap, wonderful chap. Now, time for Great British Christmas Fact number 2. Great British Christmas Fact number 2. Now, Charles Dickens has been called the man who invented Christmas. Now, I spoke earlier about the Christmas tree in people's homes being popularised by Queen Victoria and by Prince Albert in 1848. Well, that was just when the whole concept of Christmas was beginning to get going, among people who hitherto had not celebrated it. Here's a wee magazine, The Great British Christmas. Now, I see our guest is in the studio. We'll be bringing the guest on in 10 or so minutes. Anyway, Charles Dickens has been said to be the man who invented Christmas. Well, why is that? It's because on the 19th of December 1843, which is to say 5 years earlier than the Christmas tree episode, his book A Christmas Carol was published with a print run of 6,000 copies, and they sold out by Christmas Eve, which is to say just in the period of about 5 days. And it was hailed a masterpiece, quote, a national benefit, and to every man or woman who reads it a personal kindness, said William Thackeray. And it's said that people began celebrating Christmas according to, quote, the blueprint laid out in its pages. And I say, quote, that's a quote from a magazine which I was reading this month called Discover Britain, November-December 2021 supplement, of which this is part. And what I didn't know was that turkey as a meal at Christmas time is directly related to that book, A Christmas Carol. So why do we eat turkey? Because that's the bird that Scrooge sent to the Cratchit family. And so turkey on your table descends from Charles Dickens' book, A Christmas Carol. I didn't know that. I thought that was a great British Christmas fact worth publicising. Turkey was Charles Dickens' idea. Amazing. I will ask a wee question on that just before we go to see our guest. And what's the prize for the question that I'm going to ask you in a moment? Yes. The prize coming up is another tin of British teas. Dambuster, a tin of Dambusters tea bags with a Dambusters picture there, a nice festive picture of a Lancaster bomber flying in with 40 British tea bags to drop on some lucky person who may win this tin, which will be getting sent straight away to the winner of our competition at the top of the hour. The Lancaster, famed for its role in the audacious Dambusters raid. And amazingly, there's still a Dambuster left who celebrated his 100th birthday a fortnight ago. So that's the prize. Coming up shortly when I ask the question. Just bear with me and clean the desk here. And one of the things that I want to talk about with our guest is the kind of increasing, it's a big word, it's a heavy word, I'm going to say it though, totalitarianism. Now obviously, as James pointed out there in our earlier interview, we can still talk, we can still broadcast, at least not all of us can. Some of my colleagues have been prevented from broadcasting on YouTube because of some of the things that they've said, none of which are controversial in any way, by the way, but just taking a sceptical approach on the particular C question, which is all around us at the moment, the particular medical question. They take a sceptical view on it, and they got banned from YouTube, which is totally outrageous. And I do see that as an attack on free speech, but we're still to an extent able to work around that in some ways. So, but there is still this underlying theme that things are kind of tightening up at the moment. When at 2 o'clock we spoke to Ben Irvine, a tremendous chap who had some really good ideas, good explanations of what was going on, and what was pressuring the politicians, certainly at Westminster, into the lockdowns. And he identified, for example, the teaching and transport unions as being a bit hysterical on the matter, and ending up pushing the government into doing what it was doing in England. Here in Scotland, though, we can just be relied upon Nicola Sturgeon to just to go along with it anyway, without any pressure from unions. She just loving unfortunately all the power and so on that goes, and she probably does actually just believe it all anyway, like lock, stock and barrel. But that's worse, actually. That's worse, because it means that they're actually prepared to bring in very serious consequences for us. And this was brought home to me again when I read, because I must be the only unionist in Britain that actually reads the National and the Sunday National. And I read it because I need to know what we're up against, And there's a person here who's writing, Stuart Cosgrove, who is clearly a fully signed up supporter of the SNP position, and to the point where he's one of these people who is genuinely scared about a very minor coronavirus called Omicron. Like, he's genuinely scared. Like, in the past he wouldn't be scared, but he's genuinely scared about it, or he's pretending that he's genuinely scared. But we have to imagine he's actually genuinely scared, and he actually thinks it's a real thing. So he must be kind of simple-minded, quite frankly. But nevertheless, he's made a career out of writing articles and getting paid for it, and very often writing the same article but just putting the words in a different order. So anyway, his big thing now, of course, is that he's really scared about Omicron. And he goes on and he goes on, and he thinks that there was an outbreak, a zombie outbreak of it. But think about the words that they use as well. Outbreak. Whoa, it's like that's where all the zombies are kept, in that big container, but there's been an outbreak of them, and they're all now rampaging across Las Vegas or whatever. So it's all that fearful language. There's been an outbreak of a cold that somehow got traced to 9 people who all knew each other. So I don't know. He goes, I can only hope that this outbreak has not come as the result of a private party in a pub, a restaurant, or hotel function suite. Hotel function suite. Okay. We have heard enough crass arguments about saving Christmas and letting people have their turkey where they please, when often it is self-serving nonsense that seeks to put profit before public safety. Oh yeah. So let's bring in a sort of anti-capitalist angle on it as well. So if you're at a private party, or if you're having a party in a hotel suite, then you're actually putting profit before public safety. I mean, that's quite strong words. And if you're like part of a political movement that believes that you're genuinely putting profit before public safety when you and your mates meet up in a pub, then quite frankly, you're beyond hope. But this is what this person believes, and he's angry about this. He's angry about these people having had what he believes was a private party and thereby putting the profit of the pub or the restaurant or the hotel before private profit. So the point is, they're the people who are running this country, okay? And so that logic means that every pub, every restaurant and every hotel function suite has to close down until people like Stuart Cosgrove are no longer fearful of the common cold, or a mild variety of the common cold. In other words, that's just saying hospitality has to end now, because hospitality means putting profit before public safety. An astonishing way of looking at the world that I didn't know even those sorts could reach to. I didn't even know that they could believe such things. Everything has to stop in the name of public safety. Schools have to stop. Everything has to stop. And we saw that last year when everything did stop in the name of public safety. And we still have people who want that to be enforced in that way. And so all that attitude will only have one end, and that is a totalitarian shutdown of the country forever. Forever. Until common sense returns again. And will it return again? I don't know. These are the sort of things that we're gonna talk to with Calin in a minute. We're running a little bit late with Calin. He's in the waiting room, and we'll be talking with him in a moment. And so the question is, how do we get out of it as well? And on top of that, the SNP has proven that it's very much opposed to free speech, and it set up this anti-free speech law back in March 2021. So there's definitely a danger out there, and the question is, how do we cope with it, and how do we respond to it? Because people like Andrew Neil, as I mentioned in the first hour of the programme, people that we're inclined to respect because he's said a lot of good stuff about a lot of good things in the past, suddenly coming out in a way saying things that are very much, genuinely totalitarian, banning people from non-essential shops. What's a non-essential shop? Don't tell me that where I bought this jacket is a non-essential shop. It was an essential shop as far as I'm concerned. Which, this is a jacket that's made out of jeans by a shop in Edinburgh, and I know my admin will know the name of the shop, a very fashionable shop, and please send that to me. Joey D, that's the one. Joey D, thank you. Yeah, our admin's doing great work as well, because I'm not the only person here. We've got an admin behind the scenes who's doing all the stuff about the prizes, and who's doing putting out all the stuff, and we've got an admin on Facebook as well who's moderating comments. So we've got a great team here behind the scenes. Thank you very much. Now, before I go to Calin, I'm going to ask the question, which is for the Lancaster bomber. T. That's going to wake you up every morning when you have one of those. Believe me. If a Lancaster bomber can't wake you up in the morning, what can? So, the question is, turkey became the traditional British Christmas dish after Charles Dickens published which book in 1843? Send your answer to contact@aforceforgood.uk. Question is, turkey became the traditional British Christmas dish after Charles Dickens published which book in 1843? Fantastic. Great British Christmas fact number 2. We've got 2 more great British Christmas facts coming up before we end at 10:30. Thanks for everybody who's coming in with your thoughts and your comments. We're just going now to switch to Calin.
How's it going?
Hey, going extremely well. We've been broadcasting since 12:30, and it's
long day for you, yeah.
Oh, it's gone very fast. Actually, it's the fastest 5/12 of a day that I've ever experienced. I have to say, it's amazing. Now, it's gone very fast as well, as a consequence of our amazing guests, who really are just fantastic. Every single one of them has got something very important to say, and very wise as well to say. I see you've got a new.
Yeah, I put some new ones up. I was going to just say, as you were mentioning about the Lancaster, I actually have one of these for Lancaster as well. So on the crowdfunder, if you want one that says Lancaster with the plane, I've got that one as well.
Great.
Just as a...
Great. So if you donate, and say if you choose a reward like for the Hurricane, but you think, well, I'd actually like the Lancaster one, just send an email to contact@aforceforgood.uk, and we'll make sure that you get the Lancaster one, and we'll put the Hurricane one back up again. So yeah, no, that's absolutely great, and I think that's an absolutely beautiful flag. Do you have a buyer for that one?
For these ones, no, I don't. They're unreserved right now, so they're
right.
not. They're good to go.
Right. Good. Excellent. Well, do you have any other flags there that you want to show us?
This is for Debbie. Just briefly before we start talking about the scandemic, I will show her this Welsh one because she'll appreciate this. So it's a Welsh.
There you go.
A Welsh UK. And that's and there's one more. Just as I mentioned earlier, I have Union shields as well. So plenty of stuff.
Just keep that one up there. Just keep that one up there.
Yep.
That is just absolutely beautiful. That one. I mean, I could marry that one, actually. What's the dimensions of that in inches?
This one's about, I think it's about 30 inches tall. So it's like a medium-sized one, but it's quite a thick and heavy one. But it's pretty solid. Yeah.
Yeah, you could go into battle genuinely with that one, couldn't you?
You could. I think it would take a good axe. It's pretty thick. Yeah.
Yeah, it would stop an arrow, that's for sure.
Yep.
Goodness sake. Amazing. Yeah. So have you been busy in your workshop this afternoon?
I have actually. I've been. I was just. It was quite good timing because I had the first slot in the morning with you, and then I had to do a 6-hour engraving on the laptop. So I literally just finished in time for this next half. So it was perfectly timed.
Oh right. That's been busy. That's been a busy day. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, it was just before you came on there. I was talking about the I don't even like saying the word because all these algorithms pick it up and thing. But the C issue,
the C word, the
C word.
I think you summed it up perfectly as well. I was listening before, and I think it's spot on what you were saying about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, as a small businessman yourself, self-employed, has it impacted? How has it impacted you?
Okay, so this thing about the what work is essential, and I found this quite well from a government viewpoint. This is actually quite abusive for them to tell people whose job is vital and whose job is not. I know people who run guest houses in my village. They were told to shut down their business, basically indefinitely, and they got no help from the government at all whatsoever. And to that person running the business, like a B&B or a hotel, a photo doesn't seem essential. It is essential to the person running that business. It's a livelihood. And this is the first time in history that we've ever had that from the government, but everyone went along with it because we thought it was for the greater good. So I've known that there was something up but basically since this whole kicked off, I knew that it wasn't about a virus at all. This whole thing is about controlling society, not controlling a virus, which hasn't yet proven to even exist in any quantifiable form. So from a small business viewpoint, I think this has been this has been a push from the government and all the big conglomerates to deliberately strangle small businesses and to get them scared. If they can turn if they can turn your B&B off like it's a tap and turn it back on, and if they can threaten to close at any time, they have control over you. And it's as if we're in a narcissistic, abusive relationship with the government. They tell us that if we behave, we can run our businesses, we can get back to normal, and if we misbehave, i.e. don't wear the face mask, that we have to shut down. So yeah, this whole situation, it's not about a virus, and anyone who thinks that this is still about a virus, they're so far off the mark right now.
Well, certainly the Omicron thing is such a irrelevant one that it certainly will get some people thinking, why is that being made a thing? Our big concern is that if they're going to weaponize the common cold, the common coronavirus every winter, then we could get totally stuck in this. I mean, obviously we touched on this with Ben this morning, and he made some good points as well. But it is a concern, and I share your worry that there's a deeper agenda being played. But what I would struggle to understand is, what does it benefit? If that was the case, why would it benefit any politician? I mean, why would Humza Yousaf or somebody like that, of all people, want to have this secret agenda? I mean, I look at Humza Yousaf, I just see somebody who doesn't know what he's doing and got into his role for various reasons, because the SNP wanted him in as a face for some reason in Holyrood. So I don't credit him with any understanding of the danger of what he's actually doing to the country. I mean, I don't credit him with anything, unfortunately. So I find it difficult to. I mean, I'm kind of with you when you say that it's there's another agenda, but when I look at the people who are presumably trying to enforce it, I just see twits. Really, I can't see any. You know what I mean.
Absolutely. I think there's a few different ways to look at this. Obviously, they want to, they're obviously power mad right now, and they enjoy seeing the power that they can put on society. But also there's the personal trauma. Like a lot of these people, like Humza Yousaf, even Nicola Sturgeon, you get the sense that a lot of these characters, a lot of these politicians, they suffered, like they were abused when they were younger, and in a sense, this is their way of dealing with it, almost, of making the population suffer. I know there's more to it than that, but there's also personal issues with the people in power as well.
That's actually an interesting point of view, which hitherto I had not considered, because you look at Chris Whitty, and God bless the guy, but he got bullied at school. You know that.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't need to be a psychiatrist to figure that one out. And I hope that, well, it didn't work out for him. I mean, it's he's kind of maybe trying to exorcise some demons there, or something like that.
Well, that was the whole point of them wanting us to wear face masks and stuff. Like the face masks do less than nothing, but what they do is they perpetuate the idea that there is fear, and they also dehumanize us. They take away our face, and they take away the individual, and it trains people to be submissive. And then what they can do is they train us to be submissive, get us the mask, they put us under house arrest, which is what lockdown is. It's a voluntary self-imposed house arrest. And then they push vaccines and mandates. And the end goal of this is, it's a bit backwards, because a lot of people think that the more we comply, the sooner we will be out of this mess. But it's the complete opposite. The more we comply and the more we go along with it, the more they're going to keep doing it. It's a perpetual thing. So the absolute worst thing that an individual can do right now is to wear the face mask or take part in any of these rituals. So the best possible thing we can do is just to ditch the mask, keep smiling, and live like we lived before. Before this whole thing came along in 2020, they were showing us videos of people dropping dead in China.
and
they were
videos.
Yeah, that was film
by a
crews.
mile.
They had film crews there. They were staging it completely, and no one has seen anyone drop dead in the UK. If you go outside, no one's dropping dead, and that's because COVID-19. Well, coronaviruses exist, but COVID-19, this special version, hasn't been isolated and actually doesn't exist. This is just coronavirus, the flu, rebranded. And it's interesting that as soon as all what they had to do to take away our freedoms was to convince us that the flu was a threat to our existence, and then all of a sudden they want to impose global communism. And it's really worrying because we see everyone going along with it. We see everyone worshipping the NHS and all the people on the front line, when the real front line is anyone who's breaking the rules and anyone who's not wearing the masks and anyone who's smiling and just living life like we did before. That's the real front line.
Yeah, those people are going to become the real front line, the people who are actually walking down the street and can't get into a shop because the shop doesn't exist anymore because it's gone out of business, or can't get into a pub, for example, because they don't have the appropriate papers. Yeah, so that's the real front line. But that's an interesting word again, because I talked about outbreak, how they say outbreak like it's some kind of zombie manifestation or something like that, when in fact it's not. It's like 9 people have got the sniffles because they went to a party and caught the cold from somebody.
Well, that's it. They're weaponizing terminology.
Yes, and front line, again, that suggests like
wartime,
wartime fighting, you know, all that kind of
it's
stuff.
complete madness. And
Yes.
I think I remember saying, I'm not sure if I told you this, but I had people keep referring to this situation as being a wartime effort, and that is that's so insulting to the history of our country. Somebody called
that's true, but talking about the mask, Catherine says we have to wear them for work, and I was just going to come in with you on that. I mean, I totally get the idea of going about your business without it, but it is a fact that in society, and I struggle with this as well, it's like if you need to do certain things, then you cannot do them. Literally, you cannot do them unless you conform to the rules, and this is the real problem. And none of us want to necessarily lose our job, and none of us want to get into a fight literally every time we walk into town. You know, we want to walk into town and go into a shop and buy something. We don't want to literally get into a shouting match or an argument or even a disagreement with anybody. So very often one just absolutely understandably takes the route of least resistance, and sometimes that's just for us. Sometimes that's just the best thing to do, you know. So I totally get and agree that we should try to live our lives as much as we possibly can. But even with the best of intentions, you get stuck into having to go along with the man, whether you like it or not.
And it's particularly difficult as well if you have like young kids or a family, and your job will literally fire you. I mean, I was fired from my previous job for not wearing, because I do other part-time work as well, and they fired me because I just wouldn't wear the mask. But if I had kids and stuff, that would be a different matter. But it's a tricky one. But it's like, it's one of these things where because a lot of people would wear the mask to respect other people, but in a way we're kind of disrespecting if you wear a mask, you kind of disrespect the other person as well, because you're actually pandering to their delusion. You know, you have to make them, you have to like be set a good example. You know, you have to smile, be out there, and just be polite when you're talking to people about this, or if they raise it in person, if that makes sense.
Yeah, totally. It totally makes sense.
But it is tricky, as you were saying.
And the system, and I use the word the system just to generally describe the powers that be that are out there that are sometimes very difficult to actually pin down. But the system as a machine knows that it's got you there over the barrel. And one thing that I found very interesting was how they brought this in for football games initially. It's like you can't get into a stadium, a big stadium.
It's large catchment areas,
without, this is for the passport thing that they brought in for football games. And the thing is, I enjoy football and so on, although I'm not going along to stadiums every Saturday. But some people, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people throughout Scotland are doing that every every game, and it for them, quite understandably, it's a big part of their lives, and so they're then faced with the situation. It's like, well, I want to see my mates every Saturday or every Wednesday night or whatever. I want to go out and enjoy the day. You know, it's one of my big things that I do at the weekend. It's part of my life. It's who I am for supporting the team and all that kind of stuff. And the system knew that, and knew that if we mandate it for these people, they'll take it because they have to, because that's the thing in life, you know. And so once they got that big, significant number of people to do that, then that societally wise filters down to everybody else. Yeah. And everybody else knows the mate who's got it, and he's gone to the games with it and all that kind of stuff. And I totally sympathise with these football supporters who have to do that, because I know how serious many of these people take the game, and that's good. That's good that they do that, but that means
it's
that the
their
system
life and passion.
Totally, it's their passion,
and that's what the social scientists knew. They knew that if they could get people on their passions, they would cave. And it's such a shame to see people going along, because, as you were saying yesterday, you get your first shot, your second shot, your booster, your second booster, your third booster. It's like, where does this end?
It
doesn't end. So
presently it's not going to end.
You. So it is worrying, and it's just such a shame as well, because a lot of the people there took it reluctantly, and they know that something is up, but it's the social thing. Humans are social beings, and that's like, of course we are. Their life. Of
course we are. Of course we are. And the system always looks to see, as you say, catch people on their passions. Yeah. And if you're going to deny them the passion, it's like Laura Dodsworth in this book, A State of Fear.
That's brilliant.
Yeah. She examines how the system, what she calls, nudges people along a certain route.
It's they had nudge units for this as well, yeah. And they keep moving the goalposts further and further along.
And believe me, if you read this, it does scare you, because you realise, like, the power of these nudge units, the power of the psychologists who understand how the brain will respond to various stimuli, and their ability to manipulate that. I mean, it's an absolute science now, absolute science. And if you put, which the government has done, if you put billions of pounds behind that science, then you can make people almost believe and say and do anything. And it's like with James there, we were talking about the role of the Chinese and how their societies used to be so regimented, and no doubt still are, but I don't know anything particularly about them, but I believe that they're more regimented, were more regimented than Western societies. And many of us thought, well, Western people, we're different for some reason, and we're not regimented. We can't possibly be regimented. We are it's sovereign individuals, blah, blah, blah. Great idea. That's the ideal. That's the aspiration. But when it comes to the crunch, you can't blooming do anything. I mean, what's especially upsetting on this theme is Australia and New Zealand. Now, when I was growing up, if people got fed up with Harold Wilson or something like that, or Jim Callaghan, don't like Jim Callaghan, what can we do? Let's immigrate. Where shall we immigrate to? The land of freedom. Australia, New Zealand. It was seen as the other side of the world. Sun, sand, and whatever out there. Crack open a beer over the Barbie, get into the 80s, land of Crocodile Dundee, go out to the outback, have a walkabout, all that kind of carry on. Now, when I think of Australia, I literally think of prison camps. Okay, how it was back when it was established as a prison camp. And in Australia as well, what they've done, which just really infuriates me, is now that they know they can get away with it, they're doing everything. So they're stopping biker gangs from displaying biker insignia on their denim jackets. Okay, so if you have, like, outlaw bikers, Melbourne or something, no, you've got to take that off. If you have a visible tattoo that says, prison time 1974 to 1990 or something like that, you can't display that publicly. So in other words, you can't have a biker gang. What's the point? The point of a biker gang is to drive about, pretend to be hard, wear leathers, and insignia and tattoos, and the absolute cucks, excuse me, who run Australia. It's like we don't like these rather aggressive looking men driving about in motorcycles. We have to do something to stop them. I know, let's outlaw tattoos. Oh no, you could never get away with that. Well, now you can get away with it, because now you can get away with anything.
Yeah,
it's frightening.
The thing about Australia and New Zealand is this is very much to do with like populations getting too comfortable, and in a way the same could be said for the UK. Ever since post World War II, we've got so comfortable and safe, thinking that nothing, no tyranny could land on our shores again. But but we're actually invisible to tyrannical governments that have managed to hijack positions of power right now. And there's a saying when it comes to Australia, it's so they had good times, and good times create I think, what is it? It's hard. If you have weak men, they create hard times. But then if you have hard times, they create strong men, but strong men will create good times, and good times create weak men. So it's like a 4-stage cycle.
A perpetual circle, yeah.
Yeah, and we're kind of at the stage right now where we were in good times, and you can see it that has resulted in a lot of weak men not standing up against tyranny, and weak men who will go along with all the restrictions and everything as if it's not a big deal. So we're just at that stage in the cycle. So it looks like there's going to be a lot of hard times coming ahead, especially if they start pushing the vaccine mandates as well.
Well, yeah, and there's still a lot of good men who can stand up. It's that they make it very difficult for people to do so. And when all this kicked off last spring, there was one or two rallies, one or two protests outside Holyrood. And with every protest, you see, protests are not just organic. Somebody has to organise them. And it's usually one or maybe two people, or it's maybe a group of people who are very close together. A protest doesn't just happen. People say, we should all rise up. Well, nobody rises up without proper leadership. Okay, you can have the entire million people who want to rise up, but nobody's going to rise up unless there's leadership, example, and so on. So what the system does, is they take out the leaders. So you organise a protest outside Holyrood. The police look, it's Jimmy Jones down there who's actually the power behind the throne here. He's the one that's organising it. So you let them have the protest. When everybody goes away, next day you knock on Jimmy Jones's door and you say, Jimmy would like a word with you about yesterday's protest. And you put the screws on him and you put the frighteners on him and you say, Jimmy, I think it would be best that you just don't do this again. And it's going to be several months down the line before another Jimmy Jones comes around, because the Jimmy Joneses are not around very often. You know, there's only a few people who will put themselves into that leadership position. So the state knows the way to attack you is you take out the leaders. Of which, there, as I say, there's only a very few. And then you convict them, you take them in prison, and you take them to court.
Yeah, and you want to set a bad example of them so other people don't try and follow in their footsteps or recreate themselves as a leader. You just want to make it like, you want to scold them so other people can see the consequences of being naughty. You know. That's
right, and here in Scotland, the Daily Record, and it will be the Daily Record, will put you on the front of its cover with you answering the door in your pyjamas at 7 o'clock in the morning, looking like it round the corner of the door, and it'll be like, Jimmy Jones, you know, far extremist protester, blah blah blah, and you know, he's like feels like a complete twit from then on. So that's how the system does it, and so it's not easy for people to rise up. But people, and so there's a lot of good people around, but we don't know how do we. Well, we do know, but it takes circumstances to be in your favour before your protests are really going to work. But the protests are slowly growing. They're slowly growing. I went on one for the first time ever 2 weeks ago here in Glasgow, when they threatened to bring in vaccine passports for pubs. That was the bottom line for me. I was like, that's the only enjoyment I have in my life. You know, well, I'm kidding, obviously, but I was like, you know, you can't stop me going into a pub, for crying out loud. But they can, actually. They can stop me. I was in town that day, actually, after the march convened at the Nelson Monument in Glasgow Green, and we walked round the East End and walked down Argyle Street and then up Buchanan Street to the Buchanan Gallery steps. And there was maybe about 300 or 400, well, probably about 350 anyway. And then afterwards, myself and a colleague went to Waxy O'Connor's, which is a big... all right, a colleague has just come in, our next guest, in half an hour. Went to Waxy O'Connor's, and the guy at the door goes, "Have you got a booking?" Right, now this is 3 o'clock in the afternoon or something like that. Now, who in their right mind ever makes a booking for a pub at 3 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon? You make a booking if you want to go to a restaurant at 8 o'clock at night on a Saturday or something like that. And myself and my colleague go, "No, we don't have a booking." And he goes, "Oh, sorry, mate, bookings only." And he goes,
"But it's mental, yeah.
It's just totally mental, bookings only." So that was as good as a passport, wasn't it? I mean, they kept you out. So you have to book. Well, I don't want to be booking at all for that sort of thing. And then he goes, "Well, you could sit outside, right?" And so we sat outside, but you have to get your drink. So I wanted to go in. He goes, "Oh no, you have to wear a mask." So I've got one which I just like a necker, which I just kind of lifted up. Went to the bar, got a couple of pints, gave them a tenner. "No, sorry, mate, it's card only." So that's another thing that they're doing.
They're trying to get rid of cash,
Trying to get rid of cash.
So it's all traced,
Yeah, so it's
there's
all
something I was
traced.
wanting to mention about the whole pub thing, because it is what you were saying earlier. They've tried to make these things. Well, first of all, they like completely shut down pubs, and this is also quite symbolic of the whole pandemic in itself. What they did is they told us not to speak, not to visit our relatives and stuff. They told us to stand 6 feet apart, and they also shut down the pubs, which were hubs where usually men and women would communicate and talk about ideas and just politics and society in general. So they wanted to eradicate that as well, but little to them, it's like we also have the internet now as well, so we can communicate, and also they're trying to suppress it through there. So that was just an interesting thing about the pubs, how they were specifically targeted simply because they've been like a hotbed for men and women having good ideas and wanting to change society for the better.
That's a good point. That is a good point. Yes, and the other thing about stopping you from using cash is that, say, if they're going to start bringing in fines for not going along with their point of view, they'll just deduct it from automatically from your digital bank account. So what one would want to do would be to take out all your money over time in cash and store it so that there's no money there for them to take out. But if you've got all this cash sitting under your floorboards, literally what are you going to spend it on if you go into Waxy O'Connor's and they say, "No mate, it's only card"?
And card, yeah.
You can't even spend the cash.
Do we stock up on physical stuff now? But what I would say is in Greece, they've already started fining people. If you're over 60 and you haven't had a single vaccine in Greece, you are getting fined. Right now, you're getting fined €85 a month just for being unvaccinated. And that could very easily come here if we don't raise the alarm over it soon.
Yes, exactly. Now, I'm just going to check with my admin here because we've got a little bit of an issue on Facebook. Good. My admin is working on that. The screen apparently froze on Facebook for the first time in 10 hours or 9 hours anyway. But we're re-adding the stream there, thanks to my colleague from doing stuff.
Alistair, could I add a point about the whole global pandemic and
Absolutely.
its relation to Brexit? Because this is now this is just I'm not the first person to say this, but some people have observed this as being a potential cause of why it is happening. So obviously in 2016 we had Brexit and we also had Trump, right? And they were two movements where the native populations were wanting to reassert themselves as to be nationalistic countries that can govern and not have global interference. And what some people are suggesting is this pandemic is perfectly timed now, just years after that, as a push for global power, because what they notice is with Trump and Brexit, that's not global power, that's the opposite. But what is the one thing that can get global power? That's a global pandemic. So they've faked a pandemic in order to try and get all the countries to work together. And what they will do is they will use that as an excuse to implement like a one world global government, cashless society sort of thing. So this is essentially the dirty card if you want to run for global power. And it's, in their mind, it's foolproof. It will work, and it has worked, which is why so much of the population is going along with it willingly, because it's through the guise of compassion, because we don't want to kill people or hurt people. So that's just my take, but I've also heard a lot of other people saying that there is roots to this as being a whiplash from rising populism that happened in our country and the States back in 2016.
That's an interesting angle. Yeah. Well, just bear with me here, because what we want to try to do is the
Is it working? Oh.
It's yeah, it should still be working if people can see it. I'm just going to contact my as I say, the best place to watch it is youtube.com/UK A Force for Good.
For those that are just watching, I'll just show the new design that I've got of the map of the British Isles. So I'll be selling these ones pretty soon, and it's a full map. Union Jack. Sorry, my mic's unplugged. Yeah, so it's the Union flag on the map. It's all laser engraved, and it's got the logo just there. And I've got plenty of other stuff as well, but most of it can be found in the crowdfunder itself.
That's an absolute beauty. Goodness me.
I know it's like
fantastic.
shameless self-promotion whenever I'm here. So.
Yeah. Well, it's not shameless at all. It's absolutely essential self-promotion. Absolutely essential self-promotion, because you're doing such good work.
I was going to say, this is some good news as well. Since the last time I talked with you, about 6 months ago, there's now 20 people in the UK who do the exact same as me as well. So it's not just me. There's other people doing it as well, which is always good to see.
You don't see those as necessarily your competitors?
No, not. Well, it's funny. We all copy each other's designs, and we have a private Facebook group where we basically give each other the technique shortcuts, tips, and tricks. So it's become a good. I mean, obviously there's a bit of rivalry there, but we all have the same end goal, if that makes sense, which is just trying to like immortalize good pride in our countries.
Yeah, good idea. Good. Well, just to tell the folks that at 9 o'clock we'll be bringing on the legend who is Max Dunbar, which is one of our members of A Force for Good here, and he has arrived in the office, so it's going to be a live event with him directly beside me. I might swap the camera around a little and film at the end of this desk if I can clear things up a bit, just to give us a little bit more room, but that'll be coming up at 9 o'clock. Great.
Excellent.
Yeah. Do you think are you filled with hope when you look to the future?
Yes. Ultimately, like it's going to be pretty rough for the people who are unvaccinated, and they are going to keep blaming the maskless. They're going to keep blaming the ones who think they are misbehaving. So it's going to be tough, but we know that we have like truth on our side, and also we have like morally it's the right thing to do. We shouldn't be subjecting our kids to live in fear. We shouldn't be telling them to avoid people and to wear masks. So just knowing that we're probably on the side of God, that's what he would want. He wouldn't want us to live in fear. I think that's the best possible thing we can do. And especially in the UK, we didn't go through 2 world wars, so we could be cowards when the common flu came to town. You know, that's not how we work here. So we have to put a strong face to this and just know that in the end we will win.
Absolutely. And the worst thing is, don't be scared. Let me get this right. Don't be scared of dying. Be scared of not living.
Not living. Absolutely.
There you go. That's the phrase, isn't it?
This whole thing is it's become like a death cult. It's become being terrified of dying, and it's the average death of someone who has a coronavirus common flu. They're 83, and the average life expectancy in the UK is 82. Yet we see everyone, even adults and kids, they're running around terrified of dying, and it's like as you were saying, you are not living. You know.
Totally, and a lot of that is to do with
yeah.
increasing secularism in society as well, because in the old days people believed that, you know, if they behaved themselves that there was life ever after, and of course many of us still do believe that, myself included, but so many people have nothing like that, have no sense of the eternal, and so they are quite understandably pretty scared of dying, because that's the end mate for them. And so that the whole fear of dying thing is a modern phenomenon, which is undoubtedly related to the rise of secularism and lack of belief in the hereafter. Whatever you may think of religion, at least if you believe in the hereafter, then you're not going to be as afraid of dying as somebody who thinks that it's all over and they've wasted their life, as it were. Ibrox Park says, how much is that one, please?
That one, please. Well, here's the thing. I've actually got some nice photos of it, because it does look better in person. So what I'll do is I'll be posting that tomorrow on my Dramatic Scotland Creations Facebook, and I'll do you a good like 60% off its asking price. If you send me a message directly, I can have it. I can discuss the price with you there. But usually a piece like that would be around 200. But for your guys, I can do 120 posted.
Well, that's incredibly generous. Incredibly generous. Yeah.
I was going to say one more thing. On you were just chatting about the fear of death. Yeah. Because obviously, when people have forgotten that, like the damage that the government has done through all the fear and propaganda, they didn't ever think about how it would be undone to the population, as in ways to get us to relax about the so-called fear and everything. And if you're a young kid, you don't understand the world as a grown person does. But we're seeing like older people, specifically, not all of them, but a lot of people in the baby boomer generation, they are almost behaving irrational with their fear for this, and that is such a bad example to set towards kids who are at the start of their life. You know, they're going to grow up and they're going to be broken, and this is a result of the perpetual fear, the face mask, the social distancing, the hand sanitizing. This is all like, we are going to have wrecked generations if we don't sort this quickly.
That's so true, and I just want to give you a for instance there. On it would be Friday the 5th of November 2021. There was a smaller march through the centre of Glasgow, and we were there as well, and we counted them in at, I believe it was around 7,000. It was a very quick march as well. It was like,
is this the anti-lockdown one? Or?
No. This was a cop march, and myself and a colleague were at it. It was the day before. It was the day before the Saturday march, and there was a little kid there, and there was all the parents who were watching is what I would call modern parents. I don't know if you've ever seen the Fizz cartoon strip Modern Parents, and the poor children have got these parents, like the climate change parents, who obsess about it and in the Viz cartoon strip, the little children are actually sensible, but these poor wee children were totally vulnerable to what their modern parents were doing. And there was this wee kid, must have been about 7 years old. He's carrying a sign, right, which looked like he had painted it, and it said, "The world is dying." Okay, now this is a little 7-year-old child. Now, I mean to say, if
irresponsible parenting,
totally
completely irresponsible. Yeah.
If you tell your 7-year-old child that the world is dying, then quite simply you should be taken out and horsewhipped.
Yeah. Well, we need to bring back all punishment for this.
Metaphorically speaking, of course, because that is absolutely disgraceful. Like little
it's
children.
Disgusting. Yeah.
Should be getting their heads filled with the joy of life. They should know. Not that their world is dying, but they need to be comforted in their future. That they've been born into. They need to be told that they've got eternal life, essentially. The essence of the old Christian message, and that God loves them, and that the world is good, and they've got a great life, and the world is their oyster, and all that sort of stuff. But they've been told that the world is dying. I mean, that's just psychic abuse of children. It's like, imagine what sort of parent would you need to be, when you tuck your child in at night and you go, "Son, there's something that my mother and father need to tell you. I know, like, you're only 6 years old, but I think you're old enough to understand now that I'm afraid to tell you that the world is dying."
Which is nonsense in itself,
And you as a wee boy, I mean, you've got at best, I'm going to say 15 years left, because you're either going to drown underwater or possibly you're going to be boiled to death in the scorching sun, one way or the other. But I'm afraid, kid, you're not going to make it past 21, so you're just going to need to prepare for that.
Psychological abuse.
Exactly, that's basically what these people are saying to their little children, and it just made me so angry with them, But I'm not going to go up and tell them that they're a disgrace, because then I'll be the bad guy, and I'll be the bloke that's on the front of the
villain,
record, for having told the truth to some modern parent, But I've got one or two colleagues who probably would tell the truth to such parents if they were sitting beside them at a function. But quite frankly, just completely ridiculous. And this is in the schools as well, in Scottish schools at the moment. I mean, the absolute rubbish that the wee children who, who still believe in things like Santa Claus and so on, they're getting told stuff about, how racist they are, or how the world is dying, or how they're a wee boy but they should actually be wearing a skirt so that they're not prejudiced, and stuff like that. It's all just sick stuff in Scottish schools at the moment, and we are, like, when you get right down to it, it's very benighted. We are a benighted nation at the moment under poor leadership. But anyway, at least we've got many sensible people who understand what's going on, but it's certainly a struggle to cope with it. My advice, I'd be interested in what your advice is on how to deal with all this, is kind of switch off as much as possible from the mass media. I mean, you have to be conscious of what's going on around you, so you do need to dip into the mass media from now and again, but use it as an information source, not as a guide to life.
Well, so the media's main purpose right now is to get people to react to things, and a lot of people think that their own thoughts are original, and this fake pandemic has reinstilled that people can be emotioneered and trained to hate a certain people or to think a certain way or to be pro this thing that's going on with the schools. But it's very good at emotion, like getting people to think something, even if they don't feel it themselves. So yeah, you're right. That one of the best things to do is to dip your toes in it and like observe, or always feel like what are they trying to show here? And there's something I want to talk about, the Tory Xmas part. I just read notes because I'll come on to that. But a good example of this is this last week we saw them. All what we saw on the BBC was them going on about this Tory Christmas party, right? And it was quite interesting because right now, most of the public, even the people who believe in the COVID pandemic, they were really angry with the Tories for breaking the rules, as if that was the worst possible thing you could do, is to break a COVID rule. When actually, the people should be angry with people who are still going along with the rules, because that's keeping us in it for longer. But the media has done a good way of self-ratcheting this whole narrative by saying get people to hate the Tories for breaking the rules as that being a moral bad. So that's just one example. But as far as it comes to coping with this in this day and age, one of the best things you can do is, turn off your TV. Well, yeah, first of all, TV, BBC, don't listen to any of it unless you're just observing, but also take time out to do the things that people used to enjoy. Don't live in fear. If you've got hobbies, do it. If you want to go fishing, do it. Don't withhold it. You've got to live your life now. There's nothing worse than sitting in a room and getting upset, even if you are aware of the whole COVID pandemic and the whole scam. They want to make us weak. They want to break us on both sides. The people who think there's a virus going around, they want to break them. They also want to break the people who know what's up as well. So you have to take time for yourself, eat healthy, and get out in nature and live life like we did before 2020. That's my best advice.
Well, do you know what? I think that's excellent advice. Absolutely excellent advice. I think you're wise beyond your years, Calin, giving advice like that. So who knows what you're going to be coming out with when you're 40?
I'll probably be still in my shed.
So you're still in your shed, or you'll be you'll be with me and the others in some locked down camp where
a big gulag, yeah.
A big gulag. But you know what? At least we'll be with our homies.
Yeah. And that's all that matters. If you're with your tribe, that's all what matters. So.
Yeah, and we can radicalize each other, and then we can.
That sounds perfect. Yeah. Plan
riots and so on, and
burn the place down and get arrested even longer. Yeah.
That's right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could actually. That's actually maybe something good that would come out of it, and hopefully we'll be outside. Hopefully it's not going to be like one of these American prisons where they lock you down, and you have to walk about in orange jumpsuits, blindfolded all day. Hopefully it'll just be
as long as they don't torture us. I mean, Scottish prisons are pretty weak. I actually had to one of my internships I did, we had to do some filming inside a prison, and you think like a prison is hard. These prisons have pillows, cushions, safe spaces. We'd be absolutely fine if they put us in there. It'd probably be quite comfortable. So
I'd quite like a tented community. I think I think get back to the land. That'd be an opportunity to get back to the land. Sleep on the ground, which I've done now because I used to be a Boy Scout, so I used to sleep in the tents. And
it's good for your back, actually. Just sleeping on the flat ground is really good for your back because it relaxes the muscles on because you're resting on your spine. So it's a really good way of getting reconnected with the earth again.
Really?
Yeah. Well, that's what it does. If you lie flat, if you're on a soft bed, your body has to like move and tense, and all your muscles don't actually relax. But your muscles will relax if you can manage to sleep perfectly flat. It sounds mad, but it's actually
that's right. That's why if you sleep on a very soft mattress, you wake up in the morning and your back's all out of place.
Yeah, because your muscles never actually get a proper rest. They're still adjusting throughout the whole night.
Yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah. Well, what I'm going to do, we could no doubt talk forever, but I'm going to just slowly bring this interview or the chat rather, to an end. And I want to say thank you very much, folks. Please do give a shout out there to Calin, for we've been talking for almost an hour now.
Thanks for having me on, Alistair. Yeah. And just want to say, if anyone wants the flags, if you go to the crowdfunder page, you can get your hands on the nice big ones here as well. So thanks for having me on, Alistair, and just keep up the good work. And it's going to be hard times ahead, but we will all get through this. So.
Absolutely, we're definitely going to get through it. Okay, Calin, thanks very much.
Thank you, and I'll be tuning in till the end as well to hear this one out.
So. Well, this next section is called The Legend to His Maxton Bar, and many of us know Max, and he's a great chap. He's always got a lot of good stuff and interesting stuff to talk about, so I'm looking forward to that. Catherine says, thank you, Calin. Tommy says, good listen. Jack says, thanks very much, Calin. Yeah. Great work with the flags. Okay. Good. Okay.
I appreciate it. Okay.
Good night.
I'll see you later.
See ya. That was Calin Wynne from facebook.com/dramatic Scotland. That's how you can contact him. Now, we did have a prize, a competition rather, and I'll just announce the winner of that if we've got a winner of that competition. And the question that we asked, let me just bring it up here. The question that we asked was, turkey became the traditional British Christmas dish after Charles Dickens published which book in 1843? And let me check if we've got a winner on that. And the winner gets this festive Lancaster bomber tin of British teas, which is a nice wee prize, along with a wee book for the Union, along with Do More Together, and along with a badge. So do we have a winner? It's Debbie. Wonderful. Good old Debbie. Fantastic. Congratulations, Debbie. That will be winging its way to you shortly. Now, how many prizes have we got left? Oh, we've still got 2 more prizes. We've still got 2 more prizes, and these are big prizes that are coming up. So please, folks, do share the Facebook feed. Please share YouTube. Please retweet on Twitter if you can. If you retweet on Twitter with a positive quote, we will retweet you to 27,000 people. Which is definitely a way of getting the message out there, because we need to get the cash up in our crowdfunder, our Yule Britannia crowdfunder. Now, before I bring in Max and before we move to the next segment, let's talk about the Great British Christmas Fact number 3. Okay, and we'll base our question around this as well. Great British Christmas Fact number 3. The first recorded Christmas card, the first Christmas card that we know about, that the world knows about, that's gone down in history, was sent to a Great Scot and a Great Britain. And the very first Christmas card that's been recorded in history was sent to none other than James VI of Great Britain. Who was James VI? He was the Scots king who became King of England at the Union of the Crowns in 1603. And we'll put up a wee video in a moment that we did of him as well. And that was the first Christmas card that was sent to him. And it was sent to him in 1611. In 1611 by the German Lutheran Michael Meyer to James VI. With the words, "A greeting on the birthday of the sacred king, to the most worshipful and energetic Lord and most eminent James, King of Great Britain and Ireland, and defender of the true faith, with a gesture of joyful celebration of the birthday of the Lord, in most joy and fortune, we enter into the new auspicious year, 1612. Well, in most joy and fortune, we enter into the new auspicious year of 2022 with our Yule Britannia Christmas Crowdfunder." So that was the first Christmas card that we know about. It wasn't, Christmas cards back then were not commercialised, so they were only sent occasionally by noteworthy people to each other. And of course it was very expensive back then as well for anybody to use the post. Well, there wasn't really a post at all. And then when organised post came in the United Kingdom, it was expensive for people to send letters as well. And the idea of Christmas cards never took off until what was called the penny post was established, which was allowed you to send cards and letters for 1 penny. And at that point, the commercialisation of Christmas cards became something that was possible. But that wasn't until much much later on. But the first recorded Christmas card was sent to James VI. Now I'm going to play a little video here of the story of James VI, which we put together, which our video designer, a video editor put together, which is a great wee video, and that will give me a chance to go through, and the costume department will change my outfit again. Here we go, here's the video here, let me just put it up. Sharing it here and bringing it over with I'll be back in 2 minutes, folks.
All right, Hillary Clinton is finding even more bizarre ways to be in the spotlight.
Arms and saying, look at me, listen to me. You will survive. You will have a good family of your own and 3 children. And as hard as it might be to imagine, your daughter will grow up and become the President of the United States.
Crikey, the last thing we want to see is Hillary Clinton. Sorry, that video ended before the costume department had managed to change me into my Fred Perry red, white and blue jacket. It's the costume department to blame for that. please blame them. Anyway, so our next prize, wait till you see this, by the way. Wait till you see our next prize. Look at this. This is like the big prize the big present that you get at Christmas. You know, you get lots of little presents, and this is like one of the big ones. This is a Best of British mug, a Best of British coaster, and a Best of British pint glass, all in a Union Jack box. Okay, pint glass, mug and toaster that says the very best of British. And you'll get that, so I know that's going to be in great demand, definitely in great demand. And you get also in there you get a wee book, a Union Heart Do More Together, and a badge. And folks, remember as well that we've got a shop where a lot of stuff goes for sale, including we're down to our last few Hessian bags. Okay, this is not a prize. This is something you actually have to buy at the shop. And this is like really strong shopping bags, Hessian bags with the Union Jack on it. So if you go shopping, this is something for those who like to wear their loyalty on their shopping trips, if that's even an expression. So I'm about to ask a question. Who knows who will be the winner of it? Let's hope it's one of you guys. If you've entered before, just enter again. Nothing's stopping you from doing that. And it's send to contact@forceforgood.uk. To whom was the first recorded Christmas card sent? To whom was the first recorded Christmas card sent? Derek says he's got the bag. It's great and strong. Fantastic. It is a strong bag. It is a strong bag. No question about that. Jack says love the look of that prize. 00 Mo says bit jealous. Brossom jacket. Ow. Thanks. It is a nice jacket. No question about that. Ibrox Park says a certain man would be turning in his grave if he could see the state of our union now. Well, that's for sure, isn't it? Isn't it? James VI was well ahead of the curve when he advocated parliamentary union back in, I know he did it in 1614 for a start, but the Parliament at the time, the English Parliament at the time, wasn't for having it. But it took another 100 years until it actually came around. But unlike many kings, he was actually somebody who wrote a lot, wrote down his thoughts and published quite a few books on these matters. Now, where was I? Yes. Now we have. Yep, we're on schedule. We're on schedule, as they say, which is very good. That was a fantastic guest that we just had, Calin. I mean, not just a fantastic artisan and person who creates amazing materials like that AFFG wooden flag in the background, but somebody who's really got his head switched on as far as thinking about things is concerned. Absolutely amazing chap. So glad that he was that he was on and able to give us his time. Excuse me. Now, what I would like to do now is to introduce a colleague of mine. I'm going to have to clean up the desk a bit because to get us both in, we're going to have to just turn things around a little bit here, and I'm going to have to adjust a light in the corner. Just bear with me. All right, Max, how are you doing? This is...
That's trying to spot myself there.
Yeah. Well, let's see. We're going to have to just do a little bit of jiggery pokery here with our materials. I'm going to bring this down. My tea over here. Bring the microphone in. Put my glasses on now. We'll just sit this here between us so we can both reach it. This can go under here at the moment. Did you have a good journey in, Max?
Absolutely uneventful.
An uneventful journey.
No
Can't
hold-ups.
believe that.
No hold-ups.
Good. Well, thanks very much for coming in to do the final.
Keep you awake for the final hour.
Absolutely. That's why I thought you would be good to do that. You know, because you've always got things. I've always got to say no, Max. We can't say that on air. You know, so it keeps me alert.
Yeah, I'll keep you on your toes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, don't you worry.
Yeah, good. Well, I think that works there. If I just move round, what are folks thinking about that arrangement? Is it working for us? These are pictures in the background of a force for good. Up here, just above Max's head, that's a colleague of ours turned all these pictures into like little glossy photographs, which we gave out at our last Union Social, which was in Edinburgh in November 2019. Was the last time that we were able to actually have a Union Social by which all our Union supporters, that is to say our monthly donors, were able to come in and got an invite and were able to join us for a great night. And some of the people that have been on at the moment were there as well. And we've been wanting to have another Union Social, but of course during 2020 it was out, and we thought about it this year, but the circumstances just were not suitable.
Well, the problem
really.
is it's very difficult to plan ahead.
Yeah.
Because the goalposts have been constantly moved. And I mean, if it's difficult for you, Alistair, imagine what it's like if you're running a business, staff, having to place orders for materials, food, whatever.
Yeah.
And the nightmare that must entail. And
yeah,
it must be absolutely terrible. Oh,
I don't understand how anybody, quite frankly, can can run a hospitality industry at the moment. It just seems beyond the pale of the ability of anybody to do it, and the system is against you as well. James Ritchie says, I have something to say. James, can you please write it and we'll read it out? That's good. That's good. James says, I am Britain. Well, that's absolutely something that we agree with. So well done for saying that. A few new people coming in here on YouTube, which is fantastic. James says, bless you. Thank you, James. England has a couple of problems, according to James Enright. I don't doubt it. Do you want to elaborate upon that, James? James says, is England really that good, though? Do we agree with James that it's not actually that good? I'm sure our readers don't actually agree with James. I'm trying to get us in. It's going to be very difficult to get the two of us in on the TikTok camera. Let me set it here and see. It might just get me in. I might just have to do that. In fact, what's been happening in the? Did you check the newspapers today, Max?
I had a quick look at the newspapers.
What's actually happened in the world out there?
It's all focusing on Boris Johnson and these allegedly illicit parties at Downing Street a year ago, and the culture of do as I say, not as I do.
Uh-huh.
Of course, Boris Johnson's got a huge majority, 80-seat majority. So although there are all these Tory rebels, they don't really have much effect in reality on any policy or votes that have been taken. And Labour and most of the Tory party all seem to speak as one voice now.
Totally.
So you've got virtually no opposition. You've got maybe 65 or 70 people in opposition in the Tory party.
Yeah.
And then another 500 or 600 people who are line tours and yes men, mainly, going along with whatever the government wants and says. When I say the government, I mean the government, including so-called deep state, as the Americans would call it, the civil service and all the NGOs and charities, etc., who seem to have as much say in running the country as MPs do.
Yeah.
So these rebel MPs are up against it. Of course, they don't really want to rock the boat too much because they have nice salaries, 80,000 plus expenses, and all the kudos that attaches to that. So although the media talk about them rocking the boat, they're not going to rock it too much.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I'm afraid the TikTok thing's not going to work. So what I'm going to say to TikTok people is, we're going to have to say goodbye to you. Please, if you want to watch the rest of this, we'll be going on until 10:30. Please go to youtube.com/UK A Force for Good, and we will then you'll be able to see the interview. But I'm afraid we can't get it in on the small screen that is TikTok. On the portrait screen that is TikTok, we're not going to be able to get us in at this stage. So if you want to see us, please go over to our youtube.com channel and look for the live display there. But for everybody that's been on TikTok, thanks very much, and it's 9:15 and we'll say goodbye to you guys on TikTok. Okay, take care. Okay, so yeah, absolutely, Boris Johnson has got no reason to actually, do anything other. There's no pressure on him to do anything in particular. So yeah, it's a serious situation.
The trouble, I mean, Boris Johnson, the image that Boris Johnson has is one of shambles and chaos. I mean, look at his hair, look at the way he's scruffily dressed, his private life. He seems to be running the country along the same lines, chopping and changing, can't make up his mind. You never know where you stand with him. He's a good public speaker, but that's it. There's nothing behind that to back it up. No consistency. What's the point? And it just makes us look foolish, having someone like that as a leader. It really does.
Yeah. Yes, it's sort of bumbling. Bumbling thing's okay if you're a backbencher or something, but it doesn't work when you're actually trying to run the country. It's not a suitable look. But having said that, that's just the way that he is, and he's not going to change now at his age, is he?
No, he's what, 56?
He must be.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a very interesting story. Actually, I went to Reading University back in the 80s, where I studied agricultural economics, and at the time, he and David Cameron and the rest of that gang, the Bullington Club, I think they called themselves.
Bullington Club, yeah.
Yeah, they were literally 20 minutes down the road at Oxford. So I'm the same age group as he is, although he's younger than I am, and by a year or so. So I never got to meet him, but I knew people who were in the Oxford Conservative Club, the Oxford University Conservative Association, I think they called it, and but I knew like the year above him, and when I left, I think my final year at Reading was maybe his second year or something like that. I can't remember, but of course I didn't know him from Adam. I'd never heard of him or anything like that, but I literally went. I didn't go to the same university, but it was down in the same area of Britain. And I actually stayed down in Reading for another, after I left there, I stayed down in Reading for another 3 years before I decided that the best thing to do was to come back to Scotland, where I retrained as a natural health therapist, which is what I did up until I got into the politics of things, which was the beginning of this century. So yeah, it's funny, sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed down there, and if I had tried to get into maybe a career in politics. Would things have turned out differently? I don't know, but somehow I don't think they would have turned out differently, and I don't think I would really ever have been able to have a career really in the Conservative Party in the south of England.
I don't think you don't really have that conventional way of doing things. You're a bit of a maverick, or
well, absolutely. The Conservatives would have taken one look at you.
You'd have said something out of turn, and then been asked to resign or leave, whatever your position was. As has happened to a number of Conservative activists and councillors and so on, who've been forced to resign or leave their posts due to things that they've said. Certainly recently, I can't think of any examples off the top of my head, but I know I've read about them over the last couple of years, and quite a number of them.
Oh yeah, I mean that's the thing with these established parties, even with the smaller parties. You do have to toe the line, and if you're somebody, as I was, who's always writing stuff, that's somebody that they're looking out at and thinking, oh, this guy could be a problem, because it's only going to be a matter of time before he writes something that's against the party line.
Yeah.
And somebody I did meet though when I was down there was John Bercow, who I met a couple of times, but just not formally or anything like that, but just in some of the circles that I moved among. I met him, and I formed the opinion that he was an extremely confident chap, and he was quite witty and funny, and seemed like a nice bloke, you know. I've no opinion on John Bercow one way or the other, but it's funny to have seen people like that at university and then see what happened. That, like, they became Speaker of the House of Commons, you know.
Yes.
Good for him.
He's disappeared off the face of the earth, effectively, hasn't he? We've not heard anything about him at all recently.
He totally has. He's totally disappeared. Goodness knows what on earth's happened to him. Yeah. Yeah, I guess he's still around though. I mean, I don't think he's been abducted by aliens or anything like that. Yeah, yeah.
He certainly, although I didn't like the way that he maintained order or his presence as Speaker, he had a good, loud, clear voice, and he had a sense of humour, as you've said, which always helps.
Yeah.
And but the problem was he just became too full of himself, and it ended up really being all about him and not standing back and doing his job, which was to maintain order and to keep the whole thing going and to be impartial. He was partisan, made it very clear. So although potentially he was a good speaker, literally a good speaker, he was too partial, and there were other issues going on as well with him, to do with his wife and so on, that were not good. So at the end of the day, probably he was a failure as Speaker. Overall. Overall, I don't think he did a very good job.
Yeah, yeah.
It ended, unfortunately, entirely from his own making.
Yes. I agree with you. Another speaker that I actually liked. Oh, and what was his name? It was the Scotsman from the Gorbals.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I liked him. I thought he was really good, and he I've met him. I met him just briefly once in a thing, a account or something like that, and he always struck me as a nice chap. Gosh, what was his name again? No doubt somebody.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Will tell us. Yeah. But then he kind of left under a cloud. I can't remember what it was, but he got pushed out. Unfortunately.
Yes, because he was the one who famously said ordure.
Aye, possibly.
Something like that.
Possibly. Yeah. Martin, that was his name.
Martin.
Yeah. Michael Martin.
Michael Martin. That was
the one. Michael Martin.
I think he's dead. I think he's.
Oh, I don't know. Could somebody Google that and just check how Michael Martin's going on? I hope he's okay. I hope he's still with us. Yeah, he was kind of down to earth, you know. He had a sort of get down to earth Scottish style about him, which I really enjoyed. He was the MP for Springburn, says Double O Mo, and he was
So we don't know whether he's still alive or not. I suspect he might not be.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody will post a comment, no doubt.
Betty Boothroyd was pretty good.
Oh, Richard says he died in April 2018.
Ah,
there you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Betty Boothroyd, yeah, she was a good speaker.
And she's still around. She's still with us, isn't she? Yeah, as far as I've not heard anything to the contrary.
I don't know. I suppose she still is. Yeah.
She's the one that I always remember as being an outstanding speaker, Betty Boothroyd. There was no nonsense with her. She was like a matron. Stood for no nonsense at all, and she was completely, as far as I could tell, completely neutral. She was not partisan. Didn't have any of these sort of weaknesses. So I've got respect for her. But I can't really think of any others for whom I have that.
No.
Admiration.
No. Absolutely.
But getting back to the subject of Boris Johnson's leadership.
Yes.
And the way the country's going, and the recent reintroduction of these impositions on the public, based on the latest version, the latest fashion in viruses, Omicron, which has an anagram of moronic, I believe.
Yeah, it's an anagram of moronic.
Yes.
It's also is it a Greek letter or something like that in the alphabet. But yeah.
So although allegedly this new variant is non-fatal, and nobody, as far as we know, has been hospitalised with this so far.
So far, yeah, that's what we hear.
It's all panic stations and reintroduction of all sorts of restrictions on us.
Oh, it totally is, and we were talking about that earlier.
And of course, there'll be much more restrictions in Scotland, because Scotland has to be different from England, and of course it has to be either higher taxes, more restrictions, whatever. It has to be more extreme here, but it has to be different from England, because the SNP like to make it different.
Oh, that's so true. That's so true. And that's one of the things that we're facing, isn't it? It's like she'll wait for a day or so until Boris or whoever has said what they're doing, and then she'll come in harder or with a slightly different angle in order to distinguish herself from them in some way.
Yes.
And that's just the situation, isn't it? Yeah. But Ibrox points out there that Bojo never wanted Brexit, really. He just jumped on the Leave train.
Well, I'd agree with that. Yeah, definitely. Because I mean, he's an opportunist, like most of them. And he did sit on the fence for a while, and then came down on the side of Brexit, but purely as for for his own advancement. Yeah. And I think, and we're not having a go necessarily at any particular political party, but so many politicians who are governing us at the moment they just jumped on where they saw the train was going to. Yes.
Basically, they didn't want to get left behind. And there's very few people who are real ideologues these days. There's always been few people in Parliament who are real ideologues, who have got a real strong position on something one way or the other. And because the nature of being a politician is you have to be able to kind of dance around, don't you think?
You have to be able to compromise up to a point. But you do need to have some principles to like an anchor. And if the anchor starts dragging, then you might hit the rocks. So you do have to have some sort of hope, secure principles, if you like, to hold on to.
Yes.
But you do need to be flexible as well.
Yes.
About it, there needs to be flexibility, and of course, certain things change, circumstances change. And world events change, so you have to kind of move with the times. In that sense.
I mean, I'd be interested in what the viewers would thought about this as well. But who do you think is, from our particular point of view, which is generally very much a unionist point of view, but also just generally what's best for the country, who is the second best person? Who's the person who you'd like to see take over? If there were to be a change of Prime Minister.
Are you talking about within the Tory party?
Well, it would have, yes, at the present government. Is there somebody out there that we can maybe put some sort of, I don't want to say faith in, but maybe...
Well, I can't think of anybody, because in order to get anywhere in the Tory party or any of these big parties, you have to be the sort of person who isn't going to speak out of turn. Otherwise, you'll get sacked. So there's no one with the strength of character or the conviction that I can see who within the Conservative Party who would be able to take over from Johnson and do what we want, because Johnson and the Conservative Party are to a large degree dictated to by big business, the one world types, the Greens, and the civil service, many of whose top civil servants have been to Oxbridge and been inculcated with certain ideologies. So the so-called deep state is really running the country. So even if Johnson is changed for someone else, it won't really change anything, because the Conservative Party is committed to being a progressive party, in other words, leftist. So nothing will change, even if the leader changes. The general direction of travel will not change. You need a completely new party, a new leader, So you're wasting your time basically with the Conservative Party. There's not going to be a Margaret Thatcher coming along and a counter-revolution. Put it that way. That's not going to happen. At least I don't think it is. Could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong.
I hope you're wrong as well, Max, because we do need a message of hope here. Double O Mo says Steve Baker was a promising voice from the backbenches, but he collapsed. Though in fairness, I think he was worn out. Steve Baker is a good chap, and he's definitely somebody who does have a mind of his own, no question about it. And I've met Steve Baker as well. I met him at a monetary reform conference back, oh goodness me, must have been 10 years ago. That was organised by an organisation called Positive Money, which at the time that I knew it was a very good organisation. I can't speak for it today. I haven't been in touch with it today, but he gave a talk at a Positive Money conference that I was at, and he understands how money works, and he understands the financial system, and he knows how money is created, and he understands all of the kind of stuff, because not many people that are watching know this, but I used to run a magazine called Prosperity, Freedom from Debt, Slavery, and I promoted the concept of monetary reform for many years, and I organised 15 international monetary reform conferences in the United Kingdom during the period of from 1998 or 1997. I need to check. And by the time that came around, by the time after about 10, 15 years of working on this, Steve Baker and others had come in and taken note of the sort of stuff that myself and others were saying. And so he does know how the international financial system works. He totally understands it and gets it. And so from that perspective, he's completely different from like a lot of the conservatives who don't really get what's going on. So he is a quite wise, and I do think that's actually a good thought. Somebody else says Johnny Mercer. Now Johnny Mercer there is well, I know he's ex-military. I don't know much about Johnny Mercer. The Big Bird says Johnny Mercer might be somebody, but he's very much just a kind of backbencher. You don't really hear much about. Well, he's not a backbencher, is he? He's an actual cabinet minister, I think.
Not sure.
Yeah,
no. I don't know much about him. I tend to think he might be a bit of an egotist. Well, I suppose most of them are. But there's this kind of look of vanity about that man. I wouldn't trust him just for that.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm jealous.
Yeah.
Because he's not bad looking.
Yeah.
And but there was something, I'm trying to remember what it was. There was something that.
Oh, I know what it was. Yeah.
What was it?
Oh, it was about Tommy Robinson. He had a go at Tommy Robinson.
Ah. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was trying to be like awfully politically correct, and he had to go at Tommy Robinson, but he kind of ended up on like making a complete twit of himself.
Well, whatever you may think of Tommy Robinson, for a politician to come out like that and attack someone like Tommy Robinson and give him a kicking, to me, it's like a playground bully kicking someone when they're down.
When they're down, yeah, it's like an easy target.
It's an easy target. It's a bit like, before Trump became president, Johnson, amongst others, was busy kicking Trump when they thought he had no chance of becoming president of the United States. And it was a nice, easy, virtue signalling, liberal left thing to do to burnish your liberal left credentials. Give Trump a good kicking. And then, horror of horrors, he wins the presidential elections and becomes president. And then you're having to turn your second, third, fourth face to him. To be nice to him and smile to him.
Yeah.
And Boris Johnson's got no shortage of faces, I'm quite sure.
Yeah, that's true. Richard says possibly Liz Truss. She did quite a good speech at Chatham House.
Absolutely no way.
No?
She was head of the Lib Dem group at university. She's a Lib Dem.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely not. And did you see her in that tank? She
No.
looked ridiculous with the helmet on, kind of skew-if, looking completely at sea on this armoured vehicle, unlike Thatcher, I may say, who looked the part, although she was wearing a scarf and God knows what. But she looked the part, whereas Liz Truss looked gormless, utterly gormless.
So Richard, Max doesn't agree with your suggestion, but Richard says Truss seems to believe in liberty at home and abroad is important, and that's certainly, as far as her speech is concerned, that she certainly does seem to believe that. And you say it's all talk.
Talk is cheap.
I would like to hope that somewhere deep down there's a serious point that she actually does believe. Although, I mean, you've got to be careful if you're a politician these days talking about liberty, because the politicians are engaged in taking our liberty away.
Exactly. Just about all of them.
Yeah.
With the exception maybe of these 65 or whatever backbenchers who are the so-called rebels. I mean, they're all intent on introducing more legislation, more restrictions ad nauseam. And I mean, this COVID business is really political. It's no doubt about it.
Mm-hmm.
We were prepared to give them the benefit of the doubt at the beginning and go along with the rules as best we could. But now, I mean, the whole thing's been blown up, and the hypocrisy of the politicians for all to see, and just the barefaced arrogance of them in thinking they can get it. Well, of course they can get away with it. That's the problem. They can get away with it because there's no proper opposition in this country. But it's not just Britain; it's also Europe. This is an affliction of the whole of Western Europe, and it's a political affliction. There's no proper opposition, but especially in the UK, there is no opposition.
Yeah.
There isn't any.
Yeah, Double O Mo makes a good point there. He goes, Mercer's ex-army, but he needs to kick his woke sympathies. To me, he's akin to a political version of Prince William. Politically great, potentially great, but worryingly attracted to nebulous good causes.
Exactly, yeah.
Nebulous is a word I learned from you, Max, which I'd never previously used, but now I like to use it all the time. I throw it in whenever I can. If I want to impress somebody, I say nebulous.
Yeah.
And
well, as far as the armed forces are concerned, I mean, generally speaking, most people probably consider that most of the members of the armed forces will be patriotic types and traditionalists and loyal to the crown, etc., which is probably true. Most of them probably are, but there will be an element of them who are not. And I think it's always worth bearing in mind not to invest all your trust in the armed forces. And as time moves on, they're becoming more and more political, a bit like the police.
Oh yeah,
being forced to comply to political imperatives, left-wing political imperatives, in the way that they recruit and the way that they present themselves, with quotas for this, quotas for that, and so on. But the only thing that matters in the army is killing the enemy, operational efficiency, and having the best weapons, the best men, the best leadership, and a good NCO cadre. That is what's important in the armed forces. But at the end of the day, it's the defence of the realm and killing the enemy.
That's what the armed forces.
They're not there to.
They're
not there to dish out. They're not there to dish out food and medicine to people in the third world. They're there to kill the enemy.
Yeah.
That's what they're for.
Yeah.
They're there for us. They're not there for the rest of the world. They're there for us. And I'm sorry, but that is a fact. And if you don't like it, too bad.
Yeah.
The trouble is, our country's run along those lines in many ways, that the last people to be considered are the British people, the indigenous British people, the taxpayers who are propping up all this government and what they do. The government just treats us with contempt, and a lot of people have had enough, really have.
Yeah. What you're saying there about the army and the sort of the woke elements. Every institution in the United Kingdom has been subverted, entered and subverted to a woke agenda that actually takes it away from its original purpose, to almost virtually them all, and there's nothing really. If there is any institution left that's not been subverted, then it will be outlawed. It will be, it will not be allowed to continue to exist. And a lot. Well said, Max, says Megan. Yeah.
Well, I would say another thing I would like to say is about a little bit of history, I suppose, combined with, because the past affects the present. The Cold War. Now, the Cold War was pretty clear at the time. It was between the capitalist West and the communist Soviet bloc.
Yeah.
And everybody understood that, and the enemy was over there. The enemy was about 1,000 miles away from us.
Yeah.
Geographically, I suppose, a little bit less, perhaps. Actually, less, because if you include East Germany, unwillingly the Germans being under the boot of the Soviets, probably talking about 800 miles or something, 700 or 800 miles. But the point was that the enemy was without. Now the enemy is within. So we have a new Cold War, but the Cold War is within. It's within Europe. It's within the UK, and the differences in opinion between, if you want to put it crudely, the right and the left are now so great that there's really no chance, in the short term at least, of any reconciliation. There can be no quarter given and no quarter asked, because the left have pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed and forced us to accept the unacceptable. And there are all sorts of examples of that. But the point is, the new Cold War is an internal war, and we'll see that manifest itself in all the European countries. We're seeing it already. It's not become a hot war yet, although there have been outrages, the murder of an MP recently, you could possibly say as an example of that. But the enemy is within, and I can't see any way of reconciling that peaceably. But I mean, I hope we can.
Oh, we absolutely can.
We have to hope that we can. But
we absolutely can. But just talking about the internal Cold War thing, something that I always remember is one of my good friends and a political mentor of mine in some ways as well was a colonel in the Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers, and I remember speaking to him, and this would be just at the turn of the century, and he said to me a phrase that I've never forgotten. He said, "I spent my entire career in the British Army looking over the Berlin Wall, and it wasn't until I retired that I realised I had spent my entire career looking in the wrong direction." By which he meant, of course, that the enemy was actually at home. It wasn't abroad. It wasn't this force of Russians who were going to invade us. And of course, then he dedicated the rest of his life until he died a few years ago in writing around the subjects of, deep politics, deep state politics, which helped to educate me in the nature of political reality in many ways. So Tommy says that we're talking about politicians, and this woman here, Penny Mordaunt, is an interesting woman because she is somebody, she's got a very sensible aura about her. Now I don't know really much about her politics, but she comes across as strong and stable, as Theresa May would say. I've got a book through there that she recently published called Greater Britain, and I liked the title of it, so I bought it. And when politicians start writing books, that means that they've got their eyes on the prize, as it were. They've got their eyes on being a prime minister or something like that. What they're doing is they're laying out their ideology. And I have to say, the book's good. I think I'm kind of with her on most stuff, but oh my goodness, it was like wading through treacle wearing Wellington boots on, and I didn't really get past chapter 2, I'm ashamed to say, but it's still through there, and I might read it. But at least she's written a book, okay?
Doesn't sound like it's going to be a bestseller.
It's not going to be a bestseller. I think it sold one.
To you, and that was to you.
To me.
Yeah.
To me, definitely. But I mean, she at least, what I'm saying is, at least she's written a book, okay? So she knows how to string sentences together, which is a benefit, isn't it? It's something that she should get some kind of credit for. Surely. Surely that's worth something, right? So, and any other people coming up saying, making points? General people. I didn't know that. Churchill was a Lib Dem before he was a Conservative, says Jack White. So there you go.
The Liberal Party, yeah.
A Liberal Party.
It was the Liberal Party.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But that was back in the days when they weren't that they weren't like Liberal Democrats today.
I mean, the
really,
Lib
were
Dems
they?
of today are nothing like the Liberal Party of that time. I mean,
No.
it's no comparison.
That's so.
I mean, the Lib Dems today would probably be considered to be Bolshevists or something at that time, taken in that context.
Yeah, yeah, they would.
I wanted to ask you what you think about have you been following the Rod Liddell saga, Durham University, free speech, all that kind of thing?
No, but please explain that to the viewers. What's that about?
Well, most of you probably be familiar with Rod Liddell. He's quite a well-known columnist who writes for The Spectator, amongst other publications, and he's quite outspoken. He's a friend of Professor Tim Luckhurst, who works at Durham University, and there was a dinner organised. Professor Tim Luckhurst invited Rod Liddell as his guest, and Rod Liddell made a speech at the end of the dinner. But during the dinner, I believe students who didn't know who Rod Liddell was were Googling him to find out what he was about and so on, and the dinner ended up being interrupted by people shouting and walking out, and then there was a demonstration, all sorts of accusations being hurled at Rod Liddell and at the professor by these students, and being accused of the usual isms, and Professor Luckhurst said that he thought the behaviour of the students was pathetic, which is right. I mean, he was absolutely correct. But unfortunately, the university seems to have taken the side of the students. So Luckhurst has unfortunately buckled and not apologised exactly, but words to that effect. He's backtracked and said that he regrets having accused these students of being pathetic. Well, that is effectively an apology.
Sort of, although the word regret, legally speaking, is not an apology. If you're in a court of law and you say, I regret what I did, that's not considered an apology, because you're not saying sorry.
The thing is, we're not in a court of law, we're in the court of the media. And it's the perception that matters. So he's back down. I would say he's back down because he's worried about his position and so on.
Right.
But that's a fairly up-to-date piece of news on that particular front, on this free speech front, which is entirely predictable, that kind of behaviour from a tiny number of students, though. But the way the media are portraying it is as if all the students were behaving in that way and all the students were radical hard leftists. They're not. This is a tiny number of activists who have done this, and unfortunately all students seem to get tarred with the same brush. And the comments I'm seeing are, people under a certain age, they're all the same, they're all hopeless, blah blah blah. But they're not. I mean, it's unfair to tar thousands of students with that brush when you're talking about maybe a 200 or something at most.
Oh, very much. It probably was not even going to be that kind of number. You're absolutely right there. I mean, they say the students at whatever university. No, like literally a handful of militant students from the sociology department, and that's it. I mean, that's where they are. That's the only students in any university who care. They're all from the sociology department. And I'm not just saying that to be funny. It is actually a fact. If you're a legal student or a dental student or a scientific student, you're not bothering about politics. The only people who go to university and get involved in politics, get involved in the social, is in the student union, get involved in writing for the student union newspaper. Oh my goodness me, it's all the sociology students, and they just do that because they got sociology just to do that at university, just to be a militant at university, and the sociology lecturers encourage them in that.
Yes.
And so it's not even all the sociology students. It's only a small handful.
But
of militant
the thing
ones.
is that they seem to influence the university, the Senate or whatever it is. The university organisers, people who run the university, they seem to be influenced by it, and they have put this professor under investigation, I believe. So that's the bit that really matters, because if these students just made a song and dance and got a little bit of attention in the media, okay, they're a bunch of Marxists. We know that they're always going to be there, and they're, as I say, they're a tiny minority. The problem is the university seems to have taken their side and put pressure on the professor and put him under investigation.
That's appalling. That's appalling. And the point is, Rod Liddle is a controversialist. That's
yeah,
that's
that's the whole point.
That's the whole point of Rod Liddle,
yeah.
is to be controversial and to say naughty things to get people riled up.
And I read a transcript in the paper of what he'd said, and it was, it was nothing terribly outrageous in it, really.
No.
Nothing. It was just his mere presence was enough. His mere presence was enough for these Marxists to kick off and force the university to punish the man who had invited him to speak at the dinner, Professor Tim Luckhurst. He gets punished for it.
Yeah.
But another thing that people don't really mention much is the fact that there's undoubtedly a risk to the students of being marked down. If students hold the wrong views, or if they pick subjects to write about that the examiners don't like, we know that they will possibly get marked down. They will not be marked on the quality of their work, but they'll be marked on their politics. So students, if they're savvy, have to bear that in mind, because there's undoubtedly a form of intellectual corruption there, where there isn't an objective assessment being taken of their work, and if they've had any kind of political track record that's right of Karl Marx, or they've chosen a subject which is controversial and either taken the wrong position or even just taken more than one position on it, they run the risk of being marked down by left-wing examiners.
That's a lot of truth in what you've said there, and that's the way that the system perpetuates itself in academia. I mean, if you're slightly right of centre, or even if you're just centre,
if you just,
for crying out loud, you're not really going to get anywhere. So you have to hide your views, especially when you're a student. You have to do what the examiner,
because you're at the mercy of these people.
Yeah, and then once you get in, then you can try to maybe push the boundary a little bit. But the number of people who get through that is impossible. And someday I'll tell my story about that as well, which is an extremely interesting one, but it's not one that I want to get into tonight. But it absolutely confirms my point. Now, before we go on, we've got the winner of this prize, which is the Best of British mug, coaster, and pint glass. And the winner, will bring the winner up on the screen. We asked the question, James the Sixth, to whom was the first ever Christmas card sent, at least the first ever recorded one known to history? Who was the recipient? And the answer was James the Sixth, and the winner is David Shannon. Congratulations to you, David. This will be winging its way to you, along with a wee book, along with a copy of Do More Together, and along with a little badge. We'll get these in the post to you in this coming week. So well done for that. Now we're going to move into our final prize for the night and our final question. But before I do that, I'm going to just bring up the information that I want to talk about here. And remember when we were growing up, Max, there's a magazine that I had there. See that Great British Christmas? Could you hand us that magazine, please? Thanks. Remember when we were growing up, and until very recently we had Top of the Pops, which, and I know there's one or two people who support me on this, what it did, which a lot of programming did in those days, was it gave you more of a sense of a wider a wider Britain that was going on, and you had the British #1, and of course it was very often an American artist or a foreign artist or something like that, but it helped us. Like, we would be buying records of other British artists. Remember when we used to buy a 45 and or a cassette tape or something like that, and you know, people in Scotland would go, and we still do of course, would go down to England to watch concerts and so on. And so pop music, whatever you may think of it, has been a way that British youth have connected throughout the British Isles for a long time now, certainly post-war, since the 1960s. And we were just reminded of that when we were reading this magazine, The Great British Christmas, that we got at W.H. Smith a couple of years ago. And I like the title of course, The Great British Christmas. It lists the #1s, the Christmas #1s in the when does it begin, the Christmas #1s? It begins them from 1960. From 1960, well, that's what I was saying. The 1960s, Cliff Richard and the Shadows were #1.
And one of the monkeys. Remember the monkeys?
Hey.
The tall guy who wore the woolly hat. He died a couple of days ago.
Did he?
Yeah, trying to remember his name. So there's only one left. There's only one chap left from the band of 4.
Yeah, I used to love them.
Yeah,
they were great.
Davy Jones was the first to go. And then Peter Tork.
Peter Tork, yeah.
I think he died about 2 years ago, was it?
Yeah.
A year or two ago.
Yeah.
And this chap whose name escapes me.
Well, it's Mickey Dolenz.
He's still alive.
He's the one that's still alive.
He's the last
Mike
one.
Nesmith. There
yeah,
you go.
Mike Nesmith.
Yeah. Mike Nesmith. Of course, yes.
Yeah, he died recently.
Yeah. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Shame.
Didn't know that.
78.
78. And 1970s #1s as well. 1970 was Dave Edmunds, I Hear You Knocking. 1971, Benny Hill, Ernie the Fastest Milkman in the West. 1973 was Slade, Merry Christmas Everybody. 1974, Mud, Lonely This Christmas Without You to Hold. 1975 was Bohemian Rhapsody.
Don't sing, Alistair, don't sing.
Okay. 1976, A Religious Song When a Child is Born by Johnny Mathis. And then 1977, Wings, Mull of Kintyre. And I really liked that song, Mull of Kintyre. I thought that's a great British song, written by an Englishman, sung by an Englishman about Scotland. I mean, how more British can you get? And then 1978, my personal favourite Christmas song of all time, and I'd like you to please send in your personal favourite Christmas song of all time, but my personal favourite Christmas song was #1 in 1978, and it was Boney M, Mary's Boy Child, which is just I think it's a beautiful lyric. And I want to tell you a story about Boney M that will blow your socks off. How could that possibly be? Let me tell you a story which I discovered a couple of years ago, and I had to read this several times because I thought that just cannot be so, but it is in fact so. And what it was, because I want to get the dates here, so I'm just bringing up the exact information. Wait for this, right? One of Boney M's songs was Rasputin.
Oh, yes.
You know, rah rah Rasputin, lover of the Russian Queen. Well,
Russia's greatest love machine.
Russia's greatest love machine, yeah.
I think that.
And you know, people were saying, and I remember listening to it. It's like, who on earth is Rasputin? And of course he was a Russian chap who. Well, don't ask me much more on that about him because I don't really know.
And remember, the Soviet government objected to it.
Did they?
Yeah, they did. They put in an objection.
Right.
Put an objection into it, and that's the first. To be honest, that is probably the first time you could say there's been a it's like a politically correct objection to a song.
Yes.
I can't think of one that precedes that. Maybe other people can, but
Well,
now that's become commonplace.
Totally. So here's the thing, right? The male singer in that band was a chap called Bobby Farrell, and he came from Aruba, which is an island in the Dutch Antilles, and just off the northeast coast of Venezuela at the top of South America. And he died of heart failure a day after a concert that he was performing. And he died in that place where he was performing, which was St. Petersburg in Russia, which is exactly the same place that Rasputin died as well. And Bobby Farrell, the lead singer of Boney M, died on, wait for this, the exact same day that Rasputin died, which was the 30th of December. And so the man who made Rasputin famous in pop consciousness and in many people's consciousness latterly died on the same day and in the same city in Russia as the man he had made famous, Rasputin.
How old was he when he died?
Well, he died in. I don't have that.
What year was it he died?
Information. Well, do you know what? You're putting me into a corner here. That's not written down, so I'm gonna have to Google it. Bobby Farrell. He died in 2010. Age 61.
Ah.
Age 61. So he wasn't that old.
So what did he die of?
Heart failure.
Heart failure.
Yeah,
Right.
heart failure.
Okay. Nothing to do with Novichok then.
No, wasn't Novichok. But no.
Yeah. Or falling out of a window.
Yeah, I find that amazing. Like of all the people to die as well, from Aruba in the Dutch Antilles, he ends up dying in St. Petersburg on the 30th of December 2010, the same day and the same city as Rasputin that he made famous in a pop song. I think that's incredible. Anyway, I'm going to ask you a question about that, and guess what the prize is? The prize is this bottle of Union Jack gin. It says Union Jack Black Gin. This distinctive black gin, handcrafted in small batches, is infused with warming aniseed reminiscent of your favourite retro sweets. Small batch release, 40% volume, 50 cl, batch number 5353. So that's Union Jack gin, and you'll also get a coaster on that as well. One of these coasters to sit your little Union Jack gin glass upon. And of course you also get a badge, a Do More Together, and a Do More Together magazine and a wee book for the Union. So we will announce the winner a couple of minutes before we end, which will be shortly at 10:30. And so send in your answer, please, to contact@aforceforgood.uk. And the question I'm going to ask is, what was the name of the lead singer, the man in Boney M, who died on the same day in the same city as Rasputin and sang Alistair McConnachie's favourite Christmas song, Mary's Boy Child, which was number 1 in 1978. We'll come back to that and we'll tell you the winner shortly.
That kind of leads me on to what's your opinion on the current sort of confrontation in Ukraine and between Ukraine and Russia? What's your view on that?
Do you know, Max, it's not something that I have an opinion on, because that I've got too much to concern myself in the world without worrying about how the Ukrainian border's coming along. But what's your thoughts on it?
My thoughts? Well, like yourself, I don't really have enough knowledge of that area or the history. All I can tell you is that I read a very interesting book by a Russian, he's dead now, a Russian spy, and I'm trying to remember his name. Anyway, he was Pavel Sudoplatov, that was his name. Anyway, he was tasked with bumping off the Ukrainian nationalist leader at the time, who was called Konovalets, if I pronounced that correctly, I don't know. And he was obviously quite proud of his achievement, because he went into great detail in the book of how he did it. And this was in 1940, the same year, I think, that Stalin had Trotsky assassinated with a pickaxe in Mexico by a long-range, long-term agent of Stalin's.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, the way that Konovalets was assassinated was quite clever. This Soviet spy, Sudoplatov, managed to get into the confidence of the Ukrainian leader, and they arranged to meet at a cafe for a drink, and Sudoplatov brought a gift. It was a box of chocolates, and as long as the box of chocolates was kept on edge, it was safe. But as soon as the box of chocolates was laid flat, it triggered the timing mechanism, and Pavel Sudoplatov left handshakes, great pals and all that, left his friend Konovalets, and a few seconds later the bomb exploded, killed the target, and also no doubt killed or maimed a number of other people in the same area. But of course that was of no consequence. But that kind of left an impression on me, that story of the sheer ruthlessness and deviousness of the people who are prepared to do that, and do it in that way, and to gain the confidence of someone and then kill them like that, which obviously would have taken time.
Well, that's
quite a lot of time.
Right, and it's that's what you're dealing with sometimes. You just total ruthlessness. You've got to be conscious of what often you're up against.
Yeah, I think the thing is, British people tend to underestimate there's a difference of view, there's a cultural difference between ourselves and the Russians.
Mm-hmm.
The Russians have a different view of life. They're more protective of their culture. They're they can be aggressive when they need to be, but they're prepared to wait it out to get what they want. And they've got a huge country. I think it's something like 70 times the size of the UK. That's how big Russia is.
Yeah.
And I tend to think we underestimate the Russians. I mean, we're told that the Russian economy is weak, and that's used as a sort of reason not to fear them as much as perhaps we should. But their military is not weak, their military is strong, and I think they've got a very good intelligence service. They run more or less as a dictatorship, I think, under Putin. So they're not constrained in the way that we are in the West. And that weakness that we have has been proved many times in the past, even before the Second World War. The Russian Secret Service was very efficiently organized. And of course Putin himself is a man of the KGB. He was KGB boss in Dresden during the Cold War. So I think he's a man not to be underestimated.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
He's also a man who's a patriot, a Russian patriot. I'm quite sure of that. And I think he is someone to be very wary of and to be respected. And to dismiss Russia is to make a big mistake. And I think they'll probably take what they want when they want in Ukraine.
Yeah. Well, yeah, don't underestimate them in any way.
I mean, if you look at a map of the area, Ukraine is like a salient into Russia. So the Russians, I think, want to nip it off and secure their border with the West, as the West has been encroaching further east over the past 30 years or so, as country after country, formerly Soviet bloc countries, have either become members of the EU or members of NATO, whatever. The Russians have been very wary about that and are concerned that they don't have these buffer states between themselves and the West anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have anything particular to add to
I would
that,
add to that. I think that these Eastern Europeans that live in these chilly lands, lands that get really cold. I mean, I think cold weather creates hard people, people that don't take any kind of
Absolutely.
Rubbish,
that's
like,
a good
I'm
point.
freezing my butt off here. I don't need to listen to your
I remember seeing this
politically correct nonsense while I'm trying to cut down a tree and kill a tiger or whatever,
There was a really good film made about Kalashnikov, the designer of the AK-47, and this man had a face like a Siberian winter.
Yeah.
A kind of inscrutable, tough, and a kind of far-seeing. Someone you wouldn't mess with, especially if he's got a Kalashnikov.
Mm-hmm.
And part of this film about the inventor of the AK-47 was a hunt, and they were hunting down this, I think it was a moose, and it was relentless. They pursued this animal through thick snow for mile after mile after mile, until eventually Kalashnikov himself took the shot and killed it.
Yeah.
And it was a kind of a sort of pitiless feel to the whole thing. Completely pitiless.
Yeah, it would be pitiless.
But pitiless but relentless.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, how the Russians can be.
Yeah, I think so. And they're religiously as well, they're slightly different, because I remember reading that Kalashnikov had kind of suffered worry about his invention, and he had gone to his minister and said, how is God going to look upon me for having invented a weapon that killed so many people? And the minister's response was something to the effect that so long as you are killing Russia's enemies, God will approve. And he slept safe. He slept,
I think Kalashnikov's view was, I designed this weapon for the benefit of the Russian people to defend Russia against its enemies. I didn't design this weapon with the intention of exporting all over the world for people to kill each other in civil wars in countries as far apart as Africa, South America, or wherever. He didn't design it with that in mind. I mean, obviously, he wasn't really a political man.
No.
He was a Russian patriot.
A mechanic.
But I'm quite sure that he took inspiration for the design of that weapon from the original father of assault rifles, which was the German STG-44, the first modern assault rifle. And the Kalashnikov is really a lighter, probably more efficient version of that original weapon. But the Russians did use a lot of submachine guns as well, so I think Kalashnikov combined all the best in practical Russian inventions for the military that work, that don't jam, combined with the engineering ideas and skills of Western Europeans.
Right. Well, thank you for sharing your knowledge on military small arms and their design. It's not a area of expertise. It's one of your perhaps interests.
Yeah, I'm interested in it. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, absolutely fascinating. Well, to change the subject there, Ian comes out and says, any thoughts on Michael Gove as Prime Minister? Was that?
I'd rather not. I'd rather not have a thought on that.
Let's go back to
Liz Truss.
Yeah. Well, Megan says there, the Polish leader was standing at the border with his troops. Love Poland, at least they look after their people. We need to get Boris Johnson down to Dover and stand there.
Well, this is another thing. I mean, the Dover, we've not really touched on that subject.
We didn't touch on it today. I stayed away from it. I wanted to go into it, but I thought, no, it's just a huge area that...
and to be quite honest, I think most people who are watching us at the moment would be preaching to the converted.
Yeah.
I mean, I think most of you will probably share the views that we have on that matter.
Oh yeah.
So need we go into detail? Probably not.
We don't need to go. We don't need to go into detail about it. Unfortunately, it's a reality.
It's a reality, and it's one that needs to be addressed. but I mean, there are fundamental issues there that go way beyond the just people paddling across the channel. There are fundamental structural issues within our country, within the government, that need to be addressed for that to be addressed, and that's deep state stuff, I suppose.
Yeah. Ibrox Park is not impressed by the Gove suggestion. Calin says they're going to want to get Rishi in. Very possibly.
Yes.
Something that I discovered about Rishi Sunak is, like, you see him and you think he's maybe 6'2" or something. The guy is actually very, very small. He's like very small. You know, he's like this height sort of thing.
Small but perfectly formed.
Perfectly formed mini human being. That
in proportion.
Totally in proportion. And if you take a photograph of him from like ground level or whatever, he looks like he's this massive.
Well, he's
behemoth.
slim. He's slim. He's not overweight like most of them.
I mean, but he's maybe like 2'9" or something. I mean, he's very. I'm kidding, of course, but he's not much over 5 feet. If he's over 5 feet, I'd be amazed.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if Rishi Sunak became Prime Minister.
No, possibly. I mean, he's give him this. He's got a kind of jovial personality, and he's quite. You know, he looks like he'd be a nice guy. You know, you could imagine, you know, having a wee chat with him or something like that. But what he thinks about, you know, what his connections are, what he thinks about politically stuff, I have absolutely no idea. Absolutely no idea.
The thing is, we don't need a nice guy as Prime Minister. That's the last thing we need. We need a complete. We need a complete bar steward. Somebody who's on our side, not their side.
Yes. Ibrox Park. Small with a perfectly formed and large bank account, says Richard.
Yeah, that's about it.
That's the thing, isn't it? He's got a massive
multi-millionaire,
massive bank account. Him and
his wife. His wife comes from a millionaire, multi-millionaire dynasty.
Yeah. I think that has to be almost like a part of the job if you want to get a job in some areas of British politics. Mike just fires in some words of wisdom there. The only way to solve the Dover crisis is for the UK to leave the 1951 UN Refugee Convention. Well, I would concur with that. The idea that you're somehow granted and that you should have an automatic right to asylum, that's very much something that came up immediately after World War II, because of the various issues that had gone on in World War II. The West thought that they would bring in the 1951 convention to make it easier for people to flee countries, but even back then there was no conception that it would get to the stage that it's at the moment.
Well, for example, completely abused.
Yeah, 1951 was before jet aircraft, commercial jet aircraft, for example, and before mass media technology and communications. It was a different world back then, so time has moved on, but that convention has still stayed.
But what's driving this current influx is multicultural, the ideology of multiculturalism, which is basically communism. I mean, it's an ideology that wants to change the cultural identity of the country, and the BLM stuff, taking down statues and going over our colonial past, is all part of the attack on our heritage and our identity, and bringing in these people or encouraging these people to come here, which is what they're doing, is all part of that. It's almost like eugenics in a sense. I mean, it's really that bad, and I've got nothing personal against anyone who wants to have a better life. You can't blame them for trying it on, but the people I do blame are the ideologues here, the far left ideologues who want to change us into something we don't want, we didn't vote for, we'd never wanted, and we want to have a homeland that we can actually call home, not some anywhere land, which is an amorphous mass of people with no connections to one another.
Well, Megan there says Dover is an embarrassment. It's an absolute national embarrassment. Concerns me for the future of my children. That's a good point.
Well, we're going to end up with civil war. I mean, we're going to end up like Lebanon if we're not careful.
Yeah. Well, that's a danger that we obviously have to ensure does never occur, and so that's why we need to make sure that the voice of reason is heard, so that our politicians don't allow a country to descend.
The voice of reason is being ignored, Alistair. The voice of reason gets nowhere. Yeah.
But it's better than having, it's a good start, right? have the voice of
Well,
reason.
we've been starting for a very long time. How long do you want?
We've been having a conversation about this for a long time.
How much longer do you want? And in the meantime, we're losing our country.
Yeah. It's absolutely.
I'm afraid the voice of reason, along with voting, is the past.
Yeah. Well, actually, I don't entirely go along with that, but I know exactly what you're saying. Of course, I mean there is. People can be driven to distraction. People can be upset about that. The point of democracy is that we have politicians who will stand up and see the big wider dangers of what could happen when you import tens of thousands of young men from a foreign land into your country every year.
Which they're enthusiastically doing.
Yes,
right now.
Yeah.
So I'm afraid the voice of reason has no impact on that sort of thing. Forget it. You have to come up with some new ideas.
Right.
It won't be pretty.
Hey, it's a very serious situation, and we need to.
Perhaps we need to think like the Russians.
We need to think like the Poles and put up a proper border so you can't get in.
The Poles know what it's
that's
like.
The thing.
They've been surrounded by enemies since time immemorial.
Yeah, absolutely. That's that, and they
borders
understand
have
that
changed.
whole border thing. Yeah. That's very much so. Now, to just to bring in then the final 5 minutes. Thanks, Max, for your thoughts on a wide range of issues. I might add, from Boney M to the construction of small military,
small arms
weapons, to everything else that you brought in your own inimitable way. And I think I've been able to control you quite well tonight and keep you on form.
Yeah, you've done a good job.
I think I deserve a round of applause for that. But what we're going to do now is to announce the winner of this bottle of Union Jack Black Gin, along with a coaster to go with it. And I asked the question. I said, Boney M had a #1 at Christmas in 1978 with Mary's Boy Child. The lead singer died on the 30th of December 2010, the same date and in the same city, St. Petersburg, as the man that he made famous in his song Rasputin. What a strange coincidence. What was the name of the lead singer, who was from the Dutch Antilles, from the island of Aruba? And the name was Bobby Farrell, who's brought many people great joy. And we have a winner, James Garland. Congratulations to James and all who took part in the 2021 Union Telethon. Congratulations to all the winners, and I want to say a big thank you to all the viewers, especially to the viewers who have been with us since 12:30. You know who you are. We know who you are, and thank you so much for that. Thank you also to everybody who came in with comments. Thank you to everybody who shared. Thank you to everybody who retweeted. And this broadcast will stay up on YouTube, and it will stay up on Facebook. And if you haven't shared it yet, you can still share it, or you can retweet any of our stuff that we put out. In addition, I want to say thank you very much to our team that has made this happen. I want to say thank you to our Facebook moderator who did sterling work today. Thank you very much. And I want to say thank you to our Union Telethon admin, who has been right here on this software behind the scenes, putting up all this sort of stuff for us and taking a big load off my mind and off my head. And so thank you to all of these people. And how much have we raised? Any more money? We end at £750 tonight, which is a good amount, and thank you to those people who have donated. Thank you especially to them. From, as we always say, no amount is too big or too small, and many of you, another 15 people donated today. I want to thank each and every one of you. Some of you donated by name, and I won't read out your names, but thank you for that. and also to the people who have pledged anonymously. Whatever amount that you have given, we have definitely enjoyed that and appreciated that. And so thank you to all the donors, thank you to all the viewers, all the people who have commented. And it just remains for me to play at the bottom of the hour, as they used to do, the national anthem. And this national anthem was arranged especially for A Force for Good, and it was arranged by one of our colleagues who put together a heavy metal, or rather a rock version of the British national anthem, something that's not been heard that's not usually heard, and we play it at the end of our Thin Red Line. So I'm going to play this, and when this ends, we will end the broadcast. So everybody out there who's contributed in some way, all the very best to you, and have a lovely Christmas and a great 2022. So it just remains for me to say, God bless the United Kingdom, and God save the Queen. See you next time.